Madam Clerk, would you kindly call the roll?
Mr. Coffey.
Here.
Ms. Osiander. Mr. Starr. Not here. Mr. Clayman.
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Here.
Mr. Flynn.
Present.
Ms. Johnston.
Here.
Ms. Drummond. Here. Dr. Selcraig. Here. Mr. Birch.
Here.
And I see Mr. Starr in the chambers.
Here.
Welcome,
Mr.
here we have
Starr.
a quorum.
Thank you very much. Ms. Selcraig, Dr. Selcraig, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And we do have minutes from a previous meeting of February 2nd. May I have a motion, please? Thank you.
Mike.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Are there any changes to the minutes as presented? Seeing and hearing none, is there objection to approving the minutes as presented?
Nope.
Seeing and hearing none, those minutes are accepted. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning for Juneau just to spend a couple of days as the session winds down. We've got a number of things swirling down there. So far, the initial capital budget looks very favorable for Anchorage, and we'll go down and see if we can put a final push on for the Intergovernmental Data Center and some other items that haven't quite made the list yet. Additionally, there's some energy bills that are rolling, and a couple that are very favorable to Cook Inlet that, again, wherever possible, if I can testify or help influence legislators, key to our Energy Task Force recommendations. One other thing is the Assembly may want to, maybe through your Economic and Community Development Committee, take a look at whether or not we want to put in a bid for the 2014 Arctic Winter Games. They come back to Alaska in 2014, and cities have until the end of the month just to send a letter of interest, and then there's a process over the next several months to actually put in a formal bid. And may want to look at the economic impact, and of course we would work jointly with you on that, but we haven't held them here since 1996, so something to look at. Finally, I want to thank all the Assembly members and staff members from my office who helped put on the CREATE Awards, the Good News Great Kids Awards. It was, as always, a tremendous event, and it was part of a weekend for me that included Good News Great Kids, the Boys and Girls Club fundraiser, had Special Olympics annual auction, and the museum gala. So today's my Friday, and so it was a very, very busy weekend, and just really went to show that this community is still, despite economic concerns, very, very giving. Each of those events did tremendous, and just want to congratulate all the volunteers and the folks in the community that are really stepping up to the plate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I would hope that you'd make that announcement about the Winter Games for the next 2 weeks, seeing how we're going to be changing and new committees and so on. I think it's a great idea, and I hope that the new members will have an opportunity to hear that message, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selcraig.
I'm happy to know that the mayor's going to be in Juneau, and I would urge you to kind of take a peek at the university priorities. I think that Fairbanks always kind of is effective at ensuring that they get what they ask for, and so I'm just hoping that you can do that.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Seeing no one else in the queue, just a few notes for tonight's meeting. We do not intend to extend to tomorrow night, whether we get through tonight's our agenda or not. However, the administration has expressed how shall I put this, an extreme willingness to see us complete the first quarter budget amendment, so we'll do our best to get through our agenda and to that. On item 13A, that's Ms. Osiander's scofflaw ordinance, one of the women who appeared before us previously on this, he expects to be here about 6:30. If we somehow get to that ahead of her arrival, I'm going to ask that we just hold off for a few minutes so she can offer her thoughts on the new S version. And finally, I am advised that item 9F4, the IM ordinance, will be pulled for a new title that the Department of Law will be providing to us, and that we will, I believe, delay the public hearing to May 11th to ensure the Department of Health and Human Services has sufficient time to provide us with their air quality maintenance plan should this program go away. And with that, we'll turn things over to committee reports. Mr. Birch.
Actually, Mr. Chair,
Sorry, Mr. Coffey. Oh, sorry, Mr. Clayman, I didn't see you.
I'd put in a request for Clifton just to congratulate you on the arrival of your second son.
Okay.
But, yeah. His wife did all the work.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I had the easy job. Cold washcloth when necessary, warm blanket other times.
So many of us are not in a place to be having children of that age anymore. So it's a great thing to have people in the Assembly that are in a younger generation than I. And congratulations to both you and Tina.
Thank you, sir. With that, committee reports, Mr. Birch.
I'll just let Mr. Clayman know that soon enough you have grandchildren, and then you'll have the 2-year-old and the 4-year-old in bed with you. So that it all comes around.
I agree completely, but at least in my most recent conversations with my children, I still have a little time to go.
I would guess so. I was in Juneau last week as a part of our legislative committee and a few other hats to include the Chamber of Commerce, Commonwealth North, and so forth. But one of the issues, just getting very hectic, just amazing to watch the magnitude of the capital budget grow. But as indicated, there's very good support for Anchorage in the House and the Senate, and there seems to be good support for the capital program that the mayor's advanced. A couple of the other issues that we were discussing were coastal zone management and potential impact that would have on coastal communities, certainly of which we are one. But I thought it was two very good days. A lot of discussion in the hallways, and like I say, I think our folks that are doing our lobbying for the city are doing a good job. And
Thank you.
Mr. Coffey may wish to expand on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. We'll get to Mr. Coffey in a few minutes.
I'll wait my turn.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Selkirk.
The Community and Economic Development Committee, one of the last items that I've been involved in and that I'll be leaving and looking forward to the next person that chairs it taking up, is the United for Youth effort. And what we did in that committee is really partnered with United for Youth to provide an assembly liaison to that committee. And the United for Youth effort is a real model that's being, I think, that will be looked at by other communities where they've actually engaged all different organizations that are working with youth around some outcome-based goals. And one thing that they're doing is they're coordinating with the mayor's office and Ms. Frasca regarding some strategies to have expectations of projects in terms of their goals and our funding. The other thing is that they're going to be planning in September a citywide rollout to engage the city more specifically in a broad level in the goals that they've identified that are essential to healthy children. And I think it's going to be worth keeping our eye on and figuring out how to be a partner with. And so I look forward to the Assembly working on that in the future.
Thank you very much, Dr. Selkirk. Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, would like to weigh in on what a great event Good News, Great Kids was. It was just marvelous, and even though they promised that we would have tears in our eyes and would use the Kleenex on the table, they forgot to put Kleenex on the table, but we needed them anyway. I have just a couple of announcements. First of all, I would love to thank Street Maintenance. I saw Mr. Tchaikovsky here a few minutes ago for doing an amazing early job in Spenard of cleaning not only the streets but the sidewalks at the same time. They look wonderful, and it's great to drive around the area in the middle of the night and see massive numbers of large machines working busily away at cleaning the medians as well as the sides of the street. And our amazingly narrow sidewalks, but they're doing a good job. And also a great announcement, the Spenard Community Council, in cooperation with the Turnagain Community Council, North Star Community Council, and the businesses of Spenard, announced the Spenard Farmers Market is opening in the Chilcoots parking lot between 26th and 25th Avenue on May 22nd, Saturday, May 22nd. Be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Ms. Johnston.
First of all, in great hopeful anticipation that we will get through the first quarter budget revisions tonight, I will be canceling the Budget and Finance Committee for this month since we had a work session on it on Friday, and hopefully we'll be passing it tonight. And secondly, I had a phone call from Girdwood today, hoping that if Anchorage is interested in the Arctic Winter Games, that we include Girdwood in the bid. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. So noted. Mr. Gutierrez.
No report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have an audit committee report, but I just want to let everybody know that I had the opportunity to be a speaker at the governor's rally to work together to eliminate domestic violence and sexual assault last week, along with Senator Murkowski, McGuire, AG, Dan Sullivan, and others. And it was a great event. There was a really nice crowd. And this community is just simply tired of having the highest statistics on both of these counts in the country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. And as someone who also attended, I appreciate your words at that event. Very, very moving. Mr. Klayman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Public Safety Committee was scheduled for tomorrow, but I canceled that because partly in discussion with the chair. The interest was to have a report on, I think it's called the nuisance ordinance, and with a new assembly coming in and a likely new public safety, certainly a new public safety committee chair, we'll let that be taken up after the new assembly comes in. Separately, I want to thank Dr. Selcraig had referred me as public safety committee chair, one of her students, Eric Nylander, who was interested in challenges to reducing human-wildlife conflict in Anchorage, and in connection with that, he met with me today and provided me the paper that he did research on about kind of public attitudes on essentially bears, moose, and other wildlife in Anchorage and how we get along with them. We're not going to hold a committee hearing, but I will send it through the clerk, email that paper to the rest of the assembly so that you can have the benefit of his analysis. And I know this is actually the second or third time that through Dr. Selcraig's public policy class, we've had students that contribute stuff to the assembly and to the city, and so I wanted to thank Mr. Nylander, and I will forward that to the rest of the body for all your review and interest. It does present some interesting, I think the most interesting feature is that it shows that the public really likes living in a place where we have moose and bear in the community, and we seem pretty willing to work to try to make that work for everyone, including the critters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klayman. Dr. Selcraig, you have a comment on that?
I just wanted to comment. I will forward the Assembly the schedule for the presentation of those capstone topics. There's some pretty interesting topics, and you may be interested. It's Friday morning from 8:30 till noon, and so you can decide whether or not you want to come to Eric's presentation. And I want Matt to know that I actually reviewed Eric's paper in the final today, and there's actually a more streamlined formatting presentation. So what I'll do is he's going to work on that, and I'll forward that to you, and then you can send it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Starr.
No report.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Osiander.
No report.
And Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's an Energy Task Force meeting on the 21st of this month. We're going to have some folks who have dealt with electric issues, electric generation transmission issues, because it appears from my trip to Juneau that the effort at consolidation, which was embodied in GRETC, the Greater Rail Belt Energy and Transmission Corporation, will not bear fruit. And so alternatives need to be looked at for those things that are apparent to all of us. To wit, 6 utilities serving 400,000 people doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So those folks will be here, and they have addressed these similar issues in Canada, Maine, and are now doing it in British Columbia. So I think it might be of interest to all of you. Pardon me. Other issues related to energy are as follows. The Canadian outfit TransCanada had its subsidiary Sings, Cook Inlet Natural Gas Storage Company, and NSTAR have parted ways. The storage will now be handled by NSTAR itself. The fortunate thing is that NSTAR's agreement with Sings provided that all of the work product of Sings would be made available to NSTAR so they wouldn't miss a beat. The need for energy storage in the near term is crucial. Mr. Hawker's, Representative Hawker's bill has moved through both the House and the Senate. I tried to call our lobbyists today to find out if I could give you a final word on it. My last word was that it should be approved shortly and go forward, although there are some issues over the production incentives in Cook Inlet. The amount of natural gas in Cook Inlet is probably sufficient for a time. Whether the expenditure of the funds necessary to extract that is going to happen is in part, at least by some judgment, dependent upon the existence of these types of incentives. There's a lot of disagreement among people in the legislature over that, and it just is of a great interest. And I'm hopeful that the storage issue, which is crucial, doesn't get hung up in the incentive issue, which is probably important but far from being as crucial as storage. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to say to my colleagues that, well, it's an apology is what it is. I was speaking with one of the reporters at the Daily News, and I used a phrase which we have heard over the course of the last several months, and what it amounts to is a characterization of folks, and that's not the way to do business. We are what we are, and we vote how we vote, but to lump us in categories is inappropriate, and I used that phrase, and so for that I apologize to my colleagues. And Title 21 is tonight's the last night of the provisionally adoption while I'm on this body, and I hope we can get to that as well as the rest of the matters in front of us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coffey. With that, we have an addendum before us. May I have a motion, please?
Move to incorporate.
Thank you, Ms. Ossian. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I'll quickly read. Item 9A4, Resolution AR 2010-115, a resolution in Municipal Assembly recognizing industry leadership in the voluntary implementation of identification check for on-site premises sales by package store licensees. Item 9F6, Resolution AR 2010-116, a resolution appropriating $37,090,000 from the general obligation bond proceeds to the Anchorage Road and Drainage Service Capital Improvement Program Fund 441 to pay the cost of road and storm drainage capital improvement projects in the Project Management Engineering Department. OMB public hearing on that is scheduled for April 27, 2010. It's accompanied by a supplemental memorandum, AM 227-2010. Item 9F7, Resolution AR 2010-117, a resolution appropriating $1.15 million from the general obligation bond proceeds for the Anchorage Fire Service Area Capital Improvement Program Fund 431 to pay the cost of fire protection capital improvement projects in the Anchorage Fire Department. OMB public hearing on that is also April 27, 2010, accompanied by a supplemental memorandum, AM 228-2010. Resolution AR 2010-118, a resolution appropriating $250,000 of GO bond proceeds to the area-wide General Capital Improvement Program Fund 401 for the cost of public safety capital improvement projects in the Anchorage Fire Department. OMB public hearing on that is also for April 27, 2010, accompanied by a supplemental memorandum, AM 229-2010. And I'll note we have S versions of items 14H, AR 2010-103, and item 14J, AO 2010-31. Is there objection to incorporating the addendum as described? Seeing and hearing none, those items are incorporated. With that, let's start with Ms. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I have an item to lay on the table to add to the addendum.
Okay. Is this AR 2010-126?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll label this item 9 Bravo 6. And folks will be coming around to you momentarily, I presume. It is AR 2010-126, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly requesting an advisory opinion from the Ethics Board with regard to actions by the Assembly under AR 2010-33, appropriating $193,000 for disbursement to the George M. Sullivan Irrevocable Life Insurance Trust. Again, that will be item 9 Bravo 6. With that, is there objection to introduction of that item? Seeing and hearing none, that item is introduced and incorporated with the remainder of the addendum. Mr. Birch, items to pull.
No items. Excuse me, 9A1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Birch. May the motion please. Dr. Selcraig.
9D6.
9 Delta 6. Anything else, Dr. Selcraig?
No.
Okay, Ms. Drummond.
I'd like to pull 9B6 with the intent of taking it up under old business with its sort of companion resolution.
Understood. So
Bravo 6 or
Nine.
Delta 6?
9 Bravo 6, the one I just laid on the table.
Ms. Johnston?
No items, thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez?
No items, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 9, Apple 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. 9 Alpha 2. Mr. Clayman?
Item 9, Echo 1.
9 Echo 1. Thank you, Mr. Clayman. And Mr. Starr?
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Osiander?
I was going to pull 2, also asking if we could have all names being sponsored. Is there any objection to that? Okay.
9 Bravo 2?
Yeah, that
Sorry.
was the resolution. And then the only one I wanted to pull was
9 2.
B3.
Bravo 3?
Yeah.
Okay. So 9 Alpha 2, which has already been pulled, and 9 Bravo 3. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
And then there was the intent to put all names on, right?
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
I'm hearing no objection, so all names will be added. Alpha 2, all names added as co-sponsors. If you object now or hold your peace.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I thought. Mr. Coffey.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Coffey, any items to pull today?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, 9 Alpha 3 on the main agenda, and 9 Delta 5 on the main agenda.
9 Delta 5.
5.
Got it. And Mr. Vacalis.
Yes, sir. As you already mentioned, would like to pull 9 Foxtrot 4.
9 Foxtrot 4. Okay. Are there any other items to pull tonight? Yep. Okay. All right, I'll quickly go through them just to make sure I caught them all and we all are on the same page. Items being pulled are 9 Alpha 1, Mr. Birch, 9 Alpha 2, Ms. Gray Jackson and Ms. Osiander, 9 Alpha 3, Mr. Coffey, 9 Bravo 3, Ms. Osiander, 9 Bravo 6 for moving in the agenda, Ms. Drummond, 9 Delta 5, Mr. Coffey, 9 Delta 6, Dr. Selcraig, 9 Echo 1, Mr. Clayman, and 9 Foxtrot 4 at behest of the administration. Nothing from the addendum. Is there any items that I missed?
Mr. Flynn, I think Ms. Drummond called 9
Bravo 5.
Bravo 6, which would be laid on the table in
That's right.
in theory on the addendum.
Very, very good. Okay. Anything else?
And I believe Coffee called 5.
9 Delta 5 for Mr. Coffey, right? Okay. With those items being pulled, is there any objection to approval of the addendum, or of the consent agenda, sorry? Seeing and hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. That brings us to item 9 Alpha 1, Mr. Birch.
Say we would, let's see, on the floor, move.
Move to approve. Is it moved and seconded? Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. Mr. Birch.
If there's any, without objection, I'd like to read the resolution.
Please, do we have a presenter tonight?
Have a
Yes.
presenter?
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Not sure who's coming forward to accept that. Chief Mew?
They all come forward?
No. No, this is A1.
This is police.
Chief Mew.
Where's the police?
There he is.
Go ahead, Mr.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and Mayor Dan Sullivan recognizing May 7th, 2010 as Police Memorial Day and an opportunity for remembering and honoring those who have made the ultimate sacrifice and service to our community. Whereas on Police Memorial Day, we honor the memory of the fallen and recognize those who devote their lives to enforcing our laws, bringing criminals to justice, and making our community safer. And whereas all law enforcement officers deserve our appreciation for the work they do, and citizens fulfill an important civic responsibility by supporting their work to protect our community. And whereas our dedicated peace officers put themselves at great risk while working tirelessly on the front lines in the fight against crime. And whereas behind the name of each who died in the line of duty lies a story of courage and devotion to duty, not to mention a deep sense of loss for the service, the country, and above all for friends, relatives, and partners. And whereas as we remember the fallen officers, we also remember their survivors. And whereas we can never repay those gallant men and women for their service or adequately comfort their families, we can only honor their memory, not only in words and ceremony, but in our determination to promote justice, uphold the law, preserve the peace and safety they helped purchase with their lives. And whereas the following Anchorage Police Department officers have given their lives in the line of duty: Officer Benjamin F. Strong, 1968. Officer Jonathan P. Flora, 1975. Officer Harry Keir, 1980. Officer Harry B. Hansen, Jr., 1986. Officer Louis B. Mazzell, 1989. Officer Dan R. Seeley, 1996. And Officer Justin T. Woolham, 2001. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly remembers and honors all those who have died in the line of duty by recognizing May 7th, 2010, as Police Memorial Day. That all residents are encouraged to remember the fallen and their loved ones. That all people are urged to thank the men and women of law enforcement who serve our community and protect our citizen. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly.
This month and the day we recognize in May is important for the Anchorage Police Department as well as for law enforcement around the state. And so on behalf of my department and on behalf of the families of the officers who have been lost, I want to thank the Assembly for the resolution and for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Mew. Dr. Stelcraig?
This is one of my last meetings, and I just want to express my great appreciation, and I know I'm speaking for the whole body, for the courage that's been demonstrated by this department and the appreciation and the honor that we extend to those people who have given their lives. I think that there are very few jobs in this. There's no other jobs. This and fire are the only jobs where people put your life on the line. And it's an enormous gift to this community, and I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you, and may you be protected. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dr. Stelcraig. That brings us to item 9, Alpha 2. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to approve.
Second. I'll be reading.
Okay.
But do you want to?
Is there any objection to approval of this item?
Thank you.
Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. Ms. Ostrander?
Do we have someone here to accept?
We do. Step right up, man.
Thank you. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly proclaiming April 2010 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and encouraging the citizens of Anchorage to work together to eliminate sexual assault crimes in our community. Whereas in the United States, a woman is raped every 45 seconds. 1 in 5 adult women will be raped at some point in their life, and the rape rate in Alaska is more than twice the national average. And whereas in the United States, 1 in 4 female children and 1 in 6 male children will be sexually assaulted before they are 18 years old. Alaska has 6 times the national average of reported child sexual assaults. And whereas sexual assault affects every person within the municipality of Anchorage, whether as a victim or survivor of sexual assault, or as a family member, significant other, neighbor, or coworker of a victim or survivor of sexual assault. And whereas many local citizens are working to provide quality services and assistance to sexual assault survivors through programs including education, crisis hotlines, support, comfort, and advocacy services throughout all stages of the recovery process. And whereas due to the prevalence of sexual assault crimes, we must work together as a community to increase public awareness and to educate our population about sexual assault prevention measures. Now therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly proclaims April 2010 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and encourages the citizens of Anchorage to work together to eliminate crimes of sexual assault in our community. Passed and approved by the Assembly this day.
Thank you, Ms. O'Sanders.
On behalf of STAR, the community, and the clients we serve, thank you for this recognition. The support of the Assembly helps bring the awareness. We need to turn the curve on this horrible rate. And I brought you all something to help you remember. And I want you to wear it often, and I want you to wear it proud. It's our T-shirt. It has Alaska highlighted in red. It's been too many years. We've been at the top. It's time to bring it down, and you each have one. Stand up, speak out, and get involved. I'm going to give this bag to you. So, for the sake of time, thank you very much.
Thank you. That brings us to item 9 Alpha 3. Mr. Coffey.
Move to approve.
Buttons, please. Is there Mr. Coffey, would you hit your button?
I'm going to be reading, and
would you kindly hit your button first?
Drummond is going to be presenting.
Okay. Would you kindly hit your button, Mr. Coffey?
And my button's on. I was just a little far away from the...
No, I meant that button. Got it. Thank you. All right. Is there objection to approving the motion? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Wade C. Strahan for 29 years and 11 months of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas on May 5, 1980, Wade Strahan was hired by the municipality of Anchorage Fire Department, where he has worked continuously until his retirement on April 2, 2010. And whereas Chief Strahan has held and excelled in each progressive rank from firefighter trainee, engineer captain, senior captain, battalion chief, and in his final position at the time of his retirement of assistant fire chief. And whereas during his career, Chief Strahan has been decorated with and received the following awards: Meritorious Conduct, Class C, for an act of heroism of exceptional character associated with unusual abilities, personal initiative, and courage. Fire Chief's Commendation for performance above and beyond the call of duty, promoting a positive image not only for himself, but by extension to the fire department and the municipality of Anchorage. Distinguished Service in recognition and honoring his special service to the department and the community. And Unit Citation in recognition of outstanding group achievement and teamwork. And whereas Chief Strahan was instrumental in the development of the municipality of Anchorage Fire Department Regional Hazardous Materials Response Team, working cooperatively with responders, military, and the state of Alaska officials statewide. And whereas Wade retired from the municipality of Anchorage effective April 2, 2010, and left the fire department a better place for his having been there. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the municipality of Anchorage recognizes and honors Wade C. Strahan for his years of commitment, dedication, and service to the municipality of Anchorage and the citizens of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 13th day of April 2010. Congratulations, Chief.
Chief Strahan, the floor is yours, sir.
A little bit overwhelming. Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, I want to thank all of you for your support over the years. Mr. Vacalis, Mayor Sullivan, came to work under your father. 30 years doesn't seem like it's been too long. I came through the door with 4 small kids, and I'm leaving here with a great-grandchild on the way. It just happens. I want to thank the entire Anchorage Fire Department for their support over the years, but I want to thank every municipal employee that has contributed to making this city the great place that it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Holt? Chief, before you flee the room, I think Mr. Gutierrez has a few words for you.
Well, I just
wanted to say thank you very much. But 29 years and 11 months. You couldn't make it 30 more days? It's not even fishing season yet. But thank you so much for a lifetime of service to our city. Thank you very much.
All right. That brings us to item 9, Bravo 3. Ms. Osiander.
Excuse me, move to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Ms. Johnson. Ms. Osiander.
I got a little bit of assurance on this. I didn't get the information back quickly enough. Specifically, I wanted to ensure that this would cover flooding. And if I could just have that on the record, I'll be fine and urge support.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to come forward and speak into the microphone, please, and identify yourself for the record.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Osiander, my name is Steve Schrader from Project Management and Engineering. And to answer your question, the all-hazard mitigation plan will cover flooding, such as in the question you raised regarding Peters Creek. So it will cover flooding, yes.
Thank you. I brought this up because the 2 times this has happened, when I called people at the city on behalf of some neighbors, they basically didn't respond, and I had to go to the state. So if there's a plan in place and a person in place, it will be wonderful. So thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Urge support.
Thank you, Mr. Schrader. Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Is there further discussion on this item? Is there objection to this item? Seeing and hearing none, item 9, Bravo 3 is approved. That brings us to item 9, Bravo 6, Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would rather not move to approve it at this point unless I have to do that in order to move it to,
I think you can move to change.
along with item 11B on the,
I would suggest you move to change the order of the day to place this item either prior to or following item 11 Bravo.
Thank you, sir. I move to change the order of the day to take item 9B6, AR 2010-126, to be taken up after item 11, before item 11B under old business.
Second.
Thank you.
Is there objection to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, that item has been moved. That brings us to item 9 Delta 5, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to approve.
Buttons, please. Thank you very much. Mr. Coffey.
You know, I've been here on this for this company, listening to my colleagues from Eagle River and Chugiak concern the services provided by this company. And I asked today if there were any continuing concerns, and what I now understand is that most of the services are not in that neck of town anymore, but now they're in other parts of town. So if someone is here that can tell me why we need to spend $3 million on this type of service, then it would probably be of some help to me in finding out why I should vote for this.
Mr. Schrader, welcome back.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coffey, again, Steve Schrader from Project Management and Engineering. We've had project management consultant contracts for the past several years. We've had 2 contracts. This will be the second term that we've had 2 consultant contracts awards. We had the Boutte Company and Rise Alaska 2 years, 2 or 3 years ago. And this award is for Boutte Company and PTS.
I understand that. What I heard over the last 4 or 5 years was significant problems with the Boutte Company voiced by my colleagues and dissatisfaction with the way in which they provided the services. And what I'm asking you guys is what's your position relative to how they have performed their services, and show me why all of a sudden I shouldn't stop listening to the concerns voiced by my colleagues and support a rather substantial appropriation of funds for a company that has been subject to so many years of criticism.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coffey, I'm not aware of the specific concerns. Construction is always controversial. There's controversial projects. Boutte Company has been under contract to PM&E and the municipality, I'm going to say 10 years, whatever the actual period is. And we've been overall pleased with their work. They were the top-ranked firm in this election. So absent more specific things I can speak to.
Well, I would only note this, and that was during the previous administration, I believe, representations were made that when the contract with this company expired, they would not be hired again. Now, that was a previous administration, but they apparently had the same concerns that my colleagues did, to the extent that that was voiced to us, both publicly and privately. So I just wanted to note that, and we'll see how the vote goes. Thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selkirk.
I was glad that Mr. Coffey pulled this. I almost did. Were the last contracts negotiated at 11 at an amount of $3 million? In other words, is this a typical amount that you've brought forward to us before?
It's very close to the same amount. Whether it was $1 million before or $1.5 million, I don't recall. But this $3 million represents 2 project management contracts.
It doesn't include RISE, does it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I want to put on the record that my brother owns RISE, and I wanted to be careful of that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Ms. Osiander.
Well, since we were referenced, my district was referenced by a previous speaker, I want to step in. My understanding is that a lot of the frustration that Mr. Starr and I have had in the past was related to specific projects where there was a change in direction or there were many change orders and it was difficult to track expenses. I think the solution is to watch projects closely. And we did talk to Mr. Hansen about this, and I understand it's critical to have these contracted project management on hand, and so I will be voting for this contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Ms. Johnston.
It is my understanding that as far as the Boutte Company, there's another principal who is doing the most of the municipal business at this point. Am I right?
There's another principal that's doing a significant amount. They're both principals that were involved, but there's a new principal last couple of years that is very significantly involved.
It seems that on our part of the town, we have Mr. Bertelson, who has been, I found, very accountable as far as any of the work he's done with us. Thank you. I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Birch.
I will be speaking in support of this as well. I think this basically displaces or offsets, if you will, manpower shortages that we have. I mean, you can either put these people on the payroll or you can contract them on an as-needed basis. And I think, again, as Ms. Johnston's pointed out, my experience has been positive with both of these companies. I think they've got a long and constructive record, and I think the fact that they've gone through an evaluation process to get there, I would urge support for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Seeing no one else in the queue, is there objection to this item?
Yes.
With that, members are encouraged to vote. A yes approves this contract award, a no denies it. So by a vote of 10-1, that item is approved. That brings us to item 9, Delta 6. Dr. Selkirk.
I asked the administration a question regarding this specific. Move to approve.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Could you please hit your button when opportunity?
I can't do it yet.
Click on the floor. You should have it.
Okay. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you very much, Ms. Drummond. Dr. Selkirk.
I had a question regarding the Chester Creek Connection pathway planning process, and that is that I've had several constituents contact me with concerns that the plan cuts down the trees between the trail and Northern Lights. And I got some feedback, but it wasn't very clear. It basically said, yes, we're going to leave the trees there. It said yes, which was the question, are you going to leave the trees? And then it went on to say that they were going to cut the trees. And it looks to me like Ms. Gray-Jackson may have a comment on this. Did you? No? Anyhow, I'm wondering if there's anybody here from PM&E that could address the issue of not cutting down the trees between the trail and Northern Lights Boulevard. Thank you.
Good news, Ms. Skanke is here. Welcome back.
Yes, Lori Skanke, Non-Motorized Transportation Coordinator, and through the chair, Dr. Selkrig. I worked on this project previously, and as the non-motorized person, I've been following it as we're working on it. I brought a drawing just so everyone could kind of get a feel for where we are. The yellow portion of the trail parallels Northern Lights Boulevard, and we walked that last week. The plans have things pretty close to the road, but we're actually moving the trail alignment over so that we retain a buffer in that area.
So it's not going to be where it currently is, it's going to be further into the forest?
Just a little bit, just so we can keep the buffer between the road, especially around East High School.
Right, that's where, and so you're committed to ensure that there is a buffer and that you won't be taking down those trees. I think the issue is that there's trees there currently and you won't be taking those trees down, is that correct?
That's correct. We're even modifying our Corps of Engineers permit, so.
Thank you very much.
To do that.
Thank you, Ms. Skanke. Mr. Ray Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank Dr. Selkrig for pulling this, and when you were reading my lips, I had some questions also, because I represent part of that district, and I really appreciate you, Ms. Skanke, publicly saying that the trees would remain, because that was a very, very big concern. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Ray Jackson. I see no one else in the queue. Is there further discussion on this matter? Is there objection to this item? Seeing and hearing none, item 9, Delta 6 is approved. That brings us to item 9, Echo 1. Mr. Klayman.
Move to accept.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klayman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked, this is a question for Ms. Mahoney. We approved at the last meeting the new code with regard to financial reporting to the Assembly that envisioned the idea that there would be a monthly summary that would index all these different reports, and we wouldn't be getting them one at a time. And so I was a little surprised to see this without a summary, and if you could give me an update on how things are coming in compliance with the new code.
Yeah. Through the chair, I'm going to respond on behalf of Lucinda because
I thought you'd have an identity change.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ms. Frasca.
Wait, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Only because the reports to which your legislation referred were similar to the monthly and quarterly reports that OMB has been providing. And the ordinance says that we will continue to provide those reports through June 30th, 2010, and at which time during the month of June we will meet with the Assembly and kind of determine what reports will be provided throughout the next calendar year or next 12 months. And so that was our plans to respond to the ordinance that passed last month. What I don't recall is if it pertained to the investment reports, it primarily dealt with the budget reports that we've been providing. And the report that's in E1 is related to the monthly investment report.
Mr. Klayman, any further comment?
Yes, Ms. Prescott, I understood the code change that we approved last month differently, that the expectation in June is there would be discussions about what would be reported, but up until June, the documents that are currently being reported would be what would be included with the monthly summary. And so that those monthly summaries, it was certainly my intent, and that's how I understood the legislation to read, that monthly summaries would start right away and include things. And it was certainly my intent things like the monthly investment report would be incorporated in what was summarized monthly. The whole idea was that there was one monthly summary and included all the reports so that we had an executive summary that told us what were the highlights in not only the investment report but everything else that we get reported financially.
Through the chair, Mr. Klayman, I mean, we have been providing an executive summary, if you will, in the AIM that is words as opposed to numbers that accompany all of the different schedules that's provided in that report. The ordinance, I mean, we will be glad to work with the Assembly on what the package will look like going forward, but our reading of the ordinance is that it did not refer to the investment reports, but if that's the Assembly's will, we'll certainly incorporate them in future reports as agreed to during June.
Well, obviously, there's a process that's described for June. I believe it was the intent of in drafting it and writing it, and I can go back and look at the code change again, but I think there was an expectation that we would see one monthly summary with an executive summary of all the different reports included, and we wouldn't get the reports like this that sort of come at us serially, because part of the purpose of having the summary was asking the administration not just to say, here's this, to take a look at it, here's the next thing, take a look at the next thing, but actually have one executive summary that makes reference to what are the highlights of the different reports that are included, and certainly the monthly investments is a key part of that, and I think it should be included. And I believe it was specifically referred to as one of the reports that we currently receive. So.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Mr. Starr.
I don't have that specific comment in mind. I'm appreciative of the data, and I read it. Whoever's listening, I probably should restate my criticism of BlackRock. Now, they've recovered nicely. I was pretty brutal on BlackRock portfolio and the exposures that we had based on their primary holdings. My question now is that the guidance from the investment board was that we would keep BlackRock at around $150 million, and they've recovered up to $162 million. Do we cash that out in a profit taking, or do we just let it roll? What would be the advice here to keep that portfolio exposure down as opposed to letting it continue to creep?
We've been monitoring that portfolio, and it is over, and we do make adjustments. We don't have a plan to make an adjustment at this point in time, however, so we're just planning to let that investment roll. Of note, however, is the Aberdeen portfolio, and we are planning to replace Aberdeen with a different money manager, and that will be presented to the Assembly here in the form of an AIM here in the next probably month.
Well, and I appreciated BlackRock's approach. I appreciate your answer, except that, again, the exposure in that we're not to jeopardize the public's money in a risky environment, and that was my criticism of BlackRock. They tended to have that. So my point on the $150 million threshold would be that we would want to take the advantages of that and move it to a more conservative investment portfolio. Right. Obviously, I can't guide you that, and you're the CFO, but hear me that I think that it's appropriate to look at that, and if you're doing it, I'd appreciate a response as to what you decide to do.
Yeah, I'll look into that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Thank you, Ms. Mahoney. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you. We just reviewed the ordinance that Mr. Klayman referred to, and it did not include the investment reports, but we're more than happy to work with the Assembly and include it. It's not in the ordinance, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there any further comments on this matter? Is there an objection to accepting this report? Seeing and hearing none, that item is accepted. That brings us to item 9, Foxtrot 4. A motion to introduce, please. Would you please use your microphone, Ms. Osiander?
Sorry. An ordinance repealing Anchorage Municipal Code Chapters 15.80 and 15.85 relating to motor vehicle emissions inspection and maintenance program, amending Chapter 15.80 and 15.85 in the interim to revise existing fees and program administration, amending Section 9.30.155 to repeal reference to IM certification, and amending the fine schedule at Section 14.60.030.
And that is the new title, correct? Thank you very much. And as mentioned,
second, if you need it.
We already have a second. I need a third, actually. Third. Thank you, Mr. Coffey. And I also need a motion, if someone would be so kind, as to conduct a public hearing on this for May 11.
So moved.
A second, please.
Second.
Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, that item is Mr. Gray Jackson, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a comment in terms of this ordinance, and I'm from what I heard from you is that as required in the ordinance that was approved in 2008, reinstating the INM program, the Health and Human Service Commission were required to report back to the Assembly whether or not we needed to continue the program, and if we did, with some suggestions on how to do things differently. And from what I hear from you, Mr. Chairman, is that the Health and Human Services Commission has that report prepared or will have it available when we have the public hearing, and I'm just really pleased that we will have that document before us before I personally take any action on repealing the program. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Ms. Engel, do you want to comment on that?
Thank you, through the chair, Ms. Greg Jackson. For the record, Diane Ingold, Director of Health and Human Services. The Health and Human Services Commission established a subcommittee who has met and reviewed the information, and I expect they have passed a resolution in support of eliminating the IM program, and I expect them to take that to the entire commission tomorrow night and us to have it for you before you have a public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Engel. Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Dr. Selcraig.
It's my recollection that when we originally discussed the IM, there was the health department indicated that they thought there was. I just want to get some background, and I think it's important to have on the table for this review, and that you are going to propose tools or strategies that would replace the IM. Does the report that you're bringing provide those alternative tools to reduce the emissions that are equal to or the IM in terms of reduction? I'm just wondering, that was what was intended.
That was the reason we delayed the hearing to May 11th to ensure we had all that data in front of us.
But I'm more than just a recommendation. I'm wondering if their report is actually going to address strategies to reduce the air emissions.
I believe that, I'm sorry, through the chair, Dr. Selcraig, for the record, Diane Ingold, Director of Health and Human Services. As I recall, we were going to bring forward recommendations about how we would continue to have an air quality program about the most important air quality issues that the department has been monitoring. And for us at this point, those are benzene and particle matter on roads. And so we are exploring options right now about how we would see that continuing into the future.
You're exploring options?
Well, for example, we have instituted an online ability to look at air quality data for folks to monitor for their health and other options for the public.
I have one more request. It's just a request of information when she brings it, and that is that they address CO when they bring it back in May.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Please, Ms. Engel, take that as a takeaway. Seeing no one else in the queue, is there objection to the introduction and the public hearing date on May 11th?
It's already introduced. There's 3 people.
Right. Is there objection to the public hearing occurring on May 11th? Seeing and hearing none, that item is introduced for public hearing on May 11th. That concludes the consent agenda and brings us to item 11A. Ms. Drummond.
Just one moment, Mr. Chair.
This is the bicycle plan, which you want to discourage everybody from reconsidering, right?
Yes, I am going to, I need to say that I'm going to encourage a no vote. I suppose we need to move reconsideration, and then I will speak to the issue.
Would you kindly press your button?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Okay, go ahead.
Seconded.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you, sir. I was requested the day after our last meeting when we approved the bicycle plan by members of the Turnagain Community Council to bring it up for reconsideration in order to amend or discuss the amendment of the Arrow Drive Extension bike trail. I asked for reconsideration, and Dr. Selcraig seconded it, and then I thought better of it, and I will deal with the amendment as an amendment to the plan at a future date and not open up the entire plan for review at this time. So I urge a no vote, and you will see this small issue regarding the bike plan come back at a later date.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Dr. Selcraig.
I also urge a no vote.
Thank you. Is there anybody who wants to reconsider the bike plan? Seeing and hearing no one, reconsideration fails. By a vote of 0 to 11. If there's no objection from the body, we have an appearance request scheduled. It's now 6 p.m. Is Mr. Raymond Alvin Ward here this evening? Mr. Ward is not here. Okay. Well, if he arrives, someone please wave him down. We'll come to him. That brings us to item 9, Bravo 6, the laid on the table item from Ms. Drummond. Ms. Drummond?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there objection? Okay. There's an objection. Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one moment here. Too much paper tonight, I apologize.
I understand.
For contributing to that. I don't normally do that. Mr. Chair, what a difference several weeks makes. First, I would like it on the record that this is not about Mr. Sullivan or his late father, former Mayor George Sullivan, for whom I have a great deal of respect. I would be pursuing this path if this had been about a payment to the Mark Begich Irrevocable Life Insurance Trust or the Tony Knowles Irrevocable Life Insurance Trust or the Jack Roderick or Tom Fink or any other elected official's Irrevocable Life Insurance Trust. It's simply the conduct of this entire issue that is a problem for me. Second, I proposed a resolution at the March 23rd meeting asking this body to appropriate a small amount, up to $10,000, to provide an independent legal assessment of the matter of the payment of this, by the city to the George Sullivan Irrevocable Life Insurance Trust and determine whether the action of the Assembly in granting these $193,000 to the trust was legal and to request the trustee not to disperse the funds pending that independent finding. There was a lot of debate, led mostly by the mayor's supporters on this Assembly, that basically said that this is water under the bridge, the funds have been dispersed, let's move on. Rather an interesting position for Assembly members who are still dredging up matters dating back to 2008 and who had no problem allocating $50,000 for a forensic audit to aid them in that endeavor. Nevertheless, my resolution, AR 2010-92, which we'll take up shortly, was referred to the Ethics Board with caveat, I believe it was from Mr. Coffey at the time, I believe, that after they take a look at it, if there are remaining questions, we can take those up in due course. Through the clerk, I heard from the chair of the Ethics Board, as I believe the rest of the members of this body did, in an email several days ago, who said the questions raised in my resolution were beyond the scope of their mission. But there was an interesting new dimension added to the ethical issues explored with the board chair, the ethical questions surrounding the process of the Assembly itself, as well as the mayor. As a consequence of that discussion, I have drafted a resolution addressing the larger question of the ethical breaches of duty that led to this mess in the first place. This new resolution is AR 2010-126, which I have laid on the table this evening. And because of the limited scope of the Ethics Board's charge, the legal questions that I raised in my original resolution remain open. So I am bringing back my original resolution that continues to ask this body to authorize up to $10,000 to obtain an outside legal opinion of the questions raised in that resolution. I'm bringing this back for three reasons. Number one, the ethics panel could not deal with those questions of law. Number two, these questions were not addressed by either Municipal Attorney Wheeler in his AM attached to the February resolution or by Deputy Municipal Attorney Westover in her report. This issue will not be swept under the carpet nor fade away. I've rarely seen such engagement by the community and private citizens who are demanding answers to this matter. It's for the good of this body and for the mayor to finally answer these questions and to put it to rest, and this can only be done through independent legal review, not by assurances from the mayor and his allies that there was a vague obligation to pay the estate. To underscore point 3, I have attached a copy of an independent legal analysis based on the questions raised in my resolution that has found its way into the public discussion via email, websites, blogs. I read the attached analysis and found myself impressed by its brevity and clarity, but certainly cannot vouch for its substance, not being a legal expert myself. The citizens will not let this matter go, and the anonymous legal analysis that provides the most important reason to fund our own analysis so that we can attest to the source and accept as a body its conclusion. In addition, I'm attaching an excerpt from the blog called Henkema, authored by Melissa Green, a 19-year UAA Justice Department employee, from whom the members of the Assembly received an emailed letter this afternoon urging approval of my previous resolution. Therefore, I ask you, Mr. Chairman, to open the debate on the resolution from the last meeting that addresses the legal questions associated with the payment to the George Sullivan Trust and allow the body to take up my new resolution focused on the broader ethical questions consistent with the mission of the Ethics Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drummond. Mr. Birch.
Make no mistake, this is wasted political theater, and nothing more and nothing less. We have a 68-page report to Assembly members from Chairman Flynn that well summarizes all the background, all the detail, all the history, all the payments, and all the issues. Further engagement on this is unnecessary. I think we need to get on with our business. I'm quite confident that the municipality has this obligation, and I think we need to move. And I would urge a no vote, and let's move on to more productive enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Ms. Osiander.
When this came to us, I was frustrated with it. I've, since this was passed out, had the opportunity to read what Ms. Drummond is referring to here, the blog comments of somebody. And I also read, I apologize, Mr. Flynn, I hadn't read earlier your blog, but I have now. And I actually agree with you on a number of points. I personally don't quite understand why Bill Green asserted what he did, but he did, and the city followed it. I also really think that it was unfortunate that they didn't hire or contract with an insurance company, but they didn't. But we've analyzed it, and I truly believe that we have an obligation because there were payments made. I guess my frustration is, government screws up. And I've seen so many actions that have bothered me, actually, in the last 10 years. And this one isn't near the top by any means. I was just sitting here trying to make a list of all the actions where I think the government screwed up, and it's a fairly comprehensive list. And I've got the labor contract side agreements. I've got a whole bunch of questions about Centennial Park and what happened to our campground out there, and now this land trade that's being proposed with ML&P or AWWU. I've got real frustration about the lack of disclosure of fund balance status. The Hansen System contract still drives me a little crazy. The closure fund for SWF, for Solid Waste Services, really drives me crazy. That contract on what we paid for the Muldoon greenhouse property and the fact that we still haven't paid principal on it really drives me crazy. This one isn't up there, guys. I would urge that we vote no.
Thank you very much, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Coffey.
There's the question that should be addressed first, whether Ms. Osiander is so crazy that she can't vote on this thing.
Be careful where you're going here, Mr. Coffey.
No, I'm not. Because I'm loonier than she is, but I get to leave, so that's good. I think when we had the question of the forensic audit that we all voted for that, I believe, including Ms. Drummond, for the reason that we wanted to be sure that what Mr. Wheeler had presented to us in those reports, those two reports, had a high degree of accuracy. So we're spending a fair amount of money on that. I don't know that there's anyone here who questions the accuracy of what has been reported to us. I think the questions are not accuracy or inaccuracy. I think the questions are, why on earth would any bodies or any administration or any assembly go through 20-some-odd years and look at it and continue on and look at it and continue on and do all the things that started when Don Smith, who's now on the school board, was on the assembly, and when Tony Knowles, who was governor, was the mayor, and went through Mr. Wirch, and then I think it went through Mr. Begich's administration with various reviews, and we come to this time and place at the end. And I believe it's important for us to look into these matters to the extent that it's required to make sure we understand what happened, and so we can help avoid the kinds of things we do. But I don't know what's missing from what we've got that would lead me to support something like this. So I'm going to be a no vote for that reason, with a full understanding, folks, that I would look hard and deep if I thought we didn't have a reasonable and complete explanation to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selcraig.
I think the point that Mr. Coffey makes is a good point, that we all voted together to review questions we had in terms of things that were presented to us by Mr. Wheeler. And in a sense, I think it's the same issue. And to me, the real issue is, is a contract that's illegal void? I mean, if it was an illegal contract, if the initial act was illegal, is it void? And it seems to me that that's still not clear. So it isn't an enormous amount of money. I think the focus here is not the mayor. The focus is the procedures and the actions taken by the municipality and whether or not they were legal or not. And I think it's worth finding out apart from whoever is sitting in the mayor's chair. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Klayman.
Just a point of clarification. The item on the floor is Resolution 2010-126.
That is correct.
Which is not the question of the independent investigation.
Also correct.
And the question of whether we should spend $10,000. But the only question on the floor is whether, for no additional expenditure, whether we should ask the Ethics Board to provide us a written opinion answering 3 questions. That's what I believe is on the floor. And I'm seeing nods that I apparently got it right for the first time.
Better late than never.
Well, it takes time.
But they're related, which is why we're dealing with them.
I understand, but right now the only question is, should we send this to the Ethics Board for an opinion? And I think that there are questions asked that it is appropriate to get an opinion from the Ethics Board. I think in the world of 3 branches of government, looking back on it, the appropriate place to put the question of was this contract enforceable is not for the Assembly, but in fact probably the better place to have gone with this all along was to say to the George M. Sullivan Trust, sue the city and let the courts decide, because that's actually what they are uniquely asked to do in our system of democracy. But we didn't quite figure that out in time as a body, and the mayor the mayor in his role as trustee for the Life Estate did not want to take steps to put the money in a place where it might ever be repaid. So I think the one thing we can do is ask for a formal opinion from the Ethics Board. They'll get legal counsel as they deem appropriate, and I think it would be helpful to this body and to the community to see that opinion. So I will certainly be supporting 9B6, which is the resolution submitting questions to the Ethics Board. That's what they're there for. We should use them for that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I missed one meeting, and this is what y'all come up with? I mean, I can't leave, can I?
Keep that in mind.
I really didn't have a strong opinion on this one way or another, but Mr. Klayman actually put it very well and kind of helped crystallize things. We're talking about, should we ask the Ethics Board some simple questions at no cost to us or to the taxpayers? We're not talking about appropriating money. We're talking about asking them some simple questions. And the fact that some can kind of feel some members' blood pressure rising on this and why we shouldn't ask these questions. It's not going to cost us anything. Why not get some answers from the Ethics Board? It seems a fairly simple thing. So I will be supporting this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Osiander.
I need clarification. It says we're asking the Ethics Board to review AM 76. What is AM 76?
Ms. Drummond, do you want to address that?
I'm sorry. Where's
And AR 33.
Give her a page.
Oh, those are the documents that came to us for decision on February 16th.
So that was the original
That
thing.
was the original.
Okay. Haven't
set
they
of
already?
documents.
All right. And then so the simple question is to look at what we did and to see if it was ethical? Is that the simple question you want them answered?
The three questions are in section 1, 2, and 3 on
Well, I'm
page
reading
2.
them and I don't understand them. That's why I'm asking.
The ethics, I'm trying to find the note from the Ethics Board's chair, Marissa Flannery.
Right? Because they've looked at this twice. Right.
No, they haven't looked at anything yet. She has looked at it and says the Ethics Board they don't meet until April 16th, so they haven't assessed it yet. She had questions for us, and on March 26th, her note to the clerk says.
Ms. Drummond, what would help me is there's been reference to these 3 simple questions. I want you to just articulate what the simple questions are so I understand them.
Shall I read it into the record?
No, I mean, I can read this, but I don't understand. You were going to review the original memorandum? Is that what you said?
It's the actions that those sets of documents triggered, whether that was ethical in relation to the ethics code passed by this body in 2007.
So the first one is the original resolution. What's the second one?
The second one is,
Actually, the first one, I believe, is the memorandum attached to the resolution, Ms. Osiander.
Okay, so those first two, Mr. Flynn, are what came before us the first time?
That is correct.
Okay, and then are they also going to – I'm sorry, I'm struggling. So they're going to look at those two original resolutions, and they're going to basically see if we decided the right thing? Is that correct?
if it was an ethical decision.
On our part?
Yes, ma'am. And thirdly, if there are gaps in the ethics code bearing on the presentation of any of these
I'm fine with
issues.
3. I don't get 1 and 2. That's what.
May we move on while you cogitate?
Well, it's unclear. And the mention was made that it was simple, and so I thought something could simply be explained to me, but I guess not.
Thank you, Ms. Ostiander. Mr. Coffey.
Well, I'm having somewhat of the same difficulties. Now, I want to make sure I understand it. They presented us with 2 documents the first time we saw this thing, and that was 76, 2010, and AR 2033. And the question we're asking for is an advisory opinion on whether the Assembly, whether the resolution and the memorandum and the actions referenced or requested as presented therein. So what you're saying is, okay, the Assembly, we approved that night, and so what we're seeing is if the Assembly's approval of those 2 things was a violation of the Ethics Code. Is that, am I right on that?
That's how I read it. Is that correct?
I think you have 2 different things, Mr. Coffey. I think that Section 2 refers to whether the Assembly's...
No, I'm on 1.
I know. Okay. On Section 1, the way I read it is that was the material presented, was there any ethical flaws in what was presented to us and what it requested us to do?
Whether it was, what was contained in them was ethical or what?
Is review the AM and the AR and the actions and inactions reviewed in the Department of Law report dated March 22 for advisory opinion, whether the resolution and memorandum and the actions referenced, requested, and presented therein are consistent with the Ethics Code. Were those documents and the suggestions that they made to us for our next steps constructed in an ethical manner? That's how I read it.
Was it written ethically?
No.
Were the actions encouraged ethical?
I'm sorry, the action encouraged?
Yes.
So in other words, whether there was, for example, if they said these are the 3 facts and there are really 6 facts, then it would be an ethical violation not to tell us all 6?
Correct.
That's the determination. That would be the determination of the Ethics Commission.
Okay. And if there were things that were included that shouldn't be included, then that could also be an ethical. I mean, what I'm having trouble with is I don't mind getting to the facts, but now we're asking for an ethical opinion about a memorandum that was presented to us. I've never heard of such a thing myself, that we've done, that we ask for an ethical opinion on a memorandum that was presented to us. Okay. Number 2, so then the next thing in number 2 is for the appropriation, whether that action was consistent with the Ethics Code. Now, let's get kind of real serious here. We appropriate roughly $400 million. Is it an appropriate question to ask if an appropriation by this body is ethical or unethical? I can see it for a member. He shouldn't have voted for that because he had a conflict. There you go. But for the body to be investigated to find out if an appropriation is ethical, and then with number 3, I don't have any problem. But I think I understand, too, and what's it do for us? What's it lead us to? How does it help address this issue? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selcraig.
I think for me, number 2 relates to the issue is that if a contract was illegal, then should it be void? So, I mean, that's, and, you know, I think these are, and I think the first one really has to do with whether or not we, you know, in the view of the Ethics Commission, we received all the information that we needed to in light of the information that's come forward. So I don't think these are dangerous. I think we can ask these questions, and I'm going to be supporting it.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Ms. Drummond.
I want to read to you from one of these documents that will be amending AR 92. On February 2nd was introduced AR 2010-33, which the body voted on February 16th. And it says in the second whereas, the third whereas payment of the life insurance contract is requested by the trust. This anonymous legal opinion refers to a basic principle of contract law that a contract that has an illegal purpose is void, as opposed to voidable, such as a contract entered into by a minor. There are legal questions here that I don't have answers to.
Point of order, though, Mr. Chairman. We're going to consider whether the legal question should be addressed in 11B. These are the ethical questions. I understand what Ms. Drummond's saying, and that's a different issue, though. We're talking about the ethics board. They're not going to be able to address the legal question. That's my point of order.
Thank you. That's point well taken. Ms. Drummond, do you have a further comment on the resolution in front of us?
I do. I think the ethics board can tell us if we need legal opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Mr. Klayman.
As I read these questions 1 and 2, question 1 is essentially saying, were we asked to do something that was unethical?
Mm-hmm.
And question 2 is asking, did we do something that was unethical? And asking an opinion for the ethics board on both those questions. And I'd ask if, Ms. Tucker, I know you drafted this. Am I getting it right?
Ms. Tucker?
Mr. Klayman, through the chair, there was another aspect in Section 1 that Ms. Drummond spoke to me about, and that was that there seemed to be a number of issues that are in the past that would not have been governed by the ethics code that was put into place in 2007, because the ethics code postdates them, and that it would be helpful to find out from the ethics board if those things, knowing that it wasn't in place, but just to assist the Assembly with any gap analysis under number 3, it would be helpful for the Assembly to know from the ethics board if some of those actions and inactions that were reviewed in the Department of Law report would have met or would have been in violation of the ethics code now.
To restate what you said, Ms. Tucker, part of this is to ask the question as to whether actions taken that may not have been unethical under the preceding ethics code were now unethical based on the ethics rewrite that took place in 2007.
No. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Starr and then Mr. Coffey.
Thank you.
Typically, this body functions under the support of the committee structure, and we oftentimes refer things for committee debate and work, and often bring back advisements at the committee level. And I would propose that we do that for a number of reasons. One of them is if you read the ethics code itself, it's very specific in terms of its parts, and Mr. Stout worked heavily on that, the applicability of behaviors by the body members, applicability to conflicts were well-rounded. So when you read the ethics code, there's section 1/2. So what I would propose is that we put this off for a committee review and bring that back. Ms. Drummond's on the committee, as well as Mr. Chairman Flynn and myself. It's appropriate to say, to review the ethics code, basically, and say we want the ethics board to review 1 section -2 as it applies to this ordinance. That would be my suggestion, is that we take a breathe here and we package the questions appropriately through our committee structure, which we do for every other issue, whether it be public safety or finance, or any of the others, that we set it down and have a committee meeting and talk about it. That would be an appropriate use of time.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Coffey.
Well, Mr. Starr had a far better idea than I, but I was going to suggest that if we were going to make the inquiry, as I understand we're intending to make the inquiry, would be whether the material was presented in a complete and full fashion, and if there was a failure to do so, is that an ethical violation? That's number one, is the way I understand it. And number three deals with the question of, is there any amendments we should make to the code to reflect what may be reflected in number one? And while I agree that this could be better fleshed out in the Ethics Committee, if I'm going to support this, then 1 and 3 have to be the basis for it, and it needs to be that, hey, we're going to look at the executive branch to see if what they did was ethical and the way in which they did it. That's what I understand number 1 is. And number 3, if so, how do we fix it? That's number 3. Number 2 still doesn't make any sense to me about an ethical opinion about our appropriation, and I think that's a real dangerous place to go, folks. There's how many items in a budget? Millions. Anyway, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Starr, did you want to make a motion?
I'd like to postpone the matter and refer it to the Ethics Committee.
Second. Okay. Is there discussion on the motion to refer to the Ethics Committee? And the postponement would presumably be to our April. When would you have a committee meeting, Mr. Starr?
Well, as coordinated schedules, I can do it, tomorrow if need be. I think it's appropriate debate to discuss and bring back a recommendation of the body.
You want to try and do this on the 20th?
Say again?
You want to try and do this on the 20th?
If the agenda's not too full, sure.
It's pretty light, but it's supposed to be light. Let's make it the 27th just to be good.
Good idea.
All right. Okay, so the motion would be to postpone to the 27th. Mr. Klayman.
And I would speak against Mr. Starr's motion. I think there's two parts to the committees of the Assembly. One is that they don't have any legislative authority. When we have committee meetings, if everyone on the committee agrees, then we'll come back and say there was unanimous view on the committee, but sometimes everyone doesn't show up for a committee meeting. And so if there's different views on the committee, we don't come back with any committee recommendation. We just come back and say, well, the committee met and there were differing views, and here's what the views were. We actually have an ethics board created under the Ethics Act for the very purpose of addressing these kinds of issues. And I think it's appropriate to ask that ethics board to do the job that it is set out to do in the code, and I would encourage referring this to the ethics board and not delaying it any further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Ms. Johnston.
I actually would be in support of Mr. Starr's amendment because I do have issues as far as how this is written and understanding it, and I think just some clarification in the resolution would be very helpful for all of us. And I would be in support of Mr. Starr. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Birch.
Yes, I'd speak in support of the postponement as well. Anytime you have something like this, dropped in your lap, 15 minutes before the meeting, it doesn't really give you an opportunity to review it. I think this will provide some due deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief comment. Mr. Coffey mentioned a few times about the fact that we would be asking the Ethics Board to determine whether or not the appropriation that we made is ethical, and that, by golly, we make a lot of appropriations, and from what I can hear Mr. Coffey saying is that it just doesn't make sense to do that. But, Mr. Coffey, I think that you're mixing apples and oranges. This is a unique situation, and to ask the Ethics Board to look into whether or not that appropriation was the right thing for us to do, I'm willing and ready. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to ask us to pause in our debate here. It's almost 6:30. Has Mr. Ward showed up yet? Mr. Ward, are you here? Okay, well, we did our best to get your appearance request in. If you're watching on television, come join us next time. All right. With that, back to our discussion. I see no one else in the queue. Mr. Gutierrez, if you would. Thank you. I don't disagree with the idea of having the Ethics Commission take a closer look at this, because we've come into an interesting cyclical loop wherein the Department of Law initially advised the mayor that inquiring with the Ethics Commission was not necessary, and then after the fact, referring not just this issue, but every single discussion we've had subsequent to this, almost every single, the response has been, that needs to go to the Ethics Commission. Board, sorry. And so I think it's appropriate, and I think it's reasonable, Mr. Starr's request is reasonable to perhaps fine-tune this, but I think when it comes back before us in a couple weeks, we better agree that it's a good idea for the Ethics Board to take another look at it. Because if we don't, we're setting ourselves up for future failure. And so I'll support Mr. Starr's motion, but I'll be, I guess, pretty concerned if some of my colleagues who are supporting it with me don't support the ultimate referral to the Ethics Board when we get back to this on the 27th. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Any further comments? Is there objection to Mr. Starr's motion?
Mr. Flynn, can I ask you a question?
Please.
What do you mean we're setting ourselves up for you lost me.
The problem we're dealing with tonight was partly put in motion due to what I think was an erroneous opinion from the Department of Law to the administration that this matter initially.
Back on 2 administrations ago.
No. Back in February, when the Department of Law did not suggest to the administration that this item needed to be referred to the Ethics Board for appropriate conduct on behalf of the trustee.
Okay.
And since then, subsequent advice from the Department of Law is anything associated with this should be referred to the Ethics Board.
Okay, now I'm following you.
Okay. So given that, I think we do need to get this back before the Ethics Board, do get more definition, and if we don't do that, we're setting ourselves up for a future problem. Should anything, I can't believe this would recur, but anything similar to it recur in the future. And so I support the idea of working this a little bit, fine-tuning the language. I trust Mr. Starr, Mr. Gutierrez, or sorry, myself, not Mr. Gutierrez, and Ms. Drummond and I can get that worked out. But when it comes back to us in a couple of weeks, I think it's important that we all support that. Thank you for your question, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Klayman.
I will just note that one of the advantages of sending this now to the Ethics Board is it's foreseeable if there's kind of differing views on this body about how clear are the questions. The notion that if we send it back to the committee and they frankly make some more sausage, whether it be chicken sausage or pork sausage or moose sausage, that it will necessarily become much more clear to the Ethics Board it's an optimistic view, but I can't say I necessarily share that view. And one of the advantages of sending it to the Ethics Board now, which has a duty under our code to address issues, is if they actually find the questions confusing, one of the things they have the authority to do is write back and say, well, we found question number 1 a bit confusing, and could you give us some clarification? And that would come back to this body, and this body would be able to respond to that, whereas the committee trying to craft new language will probably still leave ambiguities and may very well again leave the Ethics Board sending questions back to us. And I think if the commitment from the body is to have these questions answered, the best way to do it is to get it to the Ethics Board sooner than later. And if they have questions, they can come back to us and we can clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to say that the note from the chair of the Ethics Board says that their next regular meeting is April 16th, and which probably means that their next regular meeting after that would be a month from that. So this really would delay things unnecessarily. I think we should approve 9B6 and send this item to the Ethics Board, and then I will propose postponing action on the other item after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Dr. Selcraig.
I will not be supporting Mr. Starr's proposal. I think the public wants some clarification on this. I think that there are some critical issues that are being asked. I think we need to get on with it. I don't think there's anything to be afraid of. I don't think it needs to be rephrased. And I agree with Mr. Klayman's analysis that it will just be another rephrasing. And basically, these are the 3 primary things that need to be looked at. We can get answers and move forward. So I'm urging a no vote on this.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Coffey.
I just have a question for Ms. Drummond, if I might. And the question is, when you say you would postpone 2010-92, 11B, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Postpone or table indefinitely?
No, postpone it until we hear from the Ethics Board. And they may ask us to get a legal opinion, or they may seek it themselves. I couldn't tell you. I'm not on that body.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Starr?
Through the chair, Ms. Tucker, can you advise me, I don't have my charter in front of me, but can you advise me what the responsibilities and duties are of the Ethics Board? It's spelled out. I know they're to advise the Assembly, but there's qualifiers in their duties as described in our, I believe it's in the charter, actually.
I'm not, through the chair, Mr. Starr, I'm not sure that there is a charter definition of their duties, but in the ethics code that the Assembly passed, that is incorporated in Chapter 1.15, there's a list of duties, and, there's a dozen of them.
Duties of the elections, or the Ethics Board. The duties of the Ethics Board is what I'm after. It says they advise the mayor and the Assembly, and then there's another statement or two behind that. And I believe it references that they weigh in on matters in regarding to the Ethics Code. Is that correct?
We could take a break and I could look it up.
Yeah, I mean, we may be asking them to something that's even outside their board's jurisdiction, if you will, in terms of relevance to the Ethics Code. And again, I only encourage a committee meeting because the Ethics Code is what they measure by, and the Ethics Code is fairly specific on what it covers. So that's why I think a 2-hour meeting where we can bring the chair of Ethics Board to us, we can weigh in on other matters that other Assembly members have in questions, and we can package the questions. I have no problem sending something to the Ethics Board. I think it's appropriate to flesh it out. I'm not here to delay it or do whatever. Have it tomorrow. We can so be prepared for that. But Mr. Birch's point is well taken, is that this is it. I don't have the duties and responsibilities of the Ethics Board there. I mean, I'm more familiar with what the Investment Board does, but the Ethics Board does X, and I want to know what they do. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. I think, given that council is reviewing your question, would the body object to postponing action on this until we can get a response from them and taking up item 13A?
Could we just vote on the refer to committee or not?
Yeah, I prefer to vote on the question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. With that, the question before us is whether to refer this item to the...
Actually, Mr. Chair, if there's a motion to postpone action on this vote, I'm happy to make the motion to take it up later and see how the body...
Well, the question's been called, Mr. Klayman. So the motion before us is to refer this to the Ethics and Elections Committee for review and referral back to the Assembly. A yes vote moves it to the committee. No vote, continue deliberation. So the vote is 6-5. That item, that motion is approved. We'll hear back on the 27th on that item. That brings us to item 11B. Ms. Drummond. We have a motion on the floor. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair. I'd make a motion to change the order of the day before 7 o'clock. I see that Ms. Morris is here as to the scofflaw, and if we could take that up before dinner. She spent 5 hours at the last meeting.
Understood. I don't think, given all the discussion, that item 11B will take very long. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to get that done, and then we'll have that in front of us.
Move to approve.
It's already been moved and seconded. So the motion to approve this item is on the floor.
That's right.
Is there any comment on this item?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Drummond.
I think I'd like to move to delete on page 3 of 3, item 3, just before passed and approved, remove the section that says that requests the mayor to return the funds dispersed. I think that's fairly impossible to do at this point in time, and I think it only confuses the issue.
So delete entirely?
So the motion...
delete paragraph 3, line 23 through 27.
Second.
Thank you.
Moved and seconded. Could we press the buttons, please? Is there objection to deletion of page 3, lines 23 through 27? Seeing and hearing none, that motion is approved. That brings us back to the original item.
Mr. Flynn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. You know, I spent a lot of time thinking about this one. And I'm in a bit of a unique position since I've been steadfast in my willingness to find out what happened on a lot of different topics that have appeared before this body, without regard to who did it or why it happened. I've always agreed to look back and make sure we did the best we could, and if we made a mistake, to figure out how to correct it. And so I'm willing to do it again. I don't think that we're going to find out that this was illegal. I think we're going to find that a lot of people made a lot of mistakes, perhaps ourselves included. But for the benefit of those of us who are going to be doing this a little bit longer, maybe not very much longer, depending on how we do, and for the benefit of those who follow us, I think it's important. And so I'm going to support this item, and I would appreciate my colleagues' consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. I've been that way too, haven't I? I've already said, let's find out what's happened, let's find out what's happened. And the body's gone along time after time, and I think the body's going to go along this time. And I said earlier that I don't think we're going to find anything more, and I think you just said that too. So, but if there's a hard look, it clears the air. And I think that if you look at the history of this thing over 20, how many years from when Tony Knowles was mayor? 27, Ms. Drummond, just I can read lips from this far away. And, you know, I don't know that there's a great deal of harm in this. And I think to get the certainty that this would resolve the issue, legal issue, that I think that with the deletion of 3, because that presupposes some sort of, we're going to get them. And just an inquiry probably is not too problematic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Birch.
I think this is nothing more than continuing political theater. I think we've got a 68-page package in our pamphlet this evening that we've all had an opportunity to review. We've had this first came up on February 2nd. It came up for public hearing on February 16th. It's now the middle of April. We've had an opportunity to give this due consideration, and I speak against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Starr.
I guess to Ms. Drummond, we have a legal opinion from Ms. Westover, and we've had weigh-ins by our lawyer that serves our staff. So what part of independent is not that? And I guess if we challenge that we don't agree, is that where we're headed with this independent review? Is that we don't appreciate the independent tone that Ms. Westover or Ms. Tucker would provide to us?
May I speak?
Please.
I don't think that people who work for the current mayor are considered independent. Our Assembly Council has not analyzed this from that perspective, and we haven't asked her to. And I think this really needs to happen from an outside opinion. The opinion that landed in my inbox late last night from an anonymous attorney reveals things to me that nobody else has revealed yet. And I'm sure that if we ask for an independent, qualified opinion, we will get answers that we haven't gotten yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Ms. Johnston.
I, too, have been one that has always wanted to clear the air, and I do think it should be, it's worthy. My only question to Ms. Drummond is, we're going to go to the Board of Ethics, and we're asking them, we think, some specific questions. And I'm just wondering, do we need to tie these two together, or do you really want to do it separate? I mean, do you want to wait for your decision from the Board of Ethics and then bring this up, or are you interested in doing this separately?
these are legal questions. The Board of Ethics is going to consider it based on the Code of Ethics, not legal questions.
Mr. Coffey.
Mr. Chairman, there's a couple of items. If you'll all look at page 3, lines 7 through 10, there are factual statements which may or may not be accurate. This is what I know, and Ms. Phelan is here, Westover's here, and I would like to ask her a couple of questions. Looking at line 9 through 10, my question to her is, did you have any discussions with the mayor at the time of, at the beginning of this process, before anything was submitted to the Assembly?
Point of order. Actually.
Well, I'm going to make a motion, but I thought I could get a question. Okay, if you want, I'll just move to delete.
Well, my concern is that you're going into attorney-client privilege matters, Mr. Coffey.
No, Mr. Klayman. If you ask if they had any discussions, you're not asking the content of the discussions. And then the person who can waive it is the mayor.
In either event, I'm sure Ms. Westover will inform us if we've treaded into inappropriate territory. So, Ms. Westover, the question is posed.
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, I did not have any discussions with the mayor before this documentation was prepared and presented to the Assembly.
Okay, and I'd like to direct the same question to the mayor if I can.
Well, we actually had one very brief conversation. Just so people know, when the item of disclosure is discussed, it hasn't come out in the documents, but when I first submitted the death certificate to the Employee Relations Department, I did disclose my role as trustee, and I think they knew I was mayor. When Ms. Westover contacted me to ask one specific question about who handled the trust because she had questions for the legal firm, I disclosed to her that I was the trustee of the trust. So on 2 occasions prior to any action being taken by municipal officials of any kind, I did disclose my role as trustee. What I did not do after getting the advisory opinion from the board was disclose to the Board of Ethics, which I quite frankly did not realize I should do. I thought I had done the right thing by disclosing to both employee relations and the legal department the trustee relationship.
All right.
Mr. Coffey.
Ms. Westover, you're the, I think they call it the ethics officer for the municipality of Anchorage.
That's correct, Mr. Coffey.
Did you advise the mayor when he disclosed his role to go see the ethics board?
No, I did not.
Do you think you should have?
In hindsight, I should have made that suggestion to him, yes.
All right. And then in the memo, and I've been second-guessed many times. Please understand. I just want to get clarity here. So I'm not trying to do that. In the memo to the Assembly, do you think you should have disclosed to us the facts that you learned during the course of this relative to his relationship as the trustee and so on?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, when I was preparing the documentation, I was preparing it based on who the obligation was owed to, and the obligation of the municipality was owed to the trust.
All right. Thank you.
It shouldn't have mattered who the trustee was, although in hindsight it would have been a better idea for me to include that the mayor was the trustee.
All right. And did I know that the form of the request came in the form that we see so many times on the, on so many of these things. The chair of the Assembly at the request of the mayor, which is a format. And my understanding is, in regards to line 7 on page 3, that one of the questions is the authority of the mayor to request an appropriation. And could you describe that in terms of the forms that you use versus the reality of the situation, please?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, the legal department several years ago created templates for the administration to use when it submitted legislative documents to the Assembly. And in accordance with the charter, it's always the mayor that submits them on behalf of the administration.
Right.
But it is just a form. He does not look at every document. He does not sign his name on the bottom of them. I don't even think he signs. There's an electronic signature for the mayor's office when they go through our system.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, on the basis of that, then what I would ask is that lines 7 through 10, page 3 of AO 2010-92 be deleted, because I think we've got clarity of the facts now, and I don't believe these provisions accurately reflect the facts, nor are they necessary for a legal opinion of the nature in which we are asking.
Mr. Coffey, would you please press your button? Ms. Johnson, thank you. Is there discussion on the motion to delete?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Coffey asked a very interesting question to legal counsel, and I want to kind of rephrase that question. The question was, did you have any conversations with the mayor prior to the preparation of the documents? And your response was no. I'm curious to know if you had any conversation with anyone on the senior staff regarding this issue, not just the mayor, but did anyone on the senior staff have any conversations with you or you with them regarding this?
Through the chair, Mr. Gutierrez, the mayor is correct. About a month before the documentation was prepared, I did get information from him about the attorney that was representing the trust so that I could contact that person.
Mm-hmm.
After that time, and while I was preparing the paperwork and before it came to the assembly, I did not talk to the mayor and I did not talk to any senior staff members about the documentation. I worked with Lucinda Mahoney and with David Ryan, the controller, for the financial aspects of where the funds were going to come from and what department they were going to be put into if the appropriation was approved.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Any further questions or comments on the motion? Mr. Klayman?
I will speak against the motion to delete this portion. I actually find in the world of the role of the mayor and when documents get submitted by the executive branch to this body, whether it be a form that has been long the form or whether it be a form that was created for one specific purpose, we have one mayor. And those that work for the mayor speak on his behalf. And so when something gets submitted by the mayor, it is coming from the mayor, regardless of how that form was created. And I believe that the mayor is 100% responsible for what gets submitted under his name. And so I think it's appropriate for this question to be asked, because part of what I believe the code provides is that when the mayor has a conflict of interest or can otherwise not act on certain things, that the city manager is authorized to take those steps to submit things on behalf of the executive branch. So there actually are provisions, if there are conflict issues, for the mayor not to take action in that role. So I think these are appropriate questions to ask, and I do not support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Mr. Starr, to the amendment? No. Very good. Thank you. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you. So what Mr. Klayman would have had the mayor do was be involved in the writing of a memo as opposed to standing back away from it and letting the Department of Law write the memo without the mayor's knowledge. So which is it, Mr. Klayman? Can he be involved or can he not be involved? And where does the mistake lie? Does it lie in the Department of Law or does it lie with the mayor? What the mayor has told us is that once he disclosed it to the Department of Law and responded to their question and disclosed it to the Department of the Human Relations, thank you very much, Employee Relations, that he had nothing further to do with it. So the Department of Law takes a template and submits it to us. And now you're saying clearly that he is responsible and should have corrected it when the ethics code requires him to stay completely out of it. So which is it?
Mr.
There you go.
You've been practicing law long enough to know that when you submit a document on behalf of your client, and in this case the Department of Law is acting as the mayor's attorney when they submit it, the fact that he didn't look at it still means that they're taking a position on behalf of the mayor.
Well, actually, the city attorney, Mr. Klayman, represents us as well as him. So perhaps they were acting on our behalf.
Well,
yes, Mr. Gutierrez, absolutely. Long history. The city attorney is the attorney for the city, which includes the assembly. And as a former staffer, you should know that, I think.
And Mr. Coffey,
ladies and gentlemen, I would appreciate some attention to decorum. Dr. Selkirk.
I appreciate that we have two lawyers debating this, and it makes me only think that it's probably to our benefit to get an independent lawyer to look at it. And so I will be supporting leaving this in, and I am interested in the discussion that comes from an independent lawyer. I appreciate the two lawyers making an effort to make the case.
The question has been called. The motion on the floor is deletion of lines 7 through 10 on page 3. Members may proceed to vote.
No vote keeps it in?
A no vote keeps it in. So by a vote of 5 to 6, that motion fails. The original motion is before us.
One last amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Starr's in the queue, sir.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Starr?
Well, I look at the dates in the packets, and I guess what we're trying to say is that the Assembly didn't really do its job, and we want a do-over. And I guess my issues with there's a process for that. You know, we see the item many weeks out. It's formally introduced to the body through what we've done tonight. We've introduced 11 items. It'll come back in front of us in the 27th and days in the future. So the problem for me also is that it passed that night 10-1. No reconsideration motion was moved the next day. And I guess 9-1, I'm sorry, yeah, absentee there. But my point is, what are we trying to do here? Are we trying to question ourselves, or are we trying to say that we didn't do the public's work correctly? And I guess that's important to me, so I know, first off, are we doing our job up here, and are we doing it effectively? Did we ask the right questions? Did we pursue the topic? And if we didn't, we need to own up to that statement, that we just didn't do our job correctly, and we want to do over. And now we're saying we want to do it over, and we're going to kick a topic back to us, and now we want a legal review absent of these qualified people that work for us. I don't get it. So I'm not really supportive of it for a couple different reasons. It's not going to really prove anything. And if the issue is we didn't do our job, that's our problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a floor amendment that was passed out previously. I'd like to move to insert the following paragraph to incorporate Attachment A and Attachment B by reference beginning after line 32 on page 2 of 3. And I'd like to read it. Should I read it first and then get a second?
Technical correction. Where are we? Page 2 of 3? Okay.
It's 6
okay,
lines.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Whereas public response and analysis have been active and are helpful in identifying the issues of public trust, as set out in the excerpt of the blog entitled The Mudflats, attached and incorporated by this reference as Attachment A, and the excerpt of the blog written by Melissa Green, or Henkema, attached and incorporated by this reference as Attachment B. And.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Would you press your button, please? Ms. Drummond, would you press your motion button, please?
Oh, sorry.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. On the amendment, are there any comments or questions? Mr. Coffey.
The job of the attorney, if this memorandum, resolution.
Microphone.
Sorry, I turned it off. I meant to leave it on. The job of the attorney, who may be selected if this passes, is to determine the facts and to go out and find them and then to give us a legal opinion. Now we're going to take something from anonymous blogger and put it in here. I suggest that if anybody wants to give this lawyer anything, they go ahead and give it to him. But I, for one, am not going to take the stuff that I have read on this blog and give it any credence or any significance. Let the lawyer we're going to hire figure it out without help from somebody who won't even put their name on something. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Stark, the amendment?
Well, the public doesn't get to read this, and it's quite funny, actually, in the way now we're supposed to expand our horizons into reading Patrick Flynn's daily log or blog or whatever. I don't write one on purpose because I think there's a time where my opinions up here are different than my opinions out there, because when I'm out there, I'm just like the rest of these folks there. They're my opinions. What our job is to do is to represent the folks that elect us and not kind of come up with our own summaries and postulations on what's right or not. We have to represent the folks. And I commend Ms. Drummond because that's what she thinks she's doing. But the method that we're doing it now is going to go ahead and take swipes at Patrick Flynn's personal opinions on his personal blog as somehow of evidence. So, we're going to submit this, and we're going to read it, and we're going to say, geez, Patrick, did you really say that? And I really don't think that that's appropriate. I think what we say on the record, I'll say it, record me, go back on the video and review it. I oftentimes do that, and it's appropriate to get the record straight. This kind of stuff is titillating. However, it's just inappropriate to admit as the evidence of the night, and it's got a funny tone to it. I won't be supporting the amendment to include it.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. I don't think anyone's ever referred to my blog as titillating before. But yes, is it allowed? I would just say that this isn't actually my blog. It's my blog being quoted by another blog. But anyway, Dr. Selkirk on the amendment.
Although I am going to support the motion, I am not going to support this amendment for the reasons raised. It seems to me that we are asking for a legal opinion, and it doesn't seem appropriate to me to be including in a resolution or an ordinance something that's anonymous and presents an opinion. It's just not, it's not quality information. It may be correct, but then it needed to come with a name and a reference, and there needed to be some indication of the person's credentials that wrote it. And it just, I think there's an important role for blogs in terms of sharing information and ideas, but anonymous information to me is not an appropriate source for public decision-making. So I will not be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Ms. Drummond.
Just to clarify, the bloggers are entirely public, and one of them is present in the audience. The other one frequently comes here. And what is anonymous is the legal analysis. And that was that person's legal analysis, or persons, I believe there may have been several involved, was requested. They requested anonymity of Jean Devon, or Mudflats, who published it on her blog this morning. So I need to correct the point that was made by a previous speaker that the bloggers are absolutely not anonymous. One of them, in fact, Melissa Green, has done some amazing analysis of all of this stuff, I believe due to her 20-year Justice Department employee experience, and her analysis has made a whole lot more sense to me than any that I've received from staff attorneys. Sorry, folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. I see no one else in the queue on the amendment. Are you in the queue on the amendment, Mr. Birch? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were in for the...
Yeah, I've been in there for about the last 6 times. I just wanted to get a word in before Ms. Drummond gets 3 shots. This is absolutely inappropriate. I mean, it's absolutely nuts to be cutting and pasting 5 pages of blog gossip and laying it into a resolution of this assembly. We have a public hearing process, as Mr. Starr referenced, on February 2nd. It came up before this body. We had 2 weeks to deliberate on it, ask our question, raise the issues, come to some sort of understanding if there's any shortcomings that we didn't quite comprehend. Then we had a public hearing. That is the appropriate time. And, and they should, we ask people for their name. We ask them to be accountable. And I think that's the appropriate process. But when you start cutting and pasting blog comments and trying to wholesale incorporate them into a resolution, and again, this is dated April 13th. I presume somebody may have had an opportunity to review it before the meeting. But typically we have a deliberative process that allows this to come out so you can, chew on it and have some time. And I do not support this amendment.
All right. Seeing no one else in the queue on the amendment would, members may proceed to vote. A yes vote adds the amendment. A no vote keeps it out.
This is to include the blog.
Correct. So by a vote of 2 to 9, that amendment fails. We have the original motion before us. Mr.
Chairman, I just have one technical amendment, if I might.
Please.
I move on line 16, page 3, to change the word authority of the Anchorage Assembly to the legality of the Anchorage Assembly, because we clearly have appropriative authority. We may not have been legally authorized to do it by virtue of the nature of the event itself.
Would you press your button, sir?
Yes.
Is there a second? Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, that amendment is approved. Mr. Klayman.
I just wanted to speak very briefly. Mr. Starr made reference to opinions from Assembly Council on this topic, and while I think many, if not all of us, have had conversations with Assembly Council on this topic, we have not asked, and she has not produced, Ms. Tucker I'm referring to, has not produced a written opinion about this matter, and so the only opinion we've actually seen is what came from Municipal Attorney's Office. I just wanted to correct the record on that topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Mr. Coffey.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I said earlier that I thought that you could put this to rest entirely on the basis of an independent review, and I thought that was a good idea. But when this body, after hearing what transpired, left the lines from 7 through 10 in, in my judgment, it took the question out of the realm of what are the legal consequences and created it creates a misrepresentation of the facts is what it does. Now, I would hope that whoever gets here would ask Ms. Westover, would ask the mayor, would ask anyone else who was involved in this thing to get the facts straight, him or herself, before rendering their legal opinion. Well, now, we have said, based on what I think is specious reasoning and factually incorrect, we have included in here that the mayor didn't disclose the potential conflict of interest when, in fact, he told us he disclosed it to 2 people, and the only reason he didn't go to the ethics committee is because, as a relatively new mayor dealing with a 90-plus page ethics code, he wasn't advised by the ethics officer that he should have done so. Take the spin out of the document, and you get my vote. If you leave it in, you don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote. A yes vote approves the item. A no vote opposes it. So by a vote of 6-5, that item is approved. I have one more item I'd like to take up before our break, item 13A. AO number 2010-16, ordinance to the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Code section 9.28.035, abatement of vehicles operated by delinquent offenders to allow a new defense to vehicle impoundment. We have an S version before us. The public hearing on this matter is now open. If you wish to come speak to us, Ms. Nelson, now is your time. I think you're the one to speak to us, Ms. Nelson, so if you want to come on down, we welcome your comments.
Hi, my name is Jenny Morris, and I want to thank you for bringing this up so quickly this time. I just want to say that this ordinance for me is so extremely important because of what I have been through, what the rest of my life is going to be like. It'll be in 3 weeks and 5 days will be 4 years since I was hit by this person who started all of this, or who brought me to this point. I volunteer at a retired assisted living home, and I work with seniors who are, next Monday we're celebrating one of them who is 98 years old. I don't see my life getting there. At least not the way that I had originally wanted it to, because of my injuries that I sustained from that accident. And all I'm asking is that the body will look at what the original issue is, and it's to protect the public. I mean, that's all I'm asking for, is to help protect the public. How this got, how these people got to this point of getting up to $1,000 is beyond me. Because it used to be that when you got a ticket, you paid it. You learned from the mistake. I mean, you weren't given the officer can say, here's your ticket, and the person can just crumple it up in front of you. I mean, I don't know how I got to this point. But to fiddle with something that is working, it's not working, I hear that it's only 1% of all impoundments. So it's not huge. I mean, it's very little on the specter. And to have changes put onto it that to me, especially number 2, the rental car agency, that's an absolute joke. Because they have access to a computer, they can look at the list, and they can see if these people are on there. Some of them don't even ask for driver's license or insurance. Well, not insurance, but driver's license. I mean, come on. You know, when you drive, it's a privilege. It's not something that you're just given, and you have to be held accountable. The lenders who loan out these cars, in my opinion, are sometimes just as bad as a scofflaw. Because you put certain items in here, and they're going to say, oh, I know a way we can get out of this, and I can continue to loan my car. It's just not, just leave it alone. Don't touch it. Don't fiddle with it. Make it so that it can continue to do what it's been doing for 2 years, and that is trying to help protect the public. That's it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Morris. Mr. Clayman, I believe, has a question for you.
Ms. Morris, you came to the Public Safety Committee hearing in which the Department of Law talked about the existing code and their at least initial response to these proposed changes. Was it your understanding that the Department of Law, at least at that point in time, did not support this change in the code?
I don't believe they supported it. That's what I heard. I was, again, in my letter that I gave all of you last time, was very impressed with the law department, because if a lender is honestly feeling like they should not be held accountable, they can take that to the law department, or they can take it to one of you, whoever their representative is. You can take it to the law department, and they will look at it. They've waived a couple of fees. So it's not, the city is not out there to get money. That's not what this was about. This was about protecting the public. And again, they are on top of this law. So I don't remember hearing they were supportive of this.
Was it your understanding they have, you've spoken about the rental car agency, so I won't ask about that, but as to the exemption or the proposal about military, somebody serving overseas, is it your understanding that if somebody makes a good case that they were overseas, that they'll be excused today without this change in the code?
Yes, it is.
And the same with if the vehicle was timely reported stolen actually before the whole event, again, is it your understanding they have the authority today to grant exceptions?
Yes, I do.
And then the last one about doctor's care for serious physical or mental incapacitation, again, if somebody makes a convincing showing to the Department of Law today that they have the authority, is your understanding to give these waivers already?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you very much.
There appear to be no further questions, Ms. Morris. We appreciate your forbearance on this matter.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to us on this issue? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Apparently there is someone coming.
Oh.
Mr. Trainee is coming.
I wrote this law.
Welcome, Mr. Trainee. Just kidding about the public hearing being closed.
Thank you. Dick Trainee, I live in Midtown. I would ask the body to postpone action on this to the next meeting, because, quite frankly, I'd like to have some say on where this thing's going. I wrote the law. The law is very effectively used in this town to get drunk drivers off the streets, to take cars away from people that are individuals like this lady. So I'd like the body either to postpone action on this or defeat it, one of the two.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Ms. Oski has a question for you.
Well, Dick, as you know, I was right with you, and I support it. And I do support it still. The only part that concerned me is I think that any time government takes private vehicles, you have to have a clear standard on what that is. There was a real good public safety meeting. Basically, all this would do, to my mind, it does not weaken the law, which I still support. It just says that specifically if you're military serving overseas, then you've got a good excuse. And if you've got, if your vehicle was stolen, then you've got a good excuse. It does not take away the authority of the department to waive, and to my mind, it's not going to weaken the law at all.
Well, Debbie, you stood with me when we passed this law, and I appreciate that. What I'm asking you for is to postpone action on this to a new assembly is seated. Okay, I'd like to work with you on this, Debbie, but I'd really appreciate at least a week postponement till the new assembly takes place.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Seeing no one else in the queue, I guess, sorry, the public hearing is still open. Anybody else wish to come speak to us on this matter? All right, seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed.
Move the S version.
S version is before us. A second, please. Okay. And Ms. Drummond?
Sorry, I move to postpone
Date, please.
until April 27th.
Buttons, please. Ms. Drummond, could you push it? Thank you. Okay, the motion is to postpone to April 27th. Mr. Gutierrez, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No.
Mr. Klayman, you're in the queue.
You know, I actually appreciate Mr. Trainey's suggestion to postpone action, but at the last meeting, we actually, I was one of the ones that didn't realize Ms. Morris had sat here for the better part of 6 hours until we came up with this about 10:45. And she's already come back twice, and I think, given that she's really been the moving force, I think we ought to take this up tonight and vote on it. So I will not support postponing action.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm going to speak against postponement for the reasons Mr. Klayman stated. I think that this has lingered long enough. I'm not in favor of the S version as it's written, so I will vote against postponement and would suggest that we simply vote on it one way or another tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Seeing no one else in the queue, the motion is to postpone to April 27th. A yes vote postpones, a no vote keeps it in front of us tonight.
I don't care. Jeez.
We need a few more votes there, please.
Yeah, could I?
Johnston. Ms. Osiander.
Point of personal privilege.
Usually we don't grant those.
No, I know I'm in the middle of it's a point of personal privilege, sir, which supersedes parliamentary procedure, even about anything. Yes, sir. Basically, you didn't give me a chance to speak to my motion, and I wanted, if I could, to just get a better idea what Mr. Trainey objected to, and he's kind of surprised me there. I'd like to work with him on it. He and I think we're of common mind, and I don't think there's any problem, but it would help to have some clue of what he objects to. It's been postponed 3 times. It's gone to Public Safety Committee, so I'm really torn on this.
I have 2 points of order with that, Mr. Chairman.
So that was my request, that if you don't mind, I don't really mind postponing it, but I'd like to have some inkling of why.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't get a chance in
I
the
was
queue.
hoping to see you in the queue, Ms. Osiander.
Well, I tried, sir.
That is my point, Mr. Chairman. What Ms. Osiander rose to was not actually a point of personal privilege. It was a point of order. But she had the same opportunity to poke the button and queue in as every other assembly member.
I was in the queue, Mr. Chairman.
Well,
Mr. Chairman, you can rule on the point of order.
Yeah, tell you what we're going to do. I'd like to have a motion to take our break so everyone can talk offline for a few minutes, and we'll come back and we'll have this vote after our break.
Appreciate it. So moved.
Thank you.
Very solemn.
I don't blame them. The motion on the floor was postponement of item 13A till April 27th. Ms. Osiander?
I have had a conversation with Mr. Trainey, and I'll support postponement.
All right. Are there any further comments on the motion to postpone? Seeing and hearing none, the motion is before us. Please proceed to vote.
Clarity. Postponing to a date certain or
postponement to April 27 meeting?
Thank you.
A yes vote postpones, a no vote keeps it before us.
Postponing the
Dr. Selcraig, Ms. Drummond.
Are out of the room, so
Mr. Chair, why don't you just ask if anyone opposes?
it's okay.
Oh, there are people who oppose postponing? He did. Oh.
Dr. Selcraig, the motion on the floor is to
Ms.
postpone
Drummond?
to April 27. Yes vote postpones, a no vote keeps it before us. This is the scofflaw ordinance.
Okay. All right. I have no clue. Are we voting now?
We are voting. Okay, and Ms. Drummond is not in the room, so we'll close voting. So by a vote of 8-2 with one absence, that motion passes. We'll take it up in a couple of weeks. That brings us to item 13B, AO 2010-28, an ordinance of Municipality of Anchorage authorizing submission by ML&P of proposed rate changes to the Regulatory Commission of Alaska. This is a change in your electrical rates, folks. The public hearing on this item is now open. If you wish to talk to us about it, come on down. Seeing, hearing, nope, coming down. Welcome, sir. Welcome back.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Bob Mayer. I'm a concerned utility ratepayer in town here. Now, first, as you come to the ratepayers, once again asking for more money, you must also be developing a plan of refund for monies already collected. What you need to be studying are all of the mechanisms which move money from the municipal enterprises and the municipal utilities to the general fund of Anchorage municipal government, which result in the need for rate increases. One of these mechanisms have been deemed by the courts to actually be illegal dividends. And once again, I would like those two words to resonate throughout this chamber: illegal dividends. Now, a ratepayer dollar is not a taxpayer dollar. A ratepayer dollar generally comes with many strings attached to it. For example, at Solid Waste Services, when the Anchorage Regional Landfill was opened, a comprehensive plan was written showing how the Anchorage Regional Landfill will comply with federal code. Part of that plan was the eventual care and closure of the facility. Anchorage municipal government chose two methods to pay for the eventual care and closure: a bond rating method and a GASB standard, which stated that we will pay for the closure over the life of the landfill. And, not or, two standards. Now, we, the ratepayers, have paid for that over the life of the landfill, only to find that the Treasury has been plundered. 2007, we had paid $18 million. You go into the CAFR, it shows only $1.3 million, and that came from the new rate increase. Illegal dividends. Now, at AWWU, with Anchorage municipal government, certainly recently having been subpoenaed and having turned those subpoenaed documents over, I think we're all just going to have to wait and see what those subpoenaed documents reveal, and more importantly, where they lead. Now we have ML&P coming up with what we were told is the first in a series of rate increases. Now at ML&P there are numerous mechanisms which move the money from the utility to the general fund of Anchorage municipal government. We have the MUSA, we have the supplemental MUSA, we have dividends, we have these intergovernmental transfers or contributions, which when properly studied will reveal that they are actually have the characteristics of being an illegal dividend. And we have things like this loan for this land out in Muldoon. I mean, was this actually a delinquent loan, or will it be classified as an illegal dividend? It's going to be interesting to see. The law is broken. The law is not working. And the reason that the law is not working is because it is Anchorage municipal government itself who is breaking the law. What are we to do? Perhaps the AWW ratepayers should begin to talk to the SWS ratepayers and get together with the ML&P ratepayers and maybe start studying municipal code and potentially changing significant portions of it. Last thing. The money you take from the municipal enterprises and the municipal utilities is not a right. It is not a right. It is a privilege. And perhaps it is time for that privilege to be withdrawn, all of the money taken, paid back, and the rates, not raised, lowered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a couple of questions. Ms. Osiander?
Thank you for providing information that was illuminating to me about the dividend that was paid by Solid Waste Services when actually they were in deficit according to what they should they should have done, which is contrary to code. And that's something that concerns me a lot. It was on my crazy list an hour or so ago, and it continues to remain there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Selcraig, do you have a question for Mr. Mayor?
Did you have any other further comments? Did you get
No, that's it. That's it.
I also want to express my appreciation for the information you brought forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Powers, welcome back.
Thank you. Billy Ray Powers. If we're going to see rate increases, let's see the rate increases for folks that have windmills. We need to look at net metering. Now, I don't know if this can be done really effectively at the municipal level. It's more of a state issue. It would be better if it was a statewide policy. But when somebody buys a windmill or whatever, a panel or whatever it is, and they have more electricity than what they use, they should be able to sell it to the utility at the same rate that they buy it from the utility. That's what net metering is. At this point in time, that doesn't happen. If you have electricity to sell to the city, you sell it to them for less than half what you buy it for. So I would like to see some progress toward net metering if we're going to continue to see rate increases, which we are. We're getting short on gas. It looks like we're going to have problems taking care of our energy needs here. If there is net metering, there's more folks more likely to look at some of these other alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. There's a question from Ms. Osiander for you.
Mr. Powers, actually, I wanted to thank you for bringing that up again, because we have been working on that. We have an ordinance that came before us on wind towers. It was referred to Title 21 Committee, and we spent a fair amount of time on it, but we have held it in reserve because we're waiting for the net metering regulations to come through the state. My understanding is the Regulatory Commission of Alaska has acted on that, and now it's with the state attorney's office to look through it. And the latest I heard that they're anticipating that we're going to get some regs clarified from the state probably midsummer to late summer. So once we get that from the state, then we can move ahead and look at how we're going to deal with that in Anchorage.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of the concern in committee was how big the towers are and how noisy they are, and do we want them in everybody's backyard? So be thinking about that one and give us some ideas.
Well, of course, I would prefer no regulations at all.
I thought you might.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Powers, just to elaborate on what Ms. Osiander told you, the RCA does have information on their net metering policy on their website. It is not penny for penny, though. I mean, you're right. It'll be a reduced rate that the utilities are required to purchase power back from independent producers.
Now, what website is this?
The Regulatory Commission of Alaska.
Oh, interesting.
All right.
Thank you.
Are you in the queue there? Okay.
I was just saying, moving right along.
All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to us on this matter? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Buttons, please. Hit your on-the-floor button first, sir.
I'm waiting on Mr. Cobb.
Okay. Dr. Selcraig, you're in the queue.
I'm not going to support this, and the reason I'm not going to support it is because I do think that we have to really evaluate with a careful eye this rate increase in light of the fact that there is a dividend being paid to the city, and also in light of the fact of the weight that ML&P is carrying in relation to the new development of the new generation facility, the transmission lines. I've just had questions for quite some time. ML&P users are, in fact, demographically lower-income people in terms of the demographics of the bowl, and I do have some concerns about asking those households to subsidize our government, and I do think it's okay for a utility to offer a dividend, but I have some questions, and I'm hoping that this body will carefully review the ML&P rate structure real carefully and what they're paying, and I think we've got issues in terms of lawsuits, so I won't be approving it.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Coffey. Mr. Coffey, you're in the queue.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the bulk of ML&P's customers are commercial, but because they had the foresight to buy a gas field, they're substantially lower than everyone else's. The purpose behind this rate increase is the fact that we are in the process of replacing antiquated equipment and that we are dealing with Chugach Electric in an effort to bring more efficient and better operating gas turbines to Anchorage. We approved not too long ago a $130 million bond issuance for the purpose of buying a new turbine, or our share of new turbines, and the requirement is that you pay for those. That's number one. Number two, by doing this, we will authorize this utility to go to the Regulatory Commission of Alaska. The big problem with Solid Waste Services is that we are the Regulatory Commission of Alaska when it comes to solid waste services, and we're ill-equipped to address those things and those rates. I don't think it is wise for us to supplant the Regulatory Commission of Alaska in regards to the electric rates that are applicable and the need for rate changes or rate increases. And so I would like this to go to them where the final decision would be made, and for that reason I will support the proposed rate changes and submission to the Regulatory Commission of Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am an ML&P ratepayer, so I'm going to be voting to raise my own electricity rates tonight. I do support this. I think that the ML&P Commission looked at this very closely and did their due diligence. It's up to us to pass it on to the Regulatory Commission of Alaska with even more expertise, who will weigh in and decide if this is appropriate or not. So for those reasons, I think that it behooves us to pass this on to the RCA and let them weigh in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. I see no one else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote. A yes vote affirms the ordinance. A no vote disapproves it. And so by a vote of 10-1, that matter is approved. That brings before us item 13C, AR number 2010-66, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $497,650 in hazardous fuels mitigation funding as a pass-through grant from the State of Alaska Department of Natural Resources under the 2009 recovery rating. Thank you very much. This is a grant for Firewise education and restoration. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. That brings us to item 13D, AR 2010-67, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $492,000 from the U.S. Forest Service Rural Fire Prevention. Thank you. Again, Firewise mitigation and education. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, the public hearing is now open. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve.
And a second, please. Thank you very much. Mr. Starr.
Well, I guess through the chair, the administration, this one in particular speaks from a rural nature, which for me, I've got quite a bit of rural territory out in our area. And last year we had a helicopter incident that responded, I think, 2 or 3 times. The first day we put the helicopter on charter, it put out a wildfire. And I got the answer back from the administration that there is no helicopter funding in this year's budget. Can you tell me that this, I believe this was the source of funds for the helicopter in the past, and I'm wondering why we're just trying now with $1 million here to not try to address that need.
Sure. I'll ask the fire chief to come and talk to you about that, but my understanding is that this grant did not allow the funding for it. However, it did continue on all the other efforts that we were making over the years.
Welcome, Chief Hall.
Through the chair, actually this is Sue Rodman. She's our wildland specialist, and she's been running the grants, and she knows much more about it than I do. So I was going to let her speak to it.
Thank you. I know her well. She does a great job. So if you can just tell me about the helicopter, I don't need to know much else. I've seen your work. And
the helicopter has been paid for through funds from past appropriations. So they were earmarks. And they were written legislatively so that they could pay for the helicopter. And after all of those funds were expended, we no longer received that legislative text that authorized paying for the helicopter. And to support that further, the Forest Service's text that followed for later appropriations specifically said that we cannot pay for wildfire suppression to include the helicopter or other equipment.
With these specific grants, but were they not the source of the money from before with the grant exclusion? Is that how we got the money before?
Senators Stevens, Murkowski, and Congressman Young supported the earmarks in the past, and these now are different grants through the National Fire Plan. While those appropriations came off the top of the fire plan, they did still come through as earmarks, so they could receive special text addressed specifically to the municipality. And these are coming through grants that have a lot more, I guess, requirements and stipulations associated with them.
It's a lot of money, too, and maybe I'm deviating from that. I mean, the last one was about an $800,000 grant, if I recollect. I thought it was $865,000, and you ran for 4 years on that. Now we're over $1 million, and we're not. It seems like the scope is now narrowed to the Woodlaw, which is an up-and-running program, and you've got a contractor out there cutting down dead spruce trees. This is the other program that'll continue in your education program. And what do you need $1 million for? I mean, it's not.
I can go right now, sir.
Pardon?
All of our staff is also supported by that. All the firewise education, yes, the tree cutting. So we operate off of, we've gotten appropriations since 2001, and all of those appropriations have been, they're still going. We use them up per their legislative text and how they're designated to be used. So
well,
while I can't...
I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm just
no, it's okay.
You guys do the burn piles. What happens if one of your burn piles gets away from you down in that Eagle River watershed area? Who's going to put it out?
Well, we're not planning to do any of the slash pile treatment via burning in that drainage right now.
Okay.
And we don't do very much of it anymore anyway. We only have one project this year where we're planning on actually burning slash, and that's because the local residents requested it because they wanted to minimize disturbance in Cross Park.
I heard that argument. But now what happens if we do have a wildfire in those rural areas? Are we hiking into it?
No, sir. Through the chair, Mr. Starr, actually, we have standing agreements with the Bureau of Land and the State Forestry. As a matter of fact, if you recall the Folker Street fire, we did have our helicopter there, but we also they actually had their spotter plane in the air prior to us getting there, and they brought their troops in. And so we have those set up with them, and we'll be able to address that.
Okay, so that helicopter is going to come out of Palmer then? Is that where they based that one?
Yes, sir.
And do we have sort of an operating agreement that they know to respond if we call them?
Yes, sir. They're responsible for all wildland fires in the state.
Great. Answers all the questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Gutierrez, hold on, Chief. Don't run off yet.
Thank you.
It actually answered most of my questions. The idea of us not having a helicopter on station here is fairly frightening, but we do obviously have mutual aid agreements with other agencies. What's the response time, however, for those assets in Palmer, and whether other assets are in the region that we can make use of?
Through the chair, Mr. Gutierrez, they're less than a 45-minute to an hour to get into our area. Once we notify, that's counting notification and getting them in the air. And if they're available, quite frankly, if they're not available, they do have them situated throughout the state. They have some down in the Kenai, they have Palmer, they have Fairbanks, and it all just depends on what the situation is. Every morning, we get a briefing from the State Department of Forestry where their assets are and what's available to us. And we staff accordingly when we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all. Thank you, Chief.
Dr. Selk, you have a question, please, Chief?
I have one question. Actually, the 45 minutes raised an issue for me. How long would it take if there were a fire? I've just been told that if there was a fire in the Potter Marsh area early in the morning when the winds are blowing across the hillside, how long would it take to, say, burn to O'Malley? At time estimates, I've heard, I mean, you guys have those kind of analysis.
She has some modeling that she's done.
Yeah, how long would it take?
May I?
Say there's a fire in the morning, early morning with the wind, there's those cross winds that run across the basement.
Unlikely that we'll get a fire in the early morning anyway.
Say mid-morning.
Yeah, and you may be basing some of that question off of a previous model that we ran back in 2002, which was done off of very preliminary data. So what I would offer at this time is we could rerun that model, but
the last time you ran the model, what did it say?
Well, I didn't run that specific fire. So anyway, it really depends on the set of conditions for that day. And if they're perfect, if all the stars align, so all the weather conditions, the wind, the humidity, everything is perfect, I can't tell you how fast that'll burn because it'll depend on how fast the wind is blowing that day. And if it's small enough, well, can we catch it when it's still a little fire? Or is it going to get into a big grassy opening where it's going to run across?
So I guess I've seen some modeling. I'm just wondering, the O2 model, I think, talked about 45 minutes to an hour, didn't it?
It's not going to, it won't go that fast.
I guess I'm just raising that concern. Okay, thank you. Not having a helicopter with mountainous areas right next to urban development, I think, is an issue, and I'm hoping 45 minutes is a long time if we've got wind and fire.
Yes, ma'am, but it will take much longer than that. When I was a battalion chief, we ran that specific, and we were going in models of 6 to 8 hours before it reached the tree line, above the tree line. However, our Anchorage firefighters are wildland qualified. They can throw forestry hose out, they can lay down line, and they can do incipient stage fires or beginning fires. They get right on them right away. They're all trained in that. As a matter of fact, this second quarter training is specifically for wildland urban interface.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
There appear to be no further questions. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Ms. Robbins. We have a motion before us. See no further comments. Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, that matter is approved. That brings us to item 13E, AR 2010-68, Resolution Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $122,760. This is for impaired driving enforcement. If you wish to come speak to us on this matter, the public hearing is now open. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. That brings us to item 13F, AR 2010-70, Resolution Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $168,943 from the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility.
Rating.
Thank you. This is for the Girdwood Industrial Park Ronay Road Improvements Project. If you wish to come speak to us on this matter, the public hearing is now open. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Second.
Dr. Selkirk, you're in the queue. You wish to speak to the matter?
No, thank you.
Okay. Is there discussion on the matter? Is there objection to this matter? Seeing and hearing none, item 13F is approved. That brings us to item AR 2010-71, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a $2,998,100 contribution. Thank you. This is for Subursa projects out in Ms. Osiander and Mr. Starr's district. If you wish to come speak to us on this matter, the public hearing is now open. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Seconded by Ms. Osiander. Is there discussion on this topic? Is there objection to this matter? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. That brings us to item 13H, AR 2010-72, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a $1,900,643 contribution for the maintenance. Thank you. This is for major facility upgrades and repairs in Maintenance and Operations Department. If you wish to come speak to us on this matter, the public hearing is now open. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on this topic? Are there objections to this matter? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. That brings us to item 13I, AR number 2010-73, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a $340,000 contribution. Thank you. This is for the library and roof repairs at Sullivan Reader, the library, and Anchorage Museum. If you wish to come speak to us on this matter, the public hearing is now open. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on this matter? Is there objection to this matter? Seeing and hearing none, that item is now approved. That brings us to item 13J, AR number 2010-74, a resolution appropriating $639,874 as a grant from the Department of Homeland Security. FEMA. Thank you very much. This is for protection of critical infrastructure in Anchorage. If you wish to come speak to us on this matter, the public hearing is now open. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Been moved and seconded. Is there objection to this item? Is there, seeing and hearing none, item 13J is approved. That brings us to AR 2010-76, a resolution confirming and levying special assessments for Special Assessment District 1P04, which provided, thank you, this is one of our special assessment districts. If you wish to come speak to us on this matter, the public hearing is now open. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on this topic?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you. I've had a number of complaints from the folks who live in this town and country estate subdivision area. I've gone and looked, and I've been told by the department that they will follow up on stuff that was finished poorly last fall. There's a concrete that was pitting almost immediately that had nothing to do with whatever homeowners did in the wintertime. It was pitting before snow ever got here. And there's some very poor landscaping that is impossible for folks to mow with their mowers because it's lumpy and hasn't been properly, it's just hasn't been properly done, and it's throughout the whole neighborhood. And I hope that there is some way to withhold final payment or parts of final payment until this is corrected this summer, because you can't tell until the snow is gone.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Is there further discussion on this topic? Seeing and hearing none, is there objection to the item? Seeing and hearing none, item 13K is approved. That brings us to item 13L, AR 2010-77, a resolution confirming and levying special assessments for a Special Assessment District 3P04. Thank you. This is for the Bayshore West Subdivision Special Assessment Area. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, the public hearing is now open. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on this topic? Is there objection to this item? Seeing and hearing none, item 13L is approved. That brings us to item 13M. As AR 2010-79, a resolution confirming and levying special assessments for a Special Assessment District 06-15, which provides street reconstruction and storm drain improvements on 58th Avenue between Arctic Boulevard and Silverado Way, and setting the dates of assessment, installment payments, interest on unpaid assessment. Thank you very much. The public hearing on this item is now open. If you wish to come speak to us, come on down. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and second. Is there discussion on this topic? Is there objection to this item? Seeing and hearing none, item 13M is approved. That brings us to item 13N, Resolution AR 2010-80, a resolution confirming and levying special assessments for Special Assessment District 08-10. Thank you. Public hearing on this is a gas line extension assessment, by the way. The public hearing on this item is now open. If you wish to come speak to us on this matter, come on down. Seeing and hearing nobody, the public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve.
It's been moved and second. Is there objection to, or is there discussion on item 13N? Is there objection to item 13N? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. That brings us to item 13O, Resolution AR 2010-78, resolution confirming and levying special assessments for Special Assessment District 04-25, sediment removal in Campbell Lake. Thank you very much. Public hearing on this item is now open. If you wish to come speak to us, come on down. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Michaelis.
Yes, sir. I've been asked on behalf of the affected parties to delay this until the next meeting, so what we're requesting is postpone this for a decision until the next meeting.
The 20th or the 27th, sir?
Either one would be fine.
The clerk, we need to make public notice of this. Can we do it on the 20th, given the agenda's already?
Didn't we approve it?
Okay, let's make it the 27th. If I could have a motion, please.
Move to postpone to the 27th.
Point of order.
Mr. Coffey?
Didn't you ask if there was objection, or it hasn't been passed?
No.
We haven't passed it. We have a motion to approve it for us.
Okay, I wanted to make sure you didn't say any objection and heard none, so that's fine. Thank you.
I asked for Mr. Michaelis first, actually. So we have a motion to postpone to April 27. Is there objection to that motion? Seeing and hearing none, this item is postponed. That brings us to...
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Just a question.
Ms. Drummond.
You closed the public hearing, and it sounds like did you not close the public hearing?
Yes, I did.
Reopen it.
I wonder if there are folks who want to speak to us on it who aren't here.
If we're made aware of folks who wish to speak to us on the 17th, we have the option, or the reopening, sorry, the 27th, we can reopen the public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
That brings us to item 13P, also known as the Jennifer and Chris Show, item AO 2010-22, an ordinance adopting and implementing the Hillside District Plan as an element of the comprehensive plan, amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 21.05.030 and 21.05.120 to add the Hillside District Plan and amending Anchorage Ordinance 2006-172, Attachment A.
Waive reading.
You're both fired. Folks, this is the Hillside District Plan. The public hearing is now open. We welcome your comments. Come on down. Welcome, Mr. Kenny. Anybody else, go ahead and queue up so we don't have to wait too long to hear from you.
Good evening to all. My name is Mike Kenny. I'm from Rabbit Creek, and I'm talking to you tonight as chair of the Rabbit Creek Community Council. The Rabbit Creek Community Council supports the Hillside District Plan as amended by the Planning and Zoning Commission. There's been a lot of time, a lot of effort put into the development of this plan, and we very much appreciate that. From the Citizens Advisory Committee, Agnew Beck, the staff at Planning and the Planning and Zoning Commission, everyone really put their shoulders to a very big project. We particularly recommend and support the changes recommended by Planning and Zoning as listed in their letter. It strengthens the plan, and it's necessary for the sake of completeness. In addition, we support an amendment to remove a portion of Potter Valley from the Water and Sewer District. This parcel is better suited to a large rural development, and we are pleased the developer recognizes and is proposing such a change. And finally, we recommend the Assembly allocate funds for the implementation of this plan at its earliest possible convenience within the next set of budget revisions. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. I see no questions. We appreciate it coming down.
Mr. Flynn.
Ms. Ozianer, sorry. Mr.
sorry.
Kenny, I apologize.
Mr. Kenny, I know your council has paid close attention to this, and I appreciate your comments. The Planning and Zoning Commission didn't agree with the administration on every point. Specifically, the point that I've been paying most attention to is the AWWU's request to basically outlaw community systems. This plan and P&Z's recommendation was to increase monitoring but not outlaw them. So Rabbit Creek Community Council basically goes with P&Z then. Is that correct?
We did not get everything that we would like to see. I understand that there's a limit on cluster systems.
Not in P&Z.
Pardon me?
Not in P&Z. Under 10, right?
Yeah, the limit was 10. We would prefer to see something different than that, but that's not what we saw. We are supporting the plan because 75, 85, 95% is better than zero.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. I see no further questions. Next up. Welcome, ma'am.
Mr. Flynn, members of the Assembly, my name is Vivian Mendenhall. I've testified a number of times on wildlife issues. I'm a professional wildlife biologist, retired. I live on Lower Rabbit Creek Road. And I've certainly testified at a variety of hearings on this district plan. I think it is much strengthened in many ways by the revisions, and I want to thank everybody who's worked so hard on it, including P&Z and the Planning Department and Agnew Beck. My particular area of expertise being wildlife habitat, I'm very pleased to see a number of stronger portions go in that respect. And I would urge the Assembly to follow up, as the last speaker did, in going on as soon as feasible with some of the stepped-on plans from this. In particular, what would be interesting to me would be Natural Resource Protection Plan. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mendenhall. I see no questions, but appreciate you coming down tonight. Mr. Powers, good to see you again.
Thank you. Billy Ray Powers. As a young man in my early 20s, I saw the vision of the beautiful view at Rabbit Creek. And I used to actually go up there with dates once in a while and enjoy the view. But
EG meeting, sir, just for the record.
But anyway, I decided that I should own a piece of that beautiful property. And I worked really hard to pay for a piece of property on the hillside above Rabbit Creek there. View of the whole world. I mean, expansive, mind-expanding. Rabbit Creek is a beautiful area. And though I really appreciate the zoning, the Title 21, you know, I haven't been able to develop that property. And the reason I can't develop it, it's a 30-year dream of mine. And being just a working guy, a poor boy, so to speak, paying the taxes, if I were to build a modest house on this piece of property that I've owned for 30-some years, just to build a modest house on that piece of property would cost me more than I can swing for taxes. I mean, just the taxes are going to be, $1,000 a month. That wasn't part of my dream. So, though I really appreciate this zoning and this Title 21 that's happening and protects us as property owners, it's the funding that I can't go with. I would rather spend the money on some really good police work and protect the public. I'm not talking about police work for revenue generation. That is a bunch of tickets and superfluous police work to generate revenue. I'm talking about good, solid police work. I would rather pay the money for that than to spend the money on this great big overblown Title 21 project. The implementation, the enforcement is going to be very expensive. And I would still love to be able to build a house on this gorgeous lot that I've owned since I was a kid. That's all I have to say, I guess.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powers. I see no questions.
Thank you.
Folks, don't be shy. I know you're out there. Come on down. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Chris Hamry, and I'm here tonight to ask that you approve the Hillside District Plan as submitted with the Planning and Zoning amendments. I have been involved with the Hillside District Plan as a member of the Oversight Committee, as a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee. I am the past president of the Home and Landowners Organization, commonly known as HALO. We have essentially the same boundaries as the Hillside District Plan. Shortly after Anchorage's 2020 plan passed, calling for the district plans, HALO and the affected community councils started lobbying for the funding for our district plan. Development was occurring at an accelerating pace. Existing zoning and infrastructure was not adequate to support the expanding development, and we appreciate the Assembly funding and providing the support for our district plan. I expect you'll hear a few of the shortcomings of the Hillside District Plan as this process goes on, but I'd like to mention some of the successes and talk for a moment about some of the things still left to do. For the successes, the Anchorage's 2020 plan set goals for the number of houses to be built in different areas of town. The Hillside District Plan meets our goals by increasing being creative with density, by using some new approaches for that density, and with little disruption to current zoning, to the current land use patterns, and to the existing neighborhoods. The Hillside District Plan studied the best way to provide water and wastewater disposal, and the consultants found that we have plenty of water for our wells, that the water quality is good, that our septic systems are working well, and that running AWW services on the hillside would be hugely expensive. The neighborhood commercial zones were pitched by the consultants for a number of areas, and the community pushed back wanting no commercial areas. The result has been one new commercial location designated and with restrictions that make sense. The recommendations for drainage are to have builders and developers keep new drainage on their site. Put the water back into your ground before it crosses your property line and before it can affect others. By containing and then reducing problems, we don't need to run expensive and big pipes to carry stormwater down to the inlet. So we've met 2020 goals for the housing units. Our on-site water and wastewater systems are working well. Compromises have been made for the commercial centers, and drainage problems can be controlled and can be reversed. The Hillside District Plan has done some pretty good things. What may be the most important part of the plan, and is the work that still remains ahead, is the last chapter, and that's the implementation strategies. How we put new programs in place, over what time horizon, and at what cost. The plan has called for a number of new programs, including a hillside well water protection plan, a citywide Chugach State Park access program, a district-wide rural road service program, which may include trails and possibly a new drainage authority. How new programs and new fees are presented to the public may be as important as what new programs are proposed. Too many new programs that's seen as too expensive, implemented too fast, can cause people to become agitated. And then there's the issue of taxes. Taxes inside the tax cap, outside the tax cap, how we approach this.
Mr. Hammer, could you please sum up?
I can sum up right there, but I can also respond to cluster systems if Ms. Osiander still has some questions about that.
Already in the queue, so Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
Actually, I want to thank you. You guys did some really exemplary work. I was really dubious if you could handle some of the really conflicting issues that came before this group, and it's a pretty good plan. If you want to address the cluster systems, so go ahead.
Cluster systems was somewhat controversial. I think there were some, and myself included, that supported the cluster systems, supported them in the AWW zoned areas. AWW was not supportive of that, and they raised a number of issues. The issues of oversight, of regulation, of engineering, of installation, of ownership, operation and maintenance, and these are all very important issues. Regulation, is it AEDC, is it MOA? If it's MOA, is it Health and Human Services, is it Development Services? Engineering, a licensed PE as on-site systems currently are run need to be taken care of. Installation needs to be licensed contractors that are competent to do this. Ownership, is it homeowners associations, privatization? There were a number of issues, and I think AWW articulated those as an issue to push back, but I see them as problems to be solved, and we do need to address those. But I see that a little competition for AWW when we solve these problems is not a bad thing either, and I think that it's okay to have neighborhood cluster systems in the AWW area and keep their feet to the fire to be competitive in what can be a competitive market.
I agree, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammery. I see no further questions. We appreciate you coming down tonight. Don't be shy, folks. Go ahead and come and sit down front if you want. We have lots of nice seats. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Tom Varney, and I work for Anchorage Tank and Welding, which is a local distributor of septic systems such as the Advantex advanced wastewater system. On-site septic systems historically have been considered a temporary solution until city sewer arrives. But something interesting has happened during this wait. Gradually, regulators discovered that the prohibitive cost of sewering America, and not just the Anchorage hillside, could mean that sewer might never reach every home. Now, in response to this realization, the on-site industry decided to clean up its act. During the last 20 years alone, a lot of sound science has been investigated and invested in creating systems worthy of a lifetime installation. So much so that organizations such as the U.S. EPA now consider on-site systems to be permanent solutions. You see, an on-site system allows the homeowner to simply extract the water from their property, borrow it, use it in their house, then clean it up in the septic system and put it right back on the same property at a different location. Now, one of the more debated issues on the on-site septic portion of the Hillside District Plan deals with the installation of cluster systems. I won't go into a detailed description of what they are, but I just want to let you know that while this seems to be a rather new concept in Alaska, it is not new throughout the world and also in cold climates just like ours. In fact, I brought samples. Examples of where systems are being used. Now, you may not be aware of it, but there is one such cluster system located out in Chugach. It's in the Wary subdivision. It's in its third year of operation.
The system presently serves 6 homes. There's 3 more homes to build for final build-out. And each lot has its own septic tank, but the effluent is treated elsewhere within the subdivision, and this has allowed the developer to maintain the wooded feel of the properties without clear-cutting everything to make room for individual drain fields on each property. So, while the hillside calls for district cluster systems, and of course planning and zoning agrees, the opposition seems to come from AWWU. And this may be because I think they had a bad experience with a cluster system many years ago, and that bad taste in their mouth still remains. But what I would like to do real quickly is just to let you know that the on-site industry has grown up. And we are held just as accountable for our actions as AWWU. That's all I got.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your comments. I see no questions in the queue. However, if we get one...
Am I able to leave these?
Please do. You can take them to those nice young ladies over there and our clerk staff, and they'll give them to us, okay?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Come on down, ma'am. You've been waiting patiently for at least a couple of meetings. And a couple of work sessions, too, if I recall.
Good evening. I'm Christine Minette. I'm the Huffman O'Malley Community Council Chair, and I'm here representing the Furrow Creek area. We would ask that this body adopt the Hillside District Plan along with Jennifer Johnson's amendments to protect the Furrow Creek area. The area that Jennifer is referring to with her amendments is an extremely sensitive area with very large open area and a lot of elderly people living there that development at this stage in their life would impact both financially and not be real keen on their land. So we do thank you and Jennifer particularly for all the work she's done with us in helping get this area more in line with what the residents of that area are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming down, and thank you for providing the email information earlier. Anybody else wish to come speak to us on the Hillside District Plan? All right, one of my constituents, Ms. Yoshimura, welcome.
Thank you.
You can pull that mic down.
My name is Connie Yoshimura, and I'm the managing member of the Potter Creek Development, LLC, which owns the 160 acres at the end of Potter Valley Road. We've requested and are supportive of the amendment to the Hillside District Plan that would downzone our property from a higher R3 SL to large lots R6 and take it out of the Hillside Sewer boundary area. We have met with the Potter Creek Homeowners Association, and their board approves of the large lot concept with well and septic systems. We've also, as you heard from Mr. Kenny, we have met with the Rabbit Creek Community Council, and they are also supportive of this plan and amendment. In addition to that, I want you to know that I have also spoken to numerous residents in the Upper Hillside area, and all have been in favor of the large lot concept. I want to assure you that the Potter Creek Development, LLC, will abide with the subdivision standards as specified in the MOA Chapter 15.65 wastewater disposal. Soils tests and lot layout will be submitted to the MOA on-site water and wastewater program to meet requirements, and changes will be made as required to meet MOA approval. I'd also like you to note that the road depicted through the 160 acres on map 4-9 of the May 7th, 2009 public draft of the Hillside District Plan is not a primary existing road like Rabbit Creek, DeArmond, and Huffman Road as depicted on the map. It is an unimproved dirt road following an old established homestead trail, and it is managed and maintained by a private group of homeowners. And I'd appreciate it if you would take that, make that note. I also want to assure you that the property is located south of Potter Creek and is east of Village Scenic Parkway, and no drainage would be affected to the Potter Marsh area itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yoshimura. I see no questions. Thank you for coming. Oh,
I just
I'm
have
sorry.
one clarification. I'm looking at the minutes from the P&Z meeting, and you were on P&Z for that, but you excused yourself from the vote. Is that how you handled that?
That is correct.
Okay. I just wanted to cover the disclosure, but I saw the A vote supportive, and your name wasn't there, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshimura. Come on down, sir. You've been lurking in the back. I'm glad you came forward. Welcome.
I'm Steve Eng. I'm the civil engineer and hydrologist for the Powder Highlands subdivision for County Yoshimura.
You can pull that mic up a little bit so it's a little more comfortable for you.
Yeah, I'm the civil engineer and hydrologist for the Powder Highlands subdivision. It's generally, it's 160 acres, generally good soils, glacial moraine soil. So it's typical of the mountain subdivisions around the Anchorage Bowl. And right now we've got a preliminary subdivision layout of about 70 acres. That might be reduced. We've, as we try to get around about a half a dozen marginal soil tests that have a little bit of high groundwater, but the majority of the test holes are very good. So we're working with the MOA, and we've met already with them, and I don't see any problems that will stand in the way of eventually getting an approved subdivision.
Thank you very much, sir. I see no questions. Sir? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Wayne Westberg. I'm a 35-year resident of the Lower Hillside area, and I've been a water well contractor for 41 years. I was a member of the Citizen Advisory Committee, and I'm the current president of HALO. HALO supports the Hillside District Plan, and it also supports the amendments presented by Planning and Zoning. It also, HALO supports small utility systems on the hillside, in the hillside area, and within the certificated area of AWU, or the water utility. We also very strongly support the well water protection program as presented within the Hillside Development Plan. And within the context of well water, I'd like to make a few statements from my own personal experience and from data that's been collected. There occasionally have been stories about water shortages on the hillside. Though some individual wells have had some problems that have been rectified, there is no water shortage on the hillside. As a matter of fact, we utilize a little bit less than 20% of the USGS estimated groundwater through flow of the hillside, which that estimate, by the way, is in the neighborhood of some 20 million gallons per day. Additionally, I'd like to state that there is no nitrate or well contamination issue or problems on the hillside. However, with increasing population, it is and will be important to have a database, and it will be important to remain vigilant, and that's what the well water protection program is all about. It's not about fixing anything, it's about monitoring and making sure where we are and then addressing issues if and when they were to present themselves. To put things in a little bit more numerical statistical perspective, there are about 14,000 couplet systems, domestic couplet systems within the municipality of Anchorage. In other words, by couplet system we mean well and septic. If you prorate 3 people per household, that equates to about 42,000 people served by domestic wells alone. In addition to that, there are a number, 60 or so small utilities, water well and or septic utilities, servicing people in the hillside, or not just in the hillside, but within the municipality of Anchorage, with an estimated population of somewhere around 10,000. So we're talking about upwards of 50,000 people who are currently living on well and septic utilities.
I apologize. Can I ask you to summarize the remainder of your text?
Okay. I have some statistics here as far as nitrates, which I'd like to introduce. They're a compilation of ADEC values that are reported to them on an annual basis from some 42 small utilities on the hillside.
Thank you, sir. And Ms. Johnson has a question for you.
Just wanted to make sure you were finished.
Did you
I'm
get
sorry?
I just wanted to make sure you said all you needed to say that you wanted to say.
Thank you very much, sir. I see no further questions. We appreciate you coming down this evening.
Okay. Where would I give these?
Give those to Amanda. Wave your hand so we can see you. Okay. There you go. Perfect. Don't be shy. You can wave. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. Ray Amsden, Anchorage School District Facilities Director. There's just a few points I'd like to make tonight with regards to the discussion. The Furrow Creek transitional area that is a part of your discussion tonight does include one of our elementary schools, specifically Huffman. That school is served today through a sewage pumping system so that all the sewer that's generated gets hauled off-site by truck. That hauling comes at a significant cost to the district. Right now, it costs us about $40,000 a year. And if you multiply that out, simply 10 years, you're looking at close to $500,000 in operating costs. We spent about $400,000, I think it was in 2004, to upgrade that holding tank system. Obviously, it's good for a while. It had the quality appropriate for that. But at some point in time, that likewise will be needing to be renewed again. And so we're, again, talking in the millions of dollars of district funds to do that. My request tonight is that this body keep the door of opportunity open for a future connection to that school. We think it's appropriate for us to be prudent in the way we operate the school. And lastly, how that's accomplished, we don't know how that would be done today, but I would suggest to this body that it be done through thoughtful, careful development. And that would, at some point in time, would bring service to the school at an affordable price tag. So, with that.
Thank you, Mr. Amsden. You've got some questions here.
Oh, thank you.
I bet you'll wait till we're done. Ms. Johnston first.
Have you seen the amendment that I am going to be proposing tonight as far as the Furrow Creek?
My understanding, your amendment removes that area from...
Right. Do you also, is it also your understanding that at some time there will be study as far as the need for water and septic?
I'm sure that as time goes on, there will be probably continuing discussions.
And do you understand that also that Planning and Zoning and AWW have agreed to my amendment?
I don't know that I'm knowledgeable of that. Once again, we would prefer that you keep that opportunity there tonight.
But the opportunity, there's always opportunity to, and also are you aware that currently if there are two routes for trunk to bring the septic up, the sewer up to Huffman, and one would be $4.5 million estimate and the other would be $5.5 million to take it to the school, right?
I do understand if it's a standalone project just to serve the school, it would be very pricey.
And so if it isn't a standalone project, you'd also need to have the surrounding neighborhood interested in doing it with you, correct?
I understand, and that's my comment for thoughtful, orderly development.
Right, and with my amendment, I think you'll find that at some point, if that time comes for the school and the neighborhood, then you have an opportunity to do a trunk improvement district, which would include everybody and maybe would be at less cost to everybody.
I'm aware of the process, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Starr has another question for you.
Spring Hill Elementary, how is that one served right now?
It's on city services.
For both water and sewer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Well, that wasn't too bad, Mr. Anderson. You're off the hook. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for coming down tonight. Anybody else wish to speak to us on this matter? Come on down. And anybody else behind him, come on down too, please. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, Assembly, my name is Gary Bio. I've been developing residential subdivisions in Anchorage for the last 18 years. I own a 20-acre parcel of land in the Furrow Creek transition area as described in the Hillside District Plan. I have been planning a subdivision there for some time. We back behind Huffman Elementary. I have spoke with Mr. Amsden. I spoke with Ms. Johnston. I would like to develop my project and was hoping we would get the draft that I believe planning first introduced, and then it was changed, and the language is very restrictive. And now Ms. Johnston wants to eliminate AWWU from moving into the area. So I'm asking that you adopt the original plan and vote her amendment down and allow development to happen. I'd like to run sewer up Clio, and with the school's help and the two churches, I spoke to them, they're very interested, and if you adopt this plan, that would eliminate that opportunity. So.
Thank you, Mr. Bilo. There's a couple of questions here. Ms. Johnston?
Yes, we spent quite a bit of time on this.
Yeah.
And we've discussed the cost of running sewer, and the estimated cost from AWWU was $4.5 million up Clio. We've also discussed that maybe sometimes it's less expensive with a contractor than it is with AWWU, and we came to about $2.5 million. What do you think the density would be that you'd need to do? And it's just under 20 acres, right, your parcel?
Yes.
And what kind of density would you need to do to be able to support bringing the sewer up and the water down?
Between 80 and 100 lots, unless I get support from the school. I'm not sure if Mr. Boss spoke to you after our meeting.
Mr.
Brian Boss, AWWU.
We've spoken many times.
Okay. Well, he called me after the meeting and stated that my plan would possibly be accepted. So my plan is to go up Clio. It will not cost $4.5 million. So what I think he was trying to explain to you is a possibility going down Huffman and the sewer trunk tariffs and a number, it's very confusing, but what I'm after is just a sewer improvement district, and I go right up Clio. I do not incorporate a whole lot of other things. Right now there's 400 lots plus the school that is under capacity on that line on Clio, and it's been that way for 20 years. So I'm going to go in and request from AWWU that I can hook to that line and add 400 houses plus the school on it. Nothing else. If someone else wants to hook to it, that would be fine also. And you could have, I would take 100. There would leave 300 houses that could hook to it in that area, which there is not right now, and the school. So I think we're probably on a different page in understanding the exact way that could happen.
But still to do it, you need to put 80 to 100 houses on the under 20 acre lot. Are there wetlands on your land?
I've got 1 acre, and it's not been classified as wetlands. I had a study done, and it has not been classified as yet. I've pretty much put everything on hold, because if I can't get AWWU to extend their sewer boundary to Elmore, then there's no sense moving forward.
And then also one of your lots would have to be used for a pressure house for the water, correct?
That is possible. Until they get the tank up, they really won't know that.
Yeah. Okay,
I did not have to put a pressure tank at Sand Lake. I did a similar subdivision, Muirwood Park. The water line, the tank is on Kincaid Road, and it supplies the airport. I did not have to put a pressure tank on that. Once they monitored it, it was not necessary.
But was that a loop?
Pardon?
Like this one, was that a loop like this one? This is a loop.
This one is not a loop.
In Kincaid?
In Kincaid, it's not a loop.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
There's a few more questions for you here, Mr. Bott. Dr. Selkirk?
Yes, I'm curious. It's my impression that you'd like to see water extended into this property, and you're actually interested in a higher density development. And the estimate for the extension was $4.5 million, and your estimate was that it would be something that you would shoulder a percentage of and work with the school around.
Correct.
How much of that would you imagine, just kind of ballpark, that you would be making a commitment to?
A minimum of $528,000 and possibly $750,000.
So the balance then would have to be borne by the school district?
that would be my cost. I mean, if it came in more than that, I wouldn't do it.
You wouldn't be able to do it? Okay,
No,
thank you.
but right now, our numbers show that's a possibility.
So basically, the school district would be looking at several $1 million, $3 million?
If they went on if came up Huffman, yes. But if they do my way,
What
no.
if they did your way? What are your numbers?
Well, I've spoken, we've met with Mr. Amston, and, I'm looking for, we split it. So let's say if it was 750, they'd pay 350, I'd pay 350.
$750,000?
750,000, yes.
Is the total?
Yes. Yes. Mr. Boss is here, maybe he should explain that possibility exists, or if so, tell me it doesn't, because I've wasted my time and yours. But in essence, that's what I did in Sand Lake. I extended the sewer there a half mile from Sportsman's Point into Muirwood Park, and I did a sewer trunk assessment district and did not charge anyone anything. I picked up the whole cost and got permission out of, had a lot of resistance from the neighborhood, but once I got the go-ahead, 23 of the 24 people hooked to it, and within a couple of years, the side streets also hooked to it because I had reduced the cost. I paid the sewer trunk fee. And if I can get enough lots, which was recommended by the consultants on this plan, and the language from planning department recommended that also, then I could get enough lots to where I could pick that cost up.
Thank you.
Mr. Birch.
Yeah, just thanks for your testimony this evening. One of the questions could you refresh my memory on the kind of the zoning and the dwelling unit, the current dwelling units per acre zoning, on each side of the parcel and that you're looking at?
Presently, it's all zoned R6.
Okay.
A lot of it probably should be zoned R7 because there's a number of lots in my area and across the street in Taos West that are non-conforming. They should be, they're half acre and they don't have water or sewer. My area is R6. What the recommendation is more in conformity with an R1, R1A designation, which if I had that, then I would be willing to adopt some of the plans that the consultants recommended with buffering, drainage. Most of the drainage comes down me. Everybody over 30 years has pushed all their drainage onto me. But I would try to deal with that, but I need enough lots and enough flexibility to where I can manipulate it and massage it, so to speak, and get it to where it could work.
Okay. So basically you're looking at it's in an R6 area.
It's in R6 right now.
Because that some of the pushback that I'm hearing are people that like the larger lots, water, with on-site water and sewer,
Right.
and are concerned about having the higher densities immediately adjoining them.
Right. In my area, there's probably about 20 lots that are non-conforming to smaller lots, and some of them are as little as 10,000 square feet. So, in essence, we would be very similar to those lots, but there are also larger lots. We did the same thing in Sand Lake. It was pretty much, it had a lot of the similarities, and we went through there, and really it hasn't changed there in 14 years. That was 14 years ago. So the impact, can be minimum.
Yeah. Well, I personally am intrigued by getting the school squared away. So.
The public benefits are, way outweigh any negatives to get sewer in that area.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Ms. Osiander.
I think I misheard you, sir. How many homes did you say that you wanted to put on these 20 acres?
I'd like 80 to 100. Right now, they're recommending, they'll eliminate the whole thing, if this is adopted. But I would
What size lots are you thinking?
8,000 and possibly down to 7,000, because some of the lots will be longer and larger on the buffer area, according to what the consultants recommended. So then what I'd ask for is smaller lots within the middle of the subdivision. So on the edges, they'd be bigger to buffer the adjoining neighborhoods.
Well, it's quite a big difference from acre and a quarter down to 7,000.
Oh, well, yeah, well, they recommended this area for 8,000 square foot lots. 3 to 4 acres, or 3 to 4 dwelling units per acre is what the consultants recommended. But the new plan that they're asking you to adopt has watered that down to very restrictive to only 3 lots per acre, which you can't do anything with, really.
There appear to be no further questions, Mr. Bio. We appreciate your coming down and the communications you provided to us beforehand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak to us on the Hillside District Plan? Now is your chance. There she is. You're hiding on the side. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, I was trying to get ready. My name is Katie Nolan, and I'm a resident of the Hillside, and I want to tell you a story tonight, okay, because you're bored with all the garbage stuff. This is fun. There's this place on the hillside. It's this great, great big place, and a lot of people live there, like 360 people live there, and they all live on these great big lots, and they all are very, very happy, and some of them have been there for like 30 and 40 and 60 years. And some of them are getting kind of old, and they're looking around, and they're kind of excited about what's happening to them. But then something happened. In 2001, a piece of property was sold. It was a 19-acre parcel, and it sold for $300,000, and it could hold 16 homes at its current zoning in R6. Now, this parcel is in the little teeny donut hole in the middle of all this other land that's zoned R6. This little place that can hold 16 homes, now apparently somebody wants to put 100 homes on. Now, what this is going to do, and you can find it on this paper on the back of Ms. Johnston's amendment, and if you will look, there's right there is the 19-acre parcel that we're talking about, and all the way around it are R6 zoning. People that have lived there for a long time, including some of our founders, who some of those roads are named after. Now, what will happen if services go up there and if the properties are rezoned, and we have those facts and figures, I know you've seen them, we mailed them to you. Property values go up, property taxes go up. The assessment, just the water assessment for a typical R6 lot, is going to cost the neighbors, the owners of those properties, between $150,000 and $300,000. That's AWWU's guesstimates, not mine. This is going to have a huge impact if we determine not to adopt Ms. Johnston's amendments. What I'm urging each one of you to do tonight is please look at these amendments and support them fully. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Birch has a question for you.
Thank you, Katie, for coming down this evening. Having gone through a number of the planning briefings and charrettes and the community meetings as a plan was developed, why did the Hillside District Plan end up not incorporating? I mean, I'm just trying to understand why that boundary got bumped up as a recommendation.
Well, this has been an interesting game. I likened it one time to whack-a-mole. I actually was asked to serve on the very first Hillside District Plan community organizing meeting, like 2003, I believe it was. And we determined what we wanted at the time. And what we wanted to do was protect what was existing uses and guiding appropriate future development so that we all can live there. The plans that included Fir Creek didn't really come to task until the Muni got involved. And then it was like a game of whack-a-mole. We would see a new piece of papers come out, and we'd whack them down, and we'd say, please, no, we're not going to do this. We're going to protect these people, and we're going to protect these homes. And they'd say, okay, and they'd go away and write more papers, and there it was again, and we'd whack it down, and we'd whack it down, and it just popped back up someplace else. Actually, there's a commercial on TV now about whack-a-mole. It's cute. But until Ms. Johnston's amendment, we don't have the final whack-a-mole. And what we're asking you to do is help us.
Thank you. And Dr. Solhekberg has a question as well.
I'm a little curious about what whack 'em down means.
Whack-a-mole?
I mean, when you talk about whack 'em down, are you talking about whacking down density? What are you talking about?
Forcing high density into the middle of an established residential neighborhood is wrong.
Okay, I'm
in
just
my
asking.
opinion.
It wasn't clear. Is the issue that the 2020 plan have too high of expectations for the hillside in terms of density?
Actually, Ms. Elkberg, if you look at, we refigured, actually, when Ryan Stinson was president of the Huffman Community Council, she actually refigured the numbers, and there was a glitch in the numbers. We are actually above the numbers recommended for the title in 2020. We're actually above those numbers right now because of the rezoning that has gone on along the Lake Lotus corridor, where services are available.
Okay, thank you.
So we're, I believe, 20% over the numbers right now as existing, the numbers that were called for in density.
In the 2020 plan.
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
I see no further questions, but thank you very much for coming down.
Thank you.
Anybody, sir? Anybody wants to testify in the Hillside District Plan? Come on down. We want to hear from you. Welcome, sir.
I'm glad to be able to speak to the Assembly and the Mayor. My name is Dennis Allen. I live in the Lower Hillside area, which may or may not be affected by this plan, but I do have a fear that in my retirement, which I am retired now, that someone will come along and force a AWW system on me that I can not afford on a retiree's pension. So what I'd just like to do is encourage the Assembly to support Jennifer Johnson's amendment, and at least in that may offer me some protection in my home that I've been in since '91 and plan to be there another 20 years, hopefully. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else who wishes to speak to us in the Hillside District Plan? Come on down, sir.
Good evening.
Welcome. You can pull that microphone up. So there you are.
I'm like Connie, huh? Anyway, I'm Jim Jensen. I own Anchorage Tank and Welding, and we do lots and lots of on-site systems here in town. And we've got the technology like Tom testified earlier. And like the gentleman who's got the property, and we could keep the same R6 zoning and put on-site. And so those lots aren't really just going to go to waste. You can keep them R6 and we can develop them. And that's the whole idea behind this. And the technology's there. It's safe. We're not contaminating people's wells and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not going to probably run into my 4-minute limit here. So.
Okay. It's actually 3, but you're doing just fine. Ms. Osiander has a question for you.
Thank you for this.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And these are some of the literature that we had. I think I emailed most of the folks here, and there's the university study on on-site systems they last forever. They're in its eternity, and we're not waiting for the big pipe to come to save us all. So it's and these universities that do these studies have no economic gain or loss. So it's pretty even keel.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Selkirk has a question for you, too.
Yes.
What kind of maintenance do these systems require?
The advanced systems, we have within the municipality on the on-site, there's Category 1, which is just a regular septic tank, go into a traditional drain field. And there's a Category 2, is the old sand filters that pump the effluent over a sand filter with some air. These Category 3 systems are the best systems out there. They provide the best effluent. What was the question? I'm sorry.
I'm wondering, are you talking about the clustered systems?
They're both. It's the same technology. It's whether we're treating on-site for one lot or we're bringing effluent, septic tanks with no drain fields, effluent to a designated area where there would be a treatment taking place with the same technology.
Okay.
It's called the Advantex technology.
So in that setting, what kind of maintenance, what kind of attention do they
We
need?
monitor them. We've got a Vericom system, which is a phone line is hooked up to each of the homes, and we're monitoring them all the time. Tom gets emails from septic tanks telling them, we've got a pump that's gone or something like that. So we're actively doing this, and once a year we go out to the site and we do any cleaning, adjusting, maintaining.
What's the life expectancy, say, of a clustered system?
Forever. I mean, they
Say
should,
6
they should last
houses or
forever.
12 houses forever?
I mean, if you're on if you're overcoming gravity with a pump, the pumps that we use are 25-year pumps. The same thing as your well. I mean, how often does your well pump go out? It doesn't really go out very often.
Thank you.
There's no further questions, sir, but thank you for coming
Okay.
down.
Thanks a lot.
Appreciate it. Anybody else wish to speak to us on the Hillside District Plan? Seeing, hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. Or do you want to speak, sir?
Yeah.
All right. We'll give you.
Sorry about that. A little slow, you get old.
Your name, sir?
Do we need to move to reopen?
Go ahead and move.
Move to reopen.
Second.
All right. Seeing no objection, go ahead, sir, and please start with your name.
Joe Burnham. I'm a hillside landowner on 320 acres up there. I support some of this plan. A lot of the plan I have a lot of trouble with, and I'm not going to go into it because it's too complicated, and the individual items I have trouble with are too complicated. But one thing that I think you should do as a body is protect me and some of these other landowners and whatnot, or everybody up there, from basically you, I guess. There's several items within the body of this plan that are major funding issues that require a vote of the people affected by the different items. There's I don't know what the acronym HRTSA or whatever. Anyway, there's a massive plan for the drainage, the road system, the trails, and it's going to cost a great deal of money. I certainly can't afford it. I'm sure a lot of the other homeowners are burdened by their taxes. They can't afford all these additional costs. Where the money's going to come from? One thing. Two things. If we are going to have to vote on it to fund this stuff, I don't think any of this plan should be like the Title 21 staged in. Until it's all adopted, none of it goes into effect. And this thing, until all these items that have got to be voted on by the people, if we're going to tax ourselves, none of this thing should go into effect until those votes take place. I mean, if y'all pass this plan tonight, it still shouldn't take effect until the major funding items, because without those major funding items, this thing would be about 15 pages long. You know, there's not a lot of body to it without a method of funding it. And, you know, what's the economic impact to the existing landowners and to the land to be developed out by this plan? That hasn't been addressed. And the P&Z amendments haven't been incorporated into the document, and I'm so confused. I still haven't got the two of them blended together where I even know what we're voting on tonight. And then probably a lot of you guys don't even know what we're voting on tonight. But that's the main gist of it, and I will get to one or two things that personally affect me. There's a policy in here on, well, there's one item that's page 26, 14G Development Standards. It's specialized. This is like 2.5 pages of special stuff for developing in alpine areas. And one of the things is requiring an environmental conditions map and a bunch of other stuff that's got to go along with it. And you've got to submit that before you can submit a preliminary plat. Okay. I can see the reasoning for it and I understand it. But it says that the review and determination by the muni will be in a reasonable period of time. I think there should be like a 30-day window on a reasonable period of time. I recently got a field permit for one lot. I was told it would be up to 6 weeks to get that permit reviewed. I did it in 3 days. And then they locked the doors so you can't get back in there to get walking through anymore. That's it.
All right, thank you.
Oh, well, somebody asked me a question, please. I got one more thing.
Ms. Johnson has a question for you.
Would you like to continue?
Yes. There's one thing in here that really affects me. I bought a 160-acre tract to have a home site, kind of like that guy's dream, 30-year dream he had. And it says in here that there's no development on certain identified ridge lines, and one of them has to be my ridge line. And there's several items in the body of this thing, and this being one of them, that results in a taking of land that I bought that I've been paying taxes on
and this is for theoretical view shed. I mean, it's not for health and safety, it's not for drainage, it's not for this, it's not for that. It's just because they don't think it would be nice for me to have a house up on top of that ridge line, and I have a problem with that. You know, if they're going to take the land away from me, they should compensate me for it, whether it's for a green belt or for a drainage easement or this view shed or a trail or whatever. But, you know, I can't reconcile myself with private property ownership. If you don't own the property, what's the point?
Thank you, sir. Dr. Selkirk has a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, where's that area that you're referring
It's
to?
called Baldy Ridge.
Baldy Ridge.
Yeah.
Ms. Osiander has a question?
What page?
On the ridge thing?
Yeah.
Bear with me a second. I told you I was confused with all this stuff.
639.
Yeah, 639, yeah.
639.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, do you have any more questions?
Could I
Oh, sorry, you have more?
continue now that I've found it? Mr. Brim, this specifically won't prohibit. What it's doing is it's recommending that there be some type of more restrictive language in Title 21 for that development. But approving this isn't necessarily going to prohibit.
There's other areas in here that does specifically prohibit building directly on ridge lines. It's here, if I can find it quick enough.
All right. Well, I'll ask Mr. Weaver about that later. Thank you. Because I didn't see anything that.
Okay.
This is the plan is guidance. It's actually the Title 21 and the ordinances that prohibit. This is sort of a general template.
Well, I kind of thought that off the get-go too, but they delved so far into the nuts and bolts.
There are specifics in here.
You know, especially on alpine development. I mean, they're rewriting the Title 21 before it's already been implemented in the body of this document. So, and it does specifically state no development on these ridge tops.
Okay.
In the body of this thing.
All right. Thank you.
And another area, and I'm going to answer it right quick if you don't mind, is and it refers to it in here again. It goes back to Title 21. Is these wildlife corridors alongside these streams, and they say they're going to. They're not stopping you from development at 200 foot on either side, but they're going to discourage it.
Well, we've already provisionally adopted the wildlife corridor sections, and so I would place more credence in what we've provisionally adopted than what the plan general statements say about wildlife corridors. I mean, it may change as we get to final adoption, certainly. But right now, that would be code and this would be plan.
So the code theoretically will rule over this?
Code trumps plan in terms of specific interpretation, but the code will interpret the plan. Clear as mud, right?
Yeah.
Ms. Johnson will help you. Here's a question. You're all set? Okay. All right. All right, sir. Thank you very much for coming down. We appreciate it.
Good opportunity to come. Thanks.
Anybody else wish to testify on this matter? Okay, seeing and hearing no one, now the public hearing is closed. What is the wish of the body?
Sorry. Move to approve ordinance number 2010-22 as amended by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
So moved and seconded. I'm sure we have some discussion. Who wants to click in first? Anybody? You have an amendment?
Yes.
I have a question regarding what you moved. May I ask it before you move your amendment?
Which version it is? Go ahead, Dr. Selkirk.
So basically, does that include the recommended amendment in the AO that 2010 that we have before us that includes an amendment from the administration? Did you move AO 1022, the item that we have before us tonight? That's specifically what I want to know.
I did it's the amended version by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And this one.
Dated February 16th, 2010. Request for the Mayor, Planning and Zoning Commission Department. Just want to make sure I'm looking at the exact
This
document.
one, you know what, I've been working out of my one at home.
Let's see, I've got it.
It's
the item that was in our notebook. Is that what you, okay,
right.
thank you. That's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk.
Thank you. I just wasn't sure which one we were working off of.
Am I
Ms.
next?
Osiander? Well, no one, Ms. Osiander's in the queue now. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
Well, if she's not going to do the amendments, I'm going to try to clarify this ridge line discussion. Mr. Weaver, if you could speak to that, is there anything in this plan that specifically would prohibit this gentleman from developing on his property?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Osiander, I want to let you know that two staff members here this evening, Joanne Contreras, she's the project manager for the plan, and Tyler Robinson, the physical planning manager. But the language that is in the plan is guiding language. It's meant to promote development that meets the concerns and needs of the community, and building on ridge lines was an issue for the community and probably inappropriate for the reasons that are stated in the plan, so it should be discouraged. It's not codified, but it should be discouraged.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Ms. Johnson, you ready now?
I'm ready. I thought others would want to say something.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
First of all, this is a very good plan, and it's gone through 3 years of public process, and I want to say thank you to all the folks that have worked on it, particularly the Citizens Advisory Committee. One of the interesting things about the Citizen Advisory Committee when they started over 3 years ago is they came up with a code of ethics for the committee, which I thought was an extremely good thing to do, where they were leaving all their personal agendas behind to do what they felt was the good of the hillside. It addresses the major issues of roads, drainage, water, septic, connectivity, and I just want to say that everybody's done a yeoman's work on this, and it's a great plan. As with all plans, there's always some that some people don't agree with and others don't agree with more. But I have 3 amendments, and I have the core principles behind these 3 amendments are the contiguous nature of the parcels and the expense of water and sewer and the impact of density to existing roads and or the cost of constructing roads to meet the needs of a larger neighborhood. And as you've heard, my first amendment is on the Furrow Creek. And be sure as you look at the amendment, it's the one that has dated April 13th. This was an amendment that...
motion, please.
Move the motion.
I move. Second. Sorry. I get behind myself and then I get ahead of myself. This amendment is one that I've spent quite a bit of time on, working with both the administration. I did sit down with Mr. Bio with Planning and Zoning and AWW. I've also sat down with the school district. And it's become apparent to me that maybe at some point this area might need public water and sewer. But it currently is built out as basically an R6, and it doesn't have the support of the neighbors to have water and sewer, and thus it's a costly enterprise to be public water and sewer in. So with this amendment, the difference between this amendment and the one that you saw on March 23rd is you'll see that there's actually a section in there that asks for a study as far as studying the water and the soil to the needs of having public water and sewer put in at some point. This study will eventually have to be financed, and it isn't with this program, but it opens the door if there is a problem. It also relies a lot on the fact that the Hillside District Plan is addressing water quality, and all of this will be done in an objective level instead of a subjective level. And I urge to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Birch.
I too will be supporting this amendment. We had a number of meetings in addition to the public meetings we had with the Hillside District Planning process. We had several meetings hosted by AWWU to review the some of the issues and concerns that they had raised, and some were voiced here not only during the process but during the period of public testimony. The primary concern I have is accessing the school, and I think we do have the latitude, and we have had the experience in the past of extending public water and sewer to those areas that, if we get to a point where the cost is just, as the school district testified this evening, is so prohibitive that it just makes absolute sense to do that, then we can take a look at that. And I think this preserves that level of flexibility, and yet it respects the level of housing density in the immediate area. So that said, I think this is a good effort, and we'll be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Dr. Selkirk.
First, I'd like to express my appreciation for the work in this plan, and I think it's generally a good plan. And I do have some questions about this particular amendment, and part of them are to the administration. I just note that as one of the first items in the amendment, one is to delete the lines that have to do with modest changes in the existing residential district. And I'm wondering, and I'm not sure who I should direct this to, I guess the planning staff, the overall outcome of this plan, is it meeting the residential density targets that were identified in Title 21 for this part of the community?
Through the chair, Dr. Selkirk, yes, it does, primarily through existing zoning.
Through existing zoning. Because I just want to note that when it pops down in the hillside, it pops up in East Anchorage. So I am concerned about it carrying its weight. And then my second question is to Mr. Marlowe, and that is that I'm wondering, I'm sorry, Mark Primo, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mark Primo, I'm sorry, Mark. And that is that have you had a chance to review this particular amendment, the floor amendment 1 that was laid on the table this evening? Sure, that would be great.
And while we're waiting for Mr. Primo to get situated, Ms. Drummond, did you want to?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments, but having been involved in the installation and funding of miles and miles and miles of water lines and sewer lines to Golden View Middle School, and the fact that that cost this entire community, not just the hillside, millions and millions of dollars more than it should have, due to a surprise in the city files that allowed a developer to allowed a developer's letter of credit to expire, and the school district and this community's taxpayers were, let's see, $1 million, at least $1 million was subtracted from our pockets and our ability to begin to fund those utilities. And I hope that if there are such things in the city's files, I hope there is some way of tracking those things so that this never, ever, ever happens again. I don't want to have to fund 5 miles of water lines and 2.5 miles of sewer lines to any of these schools by ourselves. It has to be shared and it has to be done by the community. On the other hand, I believe that gave developments along the way the opportunity to have fire hydrants and to have city water and not have to do their own wells. And many of them willingly bought into it, which I'm sure reduced the school district's costs. But the cost of putting in those miles and miles of mains and pipes was just tremendous. It did give the development opportunity to happen that would not ordinarily have happened surrounding that particular school.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Back to you, Dr. Selkirk.
Thank you.
Go ahead and restate your question, please.
Pardon?
Just restate your question, Mr. Primo.
Mr. Primo, have you had an opportunity to review the floor amendment before us tonight that's labeled number 1 as submitted by Ms. Johnson?
Through the chair, Dr. Selkirk, yes, we have had an opportunity to review it.
and I suspect you want to know what our comment
Yeah, I'm interested in your comments. Thank you.
And our comment with respect to this amendment is, I think, twofold. One, we were a part of the overall planning process, as many individuals and city staff were, and many individuals in the community. And this isn't the overall recommendation from the overall plan as submitted. So we fall back to the overall plan as submitted and recommend that Furrow Creek stay in a transitional area. Secondarily, Ms. Johnson did do some good wordsmithing, I believe, in putting in, looking at his study for the future. But I believe, given the nature of the area and the residents out there, I think it will be very difficult in the future to overcome that. And I'm not sure how meaningful that study would be. And I believe if there's a really serious desire to serve the school, and there's also a church out there in the holding tank too, to serve those in the future, it should be dealt with today.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand is that assuming that Amendment 1 passes and the school needs to have access to public water and sewer, and that area begins to be built out in large lots, what are the challenges we'll be looking at in terms of serving the school?
Well, the challenge will be unknown at this time, because it'll be, how is this plan codified, and what code provisions have to be actually dealt with in order to provide a sewer service in an area that we do not have a certificated boundary. Because once this plan is passed, the utility will amend its certificated area and withdraw ourselves from that area. We will no longer have it in our service area. So we have to amend our service area through the assembly, through the commission to get there. And it all depends upon how the code is developed. Because as Ms. Osiander said earlier, code trumps plan.
So from your experience, I guess the thing I'm concerned about is the implications for the cost of providing sewer and water to the school. From your experience, what are the implications for the cost in terms of providing sewer and water to the school?
My experience is that there are two ways in which to provide water and sewer service to that school. One would be the school in association by themselves, maybe with the church, maybe with Mr. Bio, do it through a private developer extension agreement, and however you would parcel that out, either one party alone or three parties together, would have to do that with 100% of their own dollars.
So that would be substantially more expensive than if it were left in and actually developed at a higher density.
That is correct. I think it would be cost prohibitive for the school to get service that way. The only way I believe the school would ever get service in a way that would approach a reduction of the cost of their existing holding tank, the maintenance of that holding tank, would be for orderly expansion within the Furrow Creek transition area up to the school in the bottom area, and providing services along the way to the residents that want them.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have another question for the school district. Is it okay if I ask it at this time?
Go ahead. Mr. Amston, come on down.
As you've had an opportunity to hear the testimony tonight and the discussion regarding this amendment, from the school district's perspective, what are your thoughts or concerns about the cost associated with providing sewer and water to the school over time?
Well, certainly we have not identified funds. We haven't identified funds anywhere near the magnitude it might be if we carried it ourselves. I think my testimony earlier was that through this systematic, orderly development, that brings it closer, just like you extend power line services, you get closer and closer to your property, and the cost gets borne along the way, and so our ultimate cost will be hopefully minimized.
So would you, when you think in those terms, are you imagining that that this area would be in the AWW service district or out? I mean, I guess I'm interested in your thoughts in terms of the welfare and the cost associated with the school.
Well, I think it would be our desire that it be within the area today. As Ms. Johnson indicated, certainly you could change over time and you can amend and so forth, but certainly I think our desire is that it be included now in the service area, and opening that door wider, I think, for that potential in the future.
And so you understand that the proposed plan actually has it in the service area and the amendment would move it out?
That's what I understand,
okay,
yes.
So as I'm understanding, that the school district, although I know you're not voting, in terms of the costs associated would prefer that it be in the district and that those costs be shared with the development of the associated land.
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Selkirk. Ms. Johnston.
I'm actually, Mr. Primo, would you explain the difference between a trunk improvement district and having maybe 3 properties put a line up, say Mr. Bio and the church and the school?
I'll start with the last question first. It's the easiest. If the school district, in association with the church and Mr. Bio or any arrangement thereof, did the job, they would do it through what we refer to as a private developer extension agreement, which means they would fund 100% of the project. They would build a project to serve that area through an ordinance that was passed years ago. I have it with me. It was 98 by the Assembly. We would actually do an analysis of what area on the hillside that would entail, irrespective of our service area boundary, because the Assembly told us to make sure we oversize accordingly for potential picking up of the hillside area. So we would calculate into the oversizing. We would pay for the oversizing, but that's minimal in the overall cost. It's 6 figures versus, millions of dollars. That line, when put up, whatever route it aligns along with, if the whole area, the transitional area, was in our service area, then properties that are affronted by that line at their own choosing, we do not have mandatory hookups, at their own choosing could hook up. If said properties hooked up within a 3-year window, they would then reimburse the developers of the project. That's how you do one project. The other project would be through, let's say it was done through a trunk improvement district and a lateral improvement district. There's 2 components to a sewer line. One is the trunk component, one's the lateral component. The trunk being, just think of a tree, the trunk itself, the main line going up, and the laterals are the side parcels going down the side streets. And if it's done through a trunk improvement district and a lateral improvement district, that is through a vote of the people, where 50% of the benefited property that would benefit from that service carry the vote, and then the utility would put in a position to put that line in and then assess those peoples through a lateral improvement district, which you see regularly.
And the difference in cost?
To the school district?
Mm-hmm.
Millions would churn into tens, if not hundreds of thousands at the most.
I just been a little bit confused because we all sat at the same meeting this last week as we came up with how I might be approaching this. And I thought at that point you felt somewhat comfortable with this amendment, knowing that we're putting in the language as far as to study the area further. And when we were discussing it, it seemed that the trunk improvement district and the lateral improvement districts would by far be the better way to go if we were going to do it. And you didn't seem to feel it was much of an issue if the need was there as far as putting it back into the service district, because you'd have more buy-in by neighbors, and it wouldn't, getting it back in as far as with the regulatory commission. Am I correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Johnson, our discussions were such that I said if we were going to have orderly, systematic development, it should be through a trunk improvement district. No, I never was a proponent of this amendment. We have always said we stick with the plan. The plan should be the way it is. What we were talking was various scenarios. And as I said earlier, I think you did a very good job of crafting some language into a plan. But as Ms. Osiander says, ordinance trumps plan. It's my belief it'd be very difficult once this plan is accepted, even with your words in it, that it'll be changed. We have dealt with the Halo residents for years. We understand the hillside people. We do not want to serve them if they don't want to be served. It's as simple as that. And so I think what you've effectively done is put some very good words in here, which could be how it could be dealt with in the future. I just don't think that's going to happen in reality. That's just my own personal professional opinion.
And we both know that I'm also having an amendment that AWW wants that will be adding a section of land to your service district, right? That wasn't part of this plan.
I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm referring to the land next to the Abbott Luke Christian Church. That will be my third amendment.
Oh, I'm very well of that amendment, and that's just cleaning up an error of the past.
Well, it's still part of the plan, though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Ms. Osiander.
It surprises me sometimes when I think back over the past 15 years how much time I've spent talking about septic systems and sewer lines. Mr. Amsden and I have a big history. When Mirror Lake went in, remember that sewage lagoon discussion, Mr. Amsden? Also spent a lot of time talking about the septic system at Chugiak High School and hauling costs of Huffman as well. The thing I wanted to bring to the body's attention, and I know Mr. Primo is intimately familiar with this, is how we funded a line to get to Chugiak High School, because it's a real similar situation in that it's surrounded by large lot R6 folks who are very apprehensive about the costs incurred with AWU coming in. And frankly, what we did was some really strong lobbying and got a big chunk of money, the Northern Communities grant, that enabled us to put the line in and to bypass some of those incremental development charges that are being advocated here, or lessening of costs by moving the density outward. And so I just want to bring to your attention that there's other ways, too, to get around what is really an immense contradiction to maintain a rural lifestyle and also support a high-use facility like a school. It's challenging. We need to do both.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question of Mr. Amsden that I should have jumped in on Dr. Selcraig's. Do you have at your disposal the costs of the hauling that you're now doing for Huffman Elementary School compared to the costs of city sewerage for a similar-sized facility, which there are about 60? So,
excellent question, and I didn't come with our current charges. Maybe Mr. Primo can assist us in that. We pay about $40,000 today in the current year for those hauling services. Obviously, over time, they'll get greater, and obviously in the past there was something less. But I don't know how it compares to city services. So maybe Mr. Primo can help us.
yeah, I don't need the answer right this minute, but I just thought that would be interesting for us to know, to consider in light of this entire issue. I will have more to say, but I'll hold off right now.
Thanks, Ms. Drummond. Dr. Selcraig.
I haven't had an opportunity to go up and look at this parcel of land, and so I have some questions about it in terms of its appropriate carrying capacity, and I'm wondering if someone from the planning department that's familiar with it could talk about the kind of, I mean, are we talking about steep cliffs and rugged rock, or are we talking about an area that's more compatible with a somewhat increased density? Could somebody from the planning department at least discuss, assuming this was left in, what the expectations in terms of appropriate development on that site might be?
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Selcraig, Tyler probably can speak on this issue, perhaps in more intimate knowledge than I can, but basically what you have is an area with mixed uses there. You've got some older homes, you've got some homes reaching towards their end of their economic life, you've got small lots, you've got non-conforming lots that don't conform to the R6 district requirements, so you really have a mix. And you have some larger lots, you have some institutional uses, you have the school, the church. This area is contiguous with the sewer service area, but it needs some additional consideration with respect to density. The plan originally started talking about 1 to 3. The Planning Commission wound up with 2 to 4 dwelling units per acre in there, and that's probably, if it is sewered with public sewage, the density should be somewhere between 2 and 4. The larger parcels were discussed to be developed with conservation subdivisions, meaning you take into consideration the environmental issues with respect to perhaps Mr. Bio's property, that he has some wetlands issues, and the density would wind up in the range of about 2 to 4 dwelling units per acre.
So 2 to 4 dwelling units per acre is recommended in the plan? What does the plan say at this point?
Dr. Selkirk, the plan map originally proposed it at 1 to 3 dwelling units per acre.
Okay.
The commission, in dealing with it, additionally looked at it at 2 to 4 dwelling units per acre using the conservation subdivision and the acreage accumulations. If you could get 7.5 acres to develop, you could get a little more density. If you could get 10 acres to develop, you could get up to 4.
Okay, so the max would be 4.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further comments on the amendment? Ms. Drummond, do you wish to comment on the amendment further?
Yes, I would like to do that, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
These are sort of general because of where I live. I am going to be relying on the advice and the leanings of my colleagues who live on the hillside and who represent those folks. But I just wanted to make a couple of comments in passing. Several years ago, I had the distinct pleasure of going to Nome several times on business, and I observed to my hosts in Nome, which has about 5,000 people living in it in fairly close quarters, their buildings are very, very close together. In fact, some of these L-shaped buildings are actually huddled together like this, not just next to each other on lots, with lines in between them. And I asked my host, I said, why are these buildings so close together? And they said, to keep the utility costs down. Now, they're pretty smart out in Nome. They're pretty rugged territory, and they have a lot of pretty level land surrounding town, but they're not sprawling. They are keeping their costs down by living close together and enjoying their countryside, unencumbered by large lot development that would be impossibly expensive in a community like that. And we all hear about the issues going on in bush communities with hygiene issues and lack of public water and sewer. I don't see this coming to happen on the hillside, although driving around sometimes I wonder at the condition of some of these buildings that I see up there. They can't possibly be that much cleaner inside than they are outside. But I'm a little leery of not bringing public water and sewer to some of these areas. I'm a little leery of having schools of 500 kids, many of them, with sewage hauled and water hauled. That's not a good situation to be in, and that's why we spent millions of dollars to bring water and sewer to Golden View Middle School, which contains well over 1,000 kids and staff. Same thing for South High School. I never heard any complaints about that one, but that's well served. Just some thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Dr. Selkirk, final comment?
I have a lot of respect for the work that went into this amendment. I think that Ms. Johnson's made a real effort to listen to her constituency and try to work this out in a kind of sensible way. However, I am really concerned about it. This piece of property is in the plan as being in the AWW district. It went through a planning process. It was reviewed. There was public comment. The Planning and Zoning Commission looked at it. And this is an amendment that's been refined and actually laid on the table. In some ways, tonight is different than what we originally talked about. And I think that when you talk about quarter-acre and half-acre lots and acre lots on the hillside, that is compatible with the surrounding district. And that's what we're talking about is, the smallest lot we're talking about here is a quarter-acre. And so it seems to me that we're not proposing something that's not compatible with a lifetime on the hillside. And I think that we have a fundamental responsibility to recognize that we have a school up there that eventually is going to have to get on sewer and water. It's expensive. And having lived through the Golden View School, where the public actually subsidized that extension to a phenomenal amount of money at a time when we're concerned about our finances, we're concerned about our taxes, it seems to me the responsible thing to do here is to leave the plan alone and not amend this particular thing. And so I, really in respect for the cost and the needs that we have associated with sewer and water on the hillside, and also that this is an essential piece, it's the next piece, I urge this body not to approve this amendment. I don't think it's in the best interest of the community.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Klayman.
I just want to make, we're talking about floor amendment number 1 that has about 20 amendments, and we're voting on all of them?
Yeah, I think it's an up or down thing.
Right. Just making sure. This is a reminder to me that we both need to think, address these things on a large kind of community-wide basis, but then once we come up with a community-wide recommended solution, we also need to really take the time to listen to the people who live in that district. And I am struck by the fact that when I talk with folks from the hillside, who of course are not in my voting district, but many have taken the time to communicate with me about this plan, that I overwhelmingly hear a support for these amendments. These amendments are amendments that I think there are good reasons to say we should really invest in city water and sewer sooner than later. I'm also really noted when we approved the school district capital plan, one of the features of the school district capital plan that we approved at the last meeting is that they don't expect population growth in the next 10 years. And those kinds of conclusions lead me to believe that when the community really comes forward and essentially says, maintain the status quo, don't make the big changes, I think it's important to listen to what the community that's going to be most affected has to say, even though that may have some other impacts with the larger community that following the grander plan might be in ways, and 50 years from now people may be saying, gosh, I wish we'd followed the bigger picture plan back 50 years ago, but the catch is that the people that are here tonight and the people that have communicated with me support this amendment, and I will be pleased to support the amendment, recognizing that it represents a significant policy choice. I will support it.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. I see no one else in the queue. So with that, the motion before us is approval of floor amendment number 1. A yes vote confirms it. Mr. Birch, do you want to speak again? I'm sorry. No? Okay. Please proceed to vote. So by a vote of 10-1, that amendment is approved. Mr. Birch, you're in the queue. No? Use the wrong button. Okay.
That was the wrong.
Ms. Johnston.
Yes, I would like to move floor amendment number 2.
This one's dated March 23rd?
Yes. Yes, March 23rd, yes.
Thank you.
And this is taking the property out on Upper Potter Valley.
Thank you very much.
And again, this is one that I've looked at the cost of providing the roads and the water and sewer, and I've also looked at the contiguous nature of the parcels next to it, and it follows my policy, my core principles.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. It's been seconded by Mr. Birch. Dr. Selkirk.
I plan to support this. I think this makes good sense. I think this is a tough place to serve. I think that I think the Potter Marsh development was really ill-conceived in the first place. So I think this is a good amendment, and I'm glad to support it.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Ms. Drummond. Oh, okay. Is there any further discussion on amendment number 2? Is there objection to amendment number 2? Seeing and hearing none, that amendment is approved. Ms. Johnston.
Yes, my final amendment is floor amendment number 3, and this is actually bringing water and sewer to some property that has the Abbott Luke Christian Church next to it, and it makes sense. Again, it follows my policy, my core principles of contiguous nature. This is in between the Abbott Loop and Lake Otis area, where we basically have had a town center that is developed without planning. And this is a great place for high density. Thank you.
Press your buttons, please. We need a second. I guess Mr. Birch moved it. So.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay. Dr. Selkirk, you're in the queue.
Once again, I'm going to support this. I think it's a good amendment. I think it improves the plan, and I'm glad that Ms. Johnson brought it forward.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Is there any further comment on this matter? Is there objection to the amendment? Mr. Klayman.
Not an objection, just a question for the administration. Does the administration also support this amendment?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Klayman, yes, we do.
Thank you.
Is there objection to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, amendment number 3 is approved. That brings us back to the original plan as amended. Is there further discussion on the Hillside District Plan?
No.
Seeing no one in the queue. Oh, darn. Mr. Coffey.
Well, very briefly, this is the end of my 6 years in this body, and Janice Schamberg and I, several years ago, worked hard together to do a couple of things, one of which was get this plan underway. I merely wanted to say I'm delighted to see it come to what I think will be a successful conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. I just wanted to invite the Assembly members from Hillside to come to Sand Lake Community Council sometime and meet the folks who have acquired at least $250,000 in funding from the state for the study of the hydrology in their area when you're ready to get that study done in the Furrow Creek area. They're very good at it.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond, Dr. Selkirk.
I just would like to recognize the importance of these district plans, and I'm glad to see this one roll out. And as we do them across the city, I think we're going to begin to, in a more refined way, shape our community in a way that reflects our values and what we want. So it's just a pleasure to see this one roll out, and I look forward to the West Side and the rest of them as they come, and I'm looking forward to your good work in this body to make sure that they're passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Birch.
Yeah, I too am pleased with this thing is concluded, but I think it's always fair to remember that these are always a work in progress. A plan is outdated the day after it's adopted. I think there are concerns with this. I think there were some have been noted in testimony and certainly during the hearing process as this was developed through the community outreach, and I think those concerns can be dealt with as we move forward, and certainly during the ordinance development process. And the other aspect of it is we need to be mindful that it's as the area develops, we need to have connectivity. The roads need to be connected. I mean, we're worried about hillside fires and one single point of access onto Golden View Drive. And so I think this lays a framework for encouraging improved access and connectivity between areas in the hillside, and urges approval. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. I see no one else in the queue. Is there objection to approval of the Hillside District Plan as amended? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved unanimously. Thank you, folks. That brings us to item 14A, AO 2010-27, ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending the zoning map and providing for the rezoning from PLI, Public Lands Institutions District, to R3SL, Multiple Family Residential District.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This is the Abbott Loop Christian Center Tract rezone. If you wish to speak to us about this, please come on down and give us your input. Seeing, hearing, come on down, sir. Folks, if you could please keep your conversations to a minimum, we appreciate it. Welcome, sir. Thank you for your patience.
Shall we wait a moment?
We're listening. It's okay. Go ahead.
Very well. My name is Mike Rogers, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak to the Assembly. Thank you all. And
Pull the mic a little closer. Thanks.
I beg to forgive,
Mike Rogers.
I would wish to ask everyone to forgive me, please, that I don't go to Planning and Zoning Commission meetings. I am relatively unfamiliar with the particulars here. I think I might know the area slightly. But I do have a concern. As I looked at the agenda and I went out and I found a copy of the proposal out and looked at it, there are certain words that just jumped out. I mean, no disrespect to any particular faith community. I don't know what's going on. But when I see in bold print, Abbott Loop Christian Center Tract A3, when I'm seeing something about changing a zoning from public lands and institutions to a residential zoning status, a red flag, pardon the expression, goes up for me. I can't help but remember, wasn't there something about getting tax-free housing for religious organizations, a Supreme Court case, these things, whatever. And it could be that I'm totally off base. Like I said, I have not examined this case in detail. I really know virtually nothing about it other than a few details about the area. What's going on here? I'd like to just ask for some discussion, if nothing else, to allay my concerns. This might be totally just coincidences, these things happen? If so, I shall rest assured to know that, because I would hate to see, I believe, I'm sorry, perhaps I should stop there. I believe I see Assemblymember Johnson's hand going up. Maybe I should just yield and wait for a question to be asked.
She does have a question for you.
Oh, well, please.
Would you be happy to know that this is actually putting land onto the tax roll, that these will be private homes and we'll be getting property tax funding?
Conditionally, yes, but it is a bit more in detail than that, because I'm wondering if you take a piece of land, if it does go to a church affiliation as a property owner, what you may possibly do as you look long-term through the chair, forgive me, Chairman Flynn, Ms. Johnson, is that if you do this long-term, future owners, other religious organizations may have different ideas about who will be allowed to live there and what that property may represent regarding its tax status and what other people may pay to support it in future years. And in general, there's another issue that gets involved here too. I was thinking it might be a question of sometimes when you have particular organizations who might have scattered properties, and through lawsuits they get exemptions, whatever, that's been litigated, fine. But when you start getting into the realm of possibility where you can, for lack of a better term, and a sad one it can be in history, ghettoization, where certain places are blocked out for certain groups, so frequently at their own wish, I see potential problems long term. It's not just a question, in other words, of whether or not the property could be going on to taxable property rolls today. What about tomorrow? What about the next property owner? What about there? And then there's the simple questions about whether or not this is a very good development or not. I mean, it's somewhat proximate to a particularly busy intersection with which I am slightly familiar. There's mention made of schools, of public transportation. There could be a few more impacts. Once again, during the discussion, Mr. Chairman, that might give people an opportunity to address those as well. But I would just not like to see this go possibly through a public hearing and no one say, hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you.
Mr.
Anything
Flynn,
else?
do you have a question for Mr.
I'm sorry? Oh.
I do. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
You raised a lot of questions, which I at least hear as concerns about what some in the community thinks is the separation of church and state question, and whether or not church, what I think has not been just church ownership of property, but actually church employee housing specifically, whether pastors and parsonages where the minister lives on church property is exempt from taxation as opposed to something the church just owns. And I'm just wondering if that's your bigger concern, is this suddenly going to become a place where this particular church has 15 employees living in the nearby housing, and are they going to start claiming that they're all ministers in the church and so they all should be entitled to the tax exemption? Or is that more your concern?
Since I see nothing in the specific special limitations regarding that which is not forbidden is permissible, is the operating principle I'm working under here, and moreover, it could at some point in time be, we'd like this particular piece of property to be to supporting people who are members of our congregation. And it might not be this. Once again, I emphasize through the chair, Member Kleiman, it's not anything particular about this particular organization. Future churches might own that property with different policies. There could be ramifications. And if you establish a precedent which says that from, 10 days or whatever is spelled out in this ordinance, in effect you're saying from this point forward, and if you'll pardon the expression, till kingdom come, this is always at least a possibility, if not.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you. That answers. I mean, I do think you've answered. I'll address those in debate. You don't need to answer.
Thank you so kindly.
But you have asked some interesting questions, and I will address those as we go forward. Thank you.
Hi, Chairman Flynn. I am so delighted to hear that my concerns will be so well addressed. If there are no other questions.
I don't see any other questions at this time.
Mr.
Ms.
Chair.
Drummond? Okay. Ms. Drummond?
I appreciate that you came forward. I think, however, that this petitioner is paying the full costs of this rezone? I assume that they're paying the same charges that any other petitioner
Mr. Weaver?
would be paying, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, basically, I think there's some confusion here because the legal description has to do with the Abbott Loop Christian Center tract. The applicant's a private LLC. They're here this evening. They'll speak to it, but it's an application by a private entity.
I'm wondering then, Mr. Chairman, does the private entity that submitted the application, is it contracting for the owner of the property, which is the Abbott Loop Christian Center, or do they own the property themselves?
We'll get that from them when they come forward, okay?
I think it's not clear, and I have somebody I just felt I could not stay silent. Please forgive me, Mr. Chairman, but I just thought someone should ask.
I appreciate that, and we will follow up with that. Dr. Selkirk, do you have a question for Mr.?
I was just going to say it was a reasonable question, and thank you for bringing it up.
Mr. Chairman, to Dr. Selkirk, thank you very much for reassuring me that I'm merely being reasonable and not overreacting, because I was quite concerned and started not to say anything at all. But it was an issue, and I was concerned, and I knew that people would address it so well. If I just asked the question, it would not dwell upon me tonight as I try to get some rest.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to us on this matter? Perhaps the developers? There we are. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is Dave Titus. I represent the petitioner. I would like to ask for the approval of this ordinance according to the recommendations of the department and the commission. And I'm prepared to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Titus. Dr. Selkirk has a question for you.
Just to clarify the concerns of the last speaker, are you representing a church in any way?
No, we are not.
And does the person who owns the property own it independently of any church?
The church owns the property. We have the parcel under contract, and this action by the Assembly today will assist us in the conveyance of that property.
So that means that this act will lead to the sale of this property to a different owner who will develop it?
That's correct.
The church has no intention of developing it themselves at this point?
The church is interested in selling the parcel.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brooks has a question.
Over here.
Sorry.
I just wanted to thank you for. I have perused the websites and the website for the proposed project and the some of the background. I understand it's similar to a project in Northern Lights or on Northern Lights somewhere, and it looks like it's going to be a good, positive addition to South Anchorage, and I certainly encourage, am pleased to see you pursuing this and moving forward.
Thank you. I have pictures if you want to see them.
I'm sure we will. Mr. Clayman has a question.
So just to make sure I follow accurately, what essentially happened is Abbott Loop Church has this asset that they want to sell to bring cash into their package or into their coffers, and there's a private developer, which is who you represent, that wants to buy it, assuming they can get it rezoned.
That's correct.
And the private developer, the church, has no interest in the is it an LLC or some different kind of?
It is an LLC, and the church has no interest in that LLC at all.
All right. And so the church, they've basically agreed upon a price to sell, but before they will make the purchase, the church has to pay the money and take the steps to get it reclassified as R3.
In fact, the LLC is taking those steps.
Okay, so the LLC is taking those steps to get it changed, but that has to happen before the sale goes through, and if for some reason we don't approve it, then the sale doesn't go through.
You're right about the condition.
Okay.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Titus? Mr. Titus, you guys are also doing that project on Government Hill, right?
I'm sorry?
Lumen is also doing that project at Government Hill, correct?
That's right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing no further question from Mr. Titus, is there anybody else who wishes to speak to us on this matter? You can sit down, Mr. Titus, sorry. Welcome.
My name is Michael Drick. I'm the administrative pastor at Abbott Loop Community Church Christian Center. We have absolutely no means of wanting the land. We do want to just sell it. We're not using it anymore. And just to make sure everybody knows, once this project went into being last year, it's been almost a year now, the city actually assessed the taxes, and we paid the taxes for this piece of property for all of the water and the sewer and all of that it takes, and we spent $19,000 paying that tax, which was assessed on that as we were making this change. So, and we didn't even question it. We just paid it because we believed it was the right thing. And so I just want everybody to know that through this whole thing, we're not looking for anything. We're just doing what we think is right.
Thank you, sir. I see no questions for you. Appreciate you coming down. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to us on this matter? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Oceaner, you have a comment?
Just wanted to note for everybody, P&Z was unanimous on this, and it seems straightforward. Urge passage.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this matter? Is there any objection to this matter? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. Just to advise the body, after this next item, I'm going to ask for a motion to change the order of day to take up the Title 21 amendments. That brings us to item 14B, AR number 2010-75, a resolution authorizing the use of eminent domain and acceptance of decisional documents for the construction of 40th Avenue Extension, Lake Otis Parkway to Dale Street Project Management and Engineering Project number 6-11. Need a motion. A motion. No, I don't want to start. I don't want to start the public hearing yet. Mr. Starr, you have a conflict you wish to declare?
I would like to get it out on the table now. I own a development company that's working on a project to develop a building that adjoins this property improvement on 40th, and the property will benefit greatly from it. I'll also personally have a lot of interface with various departments, and have already, in fact. So I've filed as much paperwork as I know to do with the clerk's office on close association, but this is pretty close.
Right. So. And I believe we declared you had a conflict of interest last time we just discussed this matter, so I'm going to rule that conflict still stands and excuse you from consideration of this matter.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Coffey.
For the same reason, my involvement is different than Mr. Starr's. I've been hired by the same gentleman as his attorney. I have no interface with the municipality on it, as I am handling the transaction in the sense of closing the sale. I declared this whenever this came up a month ago at that time, and so I just wanted to be clear on the record. So my interface with the municipality doesn't exist, but I do give Mr. Starr and Dr. McNamara advice on the project.
And if I recall correctly, there's a possibility you'll have future interactions on this project?
Yeah, till it closes.
Right. So,
it's not the development of it, it's the sale of the property. So
transaction, yes. And refresh my memory on our finding last time. Did we find you had a conflict of interest?
Yeah, I think you did, because I've got to find, I'm getting paid.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
Like a job.
You're excused too. We're down to 9. Anybody else want to leave? Thank you, Mr. Coffey. All right. With that, the public hearing is now open. Anybody who wishes to speak to us on this matter, please come on down. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on this matter? Is there objection to this matter? Seeing and hearing none. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Clayman. Faster on the draw.
I just had a question for the planning department. What is the timeline in which this is going to start happening? The building process of this road.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Clayman, I was looking at something else. The question is what?
When's 40th Avenue going to get started?
That's actually project or PM&E, and Mr. Smith is here, as well as legal, Mr. Owens. But he can speak to it. It's his project.
Will.
I'm John Smith with Project Management Engineering. We hope to go to bid within about 60 days, as soon as we get right of entry to these properties.
Does that mean construction is likely to start this summer, or
yes,
is it more likely to
will start this summer?
Anything else, Mr. Clayman? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. With that, is there any further discussion on this matter? Is there objection to this matter? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. We can invite Mr. Coffey and Mr. Starr to rejoin us. Ms. Johnston, you had a motion.
Could somebody tell Coffey, and please?
Don't worry, we'll get him back here.
Thank you.
So now we're on to
Go ahead, Ms. Johnston.
move the
Microphone, please.
Pick up 14G.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. Will we press the buttons, please?
G or G?
G, it's gamma.
G isn't good.
Ms. Johnston, could you please push your motion? There we go. Very good.
Second.
Okay. Is there objection to that motion? Seeing and hearing none, we now have item 14G before us. Right, 14G before us. AO number 2010-30, an ordinance to provisionally adopt new sections to Title 21. Thank you very much. This is the commercial design standards. If you wish to come speak to us about this matter, public hearing is now open. Please come on down.
That reserved it.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Daphne Brown. I'll be very brief. I'm here speaking in support of the passage of the commercial design standards. I am an architect in town with Kim Associates, and I used to be a member and chair of planning and zoning when Title 21 was passed on the planning board. For the past 6 months, I've been attending and working with the Assembly's Title 21 committee on these standards, amongst all the other standards. I think that these ones before you, particularly the S version, which wasn't in the package, but there's not much difference. The S version is dated March 23rd, presented by staff, that they represent a great deal of work, compromise, rewriting, a lot of discussions, and I think that Title 21, it's time to have it passed and move into the working stage. And so the developers, the architects, and the owners can all utilize it, at which time I'm sure you will hear further amendments. But I think it's time to get it on the books and going.
Thank you very much. I think Dr. Selkirk has a question for you.
I just want to thank you for the great amount of time that you contributed to this and your intellectual contribution, as well as those others that were in the room. It was really helpful, and I think it's a better document because of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. I see no further questions.
Thank you.
Next up, Mr. Powers. Welcome.
Thank you. Billy Ray Powers. Less regulation is more. These regulations are going to be expensive, and we're already pretty well tapped out here. They're not only expensive to implement, they're expensive to enforce. I don't think the city needs to really pre-engineer properties for landowners. When somebody spends big bucks for a property, I think they're going to try and do the right thing with that property for the highest and best use. And having a big, expensive bureaucracy to oversee it, I don't believe is necessary. I'm against Title 21 and all the expenses that are associated with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powers. I see no questions. Does anybody else wish to speak to us on the commercial design standards? Well, this is a treat. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Tim Potter with Dow HCAM. After many years, we're almost there. It's not perfect. There's been a lot of changes recently. They're for the better. I just want to let you know just how hard your staff worked on this, and Ms. Osiander and Mr. Coffey. Mr. Coffey read every word, but Ms. Osiander looked at every period and comma. And Ms. Selkirk has also been involved. It is time to move forward, as Ms. Brown indicated. All that I would ask is no changes to this section, but when you're ready to actually put everything into play, please put in something that I'll call an oops clause, but it's a feedback loop, because my biggest fear is that there are so many changes here. I know even the first project out of the chute is going to hit a snag, and I think we're going to run into things that nobody ever envisioned, even though we tested a lot of these changes. And the worst thing would be for a good project to get hung up trying to go back through planning and zoning to hear a minor change to the code and then spend 3 to 4 months to get back to the assembly and lose a construction season. So when the assembly moves forward to put this into full implementation, I'd like to have something embedded in Title 21 that says if there's something that's clearly not anybody's intent, that it can quickly get back either through the planning director with then just a qualification AM to the assembly or final action by the assembly in a very rapid fashion, because this is very different, and even in the testing that we did to see how this was going to impact things and where we could make corrections, we found things that nobody anticipated, and there's going to be more found. So I appreciate all the hard work. We're very, very close. The staff they need a long, long vacation, and if you can just take care of that little issue at the end when we get into implementation, you'd make me very happy. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. There's a couple of questions for you. Mr. Coffey?
Yeah, well, following the theory that no good deed goes unpunished, why don't you write it? And then you can give it to us and we'll take a look at it. I think that's probably appropriate. That's question number one. Question number two, where should I locate my Title 21 tattoo? Should it be up here or in the front?
What are you going to say? I survived?
No, just Title 20?
Kind of like I survived Tudor Road?
Yeah,
or what are you
like
going to say? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Clayman?
And in response, I'd be more than happy to work with staff in that language. I know that they've heard me say it before at some of the task force meetings, so I think it's their intent to do that.
It's a good escape mechanism that we need, and not kill some projects or delay them substantially. We have enough of that as it is.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Clayman?
So your idea would be to create a committee that was either appointed by the mayor or appointed by the assembly, or some group of citizens or maybe part members of the assembly that would basically be in a position to, on a short time frame, be able to hear people say, wait a second, this is an unintended consequence. This is what it was. It wasn't supposed to stop us from doing this kind of a project.
Yeah,
how do we do a quick amendment or a quick exemption?
I'm not sure that you need a task force or a committee or anything. The planning department is fully capable and very good at saying, well, we never anticipated that. And if it's a huge deal, maybe it goes back on a consent agenda to P&Z and a consent agenda to the assembly, just to make sure everybody's on board. But not to say that task force and committees aren't a good thing. Sometimes that's a good way to not get things done.
Okay. But you sound very willing to at least work on drafting some appropriate language that you think would serve the function you're describing.
Absolutely. I think the staff is there. I'll be more than happy to put something together as a draft. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clayman. Mr. Starr?
Thanks for testifying and being involved. I've always had the question, it seems as almost every topic, is how much does it cost? But what do you think the cost of this is going to be on the building community, say in a percentage? Did we just add 10%, 20%?
It's really kind of interesting. We've, at the initial stages of my effort as a task force member, on the real estate committee that the mayor put together to help with Title 21 revisions, we were concerned about that cost. And the consultants from outside said it was probably going to be 3 to 5%, had been their kind of typical increase in cost based on their experience. We as an industry, have reviewed a variety of things and some of our tests, and I'd put it in the category of about 5%. It's going to be different, and the range is going to occur based on the location and the type of use that's going to happen within that building. So,
I look at the one, for example, on the roof line, the barrier breaks, you can't have a run longer than 140 feet without a modulation, and it's 20% this, 20% that. A 140-foot roof line, you're in a building size of about 25,000 square feet or 20,000 square feet, and you're asking for multiple variations to the roof line design. 5%, you're getting a lot more, it's going to cost a lot more to modulate that roof than a 5% bill. I can tell you that. Just the labor alone will be a 10% over on the overall 5%.
On the overall cost of what we're seeing right now, like for a Kohl's or a Target or something like that, I think that you're in that range of the 5%.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Dr. Selkirk, and folks, remember, we're not in debate yet.
No, I just want to thank you for your good idea. I've been kind of pondering how to address it, and I think it's a great idea. And I also, since this is going to be my last opportunity to talk about Title 21 here, I want to thank you for your diligence and your engagement in that balanced effort that you've been involved in for many years along the lines of Title 21. So thank you.
Well, even though some people might not think so, I do try and add to a project to lift it up. And this was a long process, and here's just food for thought. And Mr. Coffey might remember this. I don't think anybody anticipated that the level of effort would be anywhere close to what's gone into this. And I don't want to speculate on what the costs were from a staff and consulting time standpoint. But I think the effort has been worthwhile to get here. In retrospect, and I did say it before it was retrospect, that it would have been much better to have initially taken the 4 or 5 key things like parking, landscaping, and a few other things, and immediately put some changes into effect. Because the problem that I see with taking as much time as the community did is that there was a lost opportunity, and there were a number of projects that happened over the last 7 or 8 years that could have been done a lot better. And those simple changes would have caught probably 80% of what the issues and concerns really were. So if we do this again, after I'm dead and gone, somebody write down somewhere, pick your 4 or 5 top things, put some immediate fixes in place, and then do the 7-year redo.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Ms. Drummond has a question as well, or a comment.
Thank you. I just want to comment also. Thank you, Mr. Potter, and as well to Ms. Brown. I appreciate all the professionals that have taken time out of their days to come to our Title 21 committee meetings. I've been at it for 2 years, and we've provisionally adopted a whole bunch of sections. We were a whole lot further along than we were 2 years ago when I first stepped in there. But there are members of the public. There's at least 20 to 25 people in that room every week for a couple of hours, and it's been a yeoman's effort.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm guilty of, after the first 3 years, losing focus and not coming back into focus until recently. But I think you really need to hand a lot of credit to the Assembly people, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and especially the staff, because the staff was working overtime all the time, I believe quite often on their own time, because they really are dedicated to get this thing done for the community.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Mr. Clayman, one more comment?
I just, listening to the comments, I actually wanted to thank you for all the effort you have put in the time that I have served on the Assembly, and recognizing this will be my last Assembly meeting in which Title 21 comes up. You've been a constant player, not just on Title 21, but on all kinds of developments in town. As I see it, you always come with the community's best interest in what you're speaking to, and you've been a great aid to our work, and I appreciate the contributions you've made. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, this is a great city, and it's a great place to live. I came up here in 1981 for a 2 to 3 year experiment. It's 30 years later, and I wouldn't live anyplace else. So,
thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. I see no further questions. Does anybody else wish to speak to us about the commercial design standards? Mr. Braun, is this what you've been waiting for all night?
No, you guys forced me up here. Richard Brown. Just as kind of an outsider looking in, not an expert on Title 21, and after listening to Mr. Powers saying less is more, he's right. Because the more we build in here and try to anticipate everything, the more we're missing, the more they're muddling it up, the more they're making it too expensive. I always thought owners owned their property. Title 21 tells me, no, you don't. You don't own it. You just went through some eminent domain procedures for Dale Street. I guess there's some people who would say they don't own their property either, and at least not very long. There was a poor guy who bought some land years ago on a ridge thinking he'd make a nice place to live, quality of life. He doesn't own that, from what I heard tonight. He's going to be told no because somebody else said, well, I don't get that, he shouldn't get that. And that's about what we're doing here. I sat and listened to the detail you guys get into on Title 21. I heard 2 weeks of testimony on chicken coops. Remember that? I mean, what are we doing? And then there's unintended consequences. I'm sure you didn't even get half of what's going to happen with chicken coops. I didn't mention blowing feathers or anything else. You missed stuff. This is not going to really work very well. And again, people don't own their own land. This is commercial design standards, so I'm assuming it's businesses. Well, guess what? Businesses don't pay a dime of this. You and I do when we walk in as a customer. We pay the freight when we take services from them, we buy something from them. You're talking about taxing us, you and me. You may think this is free money from all those rich businesses. If they can afford to build a whatnot, then they can afford to pay 10, 5% extra. They're rich. No. It's all going to come from the people who operate or take services from the business. At least until the business fails, because maybe it's too expensive and the business model fails. Keep Title 21. It's too late, I know, but we should keep it simple. There's no way you're going to anticipate everything. You try and you try and you try. It's never happened in history. You're never going to make it this time. The fast track provision, the guy who asked for it, sounds like an excellent idea because there's going to be unintended consequences, and appeals should get fast tracked and not red taped to death. This town will never grow if we red tape it to death. So I'd like to see a simplification rather than this. Let's insert a few more chapters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Braun. Appreciate you coming down. And good timing, too. Does anybody else wish to speak to us on the commercial design standards? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the
Move
committee?
to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. I would appreciate that. Dr. Selcraig, you were meant...
Move to approve the version that was handed out tonight as labeled S.
Dated March 23rd.
VHDS version at the bottom of the page.
March 23rd, 2010.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Starr, you are in the queue.
Well, I know how frustrating this is for those that engage it every day and want to get done, but could I just have a question about the heated sidewalks on 36 and, or actually page 12? I tried like heck to find 21.07060F.5. It's under the ice-free walkway statement. I'd like to know what we intend on the loading zone or the sidewalk passenger loading zone.
What line are you referring to?
Page line
127. It's very much at the top.
Go ahead, Mr. Coffey. You have a
Yeah,
response?
it's one of the menu choices. What we did is we reduced the number of menu choices from, I think it was 4, number of required provisions. As you can see, we got rid of 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 6. And we
Okay, here's my question.
I know.
So-
Let me finish.
Well, I'd just like to ask a pointed question,
Yeah.
then you can answer that perhaps. If a guy covers his walkway, does he have to have a heated sidewalk?
No.
So it's
None of these are have to, Mr. Starr. These are
You get
menu
one or
choices.
the other.
2 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 out of 6 that he can choose from. It's intended for weather protection. We have weather protection, and orientation is the two issues that are left.
Does the-
Mostly they're being done now, according to the architects.
Does the reference of that 060F.5 in Chapter 7, does that mandate heated sidewalks?
No.
So we don't have the requirement?
No.
If it does weather protection or some sort of other
No.
protective thing, you don't have to expense a heated sidewalk? Thank you.
Correct.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. I see an amendment before me. Does someone want to move it?
Well, Debbie's got her
Ms. Osteen.
amendment.
But I didn't know, Mr. Coffey, you wanted to say something
No,
in general?
go ahead, go ahead.
All right, I've passed out an amendment. It's for page 15, line 25 through 32, community space. I'd like to move that.
Please, if you hit your button.
Second.
Second.
If you look at it, the concern was that the existent language, if you look on page 15, you can see it. This is the big box portion, and we reduced the size. Currently, it's 25,000 square feet. We reduced it to 20. The existent language would have required a 2,000 square foot community space and potentially a 20,000 square foot building, which seemed excessive. So I talked to staff, and Ms. McConnell wrote this so that it's a little bit flexible. We did confer again today to make sure that if a building wanted to build more than that, they could, but it wouldn't necessarily require such a large space on a smaller commercial building.
Thank you, Ms. Ostrander. Mr. Coffey, are you in the queue for this one or for something?
Yeah, just briefly. Generally speaking, we tried to leave what we've called the big box ordinance alone, but we did make some changes to make it a little easier for the developers and the builders of that. And I think if we would have had this in committee, we would have recognized, since we changed the size a little bit, we probably ought to change the size of the community space as well. So that's a good amendment. I support it.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selkirk.
I will be supporting this, and I just have to mention, since this is my last meeting on Title 21, how much I appreciate the intense attention and time Ms. Osiander and Mr. Coffey have put into this. And this amendment tonight is an example of a detailed follow-up that just took the extra step to make happen. And, of course, in order to make it happen, we also had a prompt and attentive staff. And so I just want to say thank you to both Ms. Osiander and Mr. Coffey and the staff for the immense amount of work that's gone on in this project. And I will be supporting this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Clayman. Mr. Clayman?
Mr. Coffey, or Ms. Osiander, as to this amendment, as I understand, this generally means that, like now, when I go into a Costco built some years ago, there's not this requirement for this public open space, but if they were to build a new Costco today, they would need to have more of an atrium space, even though it's not multiple stores in one box.
No, the big box store does have a requirement for community open space already.
All right.
This modifies it slightly, and Ms. McConnell could speak in more detail.
Neither of the Costcos that exist in town today both of them were built before our current big box. So you are correct in that neither of them have a community space.
But Target, say, does.
Yes.
So, for example, the Target in
South Anchorage.
Both. Ticonderoga Commons is the one I've been in. That has the open space requirement, as does, for example, Lowe's in Ticonderoga Commons.
The big box ordinance originally was passed, I think, like 6, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, I forget, but that had this, but the size that it applied at was larger than what it is, what we're proposing in here. We brought it down because there's some identification of problems associated with smaller, large retail. So then, if you said 20,000 feet is the application point, you don't want to require 10% of that building to be open space. That's pretty brutal. So Ms. Osiander said 5% or a maximum of 2,000 square feet is all. And if you see them, these are the public places where you can get coffee and, the whole bit. But you certainly don't want to have them to have 10% of their building to be just places for people to sit around. We thought that was excessive. So 5% or 2,000, whichever is greater.
And that was what you were in the queue for, Mr. Coffey? Was that the reason you were in the queue?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Clayman, anything further?
I think that answers my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been interesting as we go through this process and we look at different buildings as we discuss it in committee, and I found that the Costco in East Anchorage fulfills so many of these exceeds. We were looking at the size of the atrium across the side of the building. It's well over 60%. There was a 60% requirement. It's more like 80% existing. And I always say, bless Cheryl Clemenson, who made those folks have a much more attractive building, and I much prefer to shop at East Costco than South Costco. It's just a much more pleasant environment, and I appreciate having good design parameters in place that cause that to happen. And I've also observed what happened at all the new facilities in the Abbott Loop so-called town center area that's developed naturally. It's developed naturally because it's the best place for the town center, and all of those buildings are contributing to a better experience than the older grocery stores in other parts of town, which struggle to keep up and cost their owners lots and lots of money in renovations in order to continue to attract customers. So I think there's nothing wrong with these. I believe the private sector is going in this direction anyway. We're just codifying what's already happening out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion of the amendment? Is there objection to the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, that amendment is adopted. That brings us back to the Title 21S version, Chapter 2107. Is there further discussion on this chapter? Mr. Coffey.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the architects and engineers who participated in this thing day in and day out. Daphne Brown was one of them, a former colleague of mine on the Planning and Zoning Commission, Jim Ferguson, Don Dwiggins, and some other gentleman whose name I forget. But if you look at this document, what was done was it was substantially changed in the terms of the menu items associated with commercial design, large buildings, because if you look at the large buildings that have been built in this town in the last decade, you couldn't name a one of the larger buildings that was anything other than well done, attractive. I mean, look at what's over on 40th and the AC Couplet, and you look at what's been done at Benson and Northern Lights in Midtown and so on. We decided, and I recommend this highly, thanks to the architects and engineers, we recommended the main issues be the building orientation choices and the wind and sun protection and sunlight choices, things that are associated with winter cities. Fits us to a T. When the architects brought this to us, I mean, it was unanimous approval at the committee without hardly any, no dissent and few questions. Then the only other aspect of it is the changes in the big box ordinance, which I think could be characterized as refinements, keeping the thrust of it absolutely appropriate, adjusting to the fact that it hasn't been changed in 5, 6, 7 years since its adoption. I think what we did in here reflect appropriate changes of a minor nature to that ordinance, that we have all seen the difference. All you need to do is look at the Walmart and Midtown and the new construction that we've seen with Target, Walmart, and the other big box retail stores. So I would urge support for this, and thank everyone for the compliments they've given to me, and also to compliment everybody who's worked on it. It's been a mammoth task, 8 years of my efforts so far, and I'm glad it's almost done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Clayman, 13 minutes, by the way.
And I want to take this opportunity to thank, in particular, the folks in the Title 21 Committee, Dr. Selcraig, Ms. Drummond, both people that have planning and kind of design backgrounds, and Ms. Osiander, on the campaign trail, some might wonder about your sanity because this has been your passion since day one, since you joined the Assembly, but I actually don't see that as a reason to question your sanity. I see it as an example of your great dedication to this community, and that not only do you care about this, but you're willing to engage it week after week, month after month, and actually now sign up for 3 more years of the same. And so I really appreciate that dedication to the community, and you're willing to dig into the issues. And finally, to Mr. Coffey for your efforts running around with architects and designers. That one would wonder whether you learned anything in law school, but hopefully you learned those lessons after law school, that folks that care about these designs have a lot to offer, and that you have worked well, and I think worked well as chair of this committee to help them get it done and get it before us. So I want to thank all the folks on the committee, as well as all the folks from the city staff who have engaged in this. I can only be thankful that I was never roped in as Ms. Johnston was in recent months to participate on the committee. I'm glad all of you have been doing the work so that I can see the product and applaud it. So, again, thank you very much, and I look forward to supporting this latest portion of Title 21. And I guess my last comment, again, we've heard some comments in the community from primarily BOMA suggesting that we should not approve all this work and we should ignore all the work the hard work has been done. And I will just say, to a mostly empty room, and the media has long gone, unfortunately, that really the product that we're approving really represents lots of compromises, represents a consensus process that I think the community has come together and really wants to move forward. And although I suspect we will continue to hear some criticism from BOMA, we really need to stay with this as it's worked through and get it approved and keep the city moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clayman. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ditto.
Well stated. Seeing no one else in the queue, is there any objection to this item being approved as amended? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. Don't run away, folks. Got a few more to do. That brings us to item 14C, Resolution AR 2010-99, Resolution Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, accepting a State of Alaska Clean Water Fund loan agreement for the pump station upgrades project in the amount of $1,592,000 for AWU, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 177-2010. The public hearing on this item is now open. If you'd like to speak to us about this, please come on down. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve.
Been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Is there objection? That item is approved. That brings us to item 14D, AR 2010-100, a resolution Municipality of Anchorage accepting a State of Alaska Drinking Water Fund loan agreement.
Waive reading.
I got to get to the got to get the 250 for the Island Kodiak Calgon Water Project in the amount of $200,000. Public hearing on this item is now open. If you wish to come speak to us, come on down. Seeing and hearing no one, that public hearing is now closed. Wish of the body.
Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. That brings us to item 14E, AR 2010-101, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage confirming and levying assessments for the sewer special improvements within Levy Pond Connection Rule 10-S-1, setting the date of payment and providing for penalties and interest in the event of delinquency. If you wish to come speak to us about this new special district in Eagle River, please come on down. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? It's been moved. It's been seconded. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. That brings us to item 14F, Resolution AR 2010-102, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage accepting an FTA Section 5309 bus and bus-related earmark allocations grant and appropriating $274,005. Thank you very much. This is to replace People Mover buses. If you wish to come speak to us about this matter, please come on down. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. Is there objection? Sorry, is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Clayman.
Move to adjourn.
There's only
I'd at least like to give anybody who wishes to speak to us about the first quarter budget amendments the opportunity to do so, even if we don't feel we have time to complete them tonight. So
I don't have any objection to if we want to open a public hearing, but I would ask to be able to move to adjourn before the public hearing is closed.
Understood. We've had people who've been here for a while, I think. So that brings us to Resolution AR 2010-103, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage revising and appropriated funds for the 2010 General Government Operating Budget for the Municipality of Anchorage. That's accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 205-2010. Sir, welcome. And we apologize for the long delay in getting to this.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to be here. Much good work was done. My name is Joe Perkins. I'm the current president of the Anchorage Library Foundation. I'm here to urge approval of the substitute version. And insofar as the library is concerned, there's no difference between the substitute and the original, but I'm here to urge approval. I'm here to also thank the mayor, Mr. Michaelis, and Ms. Frasca for their efforts. It's a responsible use of 2008 O&M approved bond monies. We will open Mountain View.
Yay.
Very, very important for the community. And also, 2008 bond monies will still be left over so that there will be additional funds available so that a full funding for calendar year 2011 and will be available, and we look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perkins. Dr. Selkirk has a question.
I want to thank you for waiting this evening to tell us this good news. It's great news to hear, and thanks for your good work.
No, thank you. And our donors very much appreciate working with the administration to make this happen.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Appreciate your coming down. I see no further questions. Mr. Powers, welcome back.
Thank you. Billy Ray Powers. I'm not so happy about the opening of the Mountain View Library. The reason I'm not is because we already own a library in the same parking lot. We just got done building it. It's Clark Middle School. Beautiful library. Gorgeous. Do we have to fund libraries when we already own libraries in the same parking lot? Just food for thought.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powers. I see no questions. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to us on this matter? Mr. Rogers. Welcome back.
Okay, my name is Mike Rogers, and I will respond to what I just heard. It is the most asinine thing I think I've ever heard of to suggest that you should have the public library patrons filing in and out of a public school because it's, quote, in the same parking lot, unquote. That is ridiculous. And given the amount of time, Mr. Chairman, that we have remaining, I'd like to comment otherwise on the budget since we're almost out of time and there's something happened tonight in terms of what was earlier called, not once but twice, I believe the words were political theater. So as I look at the municipal budget, as I look down there at line number 24, 1150, municipal attorney, are we getting our money's worth, I wonder? And the reason why I ask that is something that happened earlier this evening, Mr. Chairman. As I sat out in the audience, I watched a little bit of, quote, political theater, unquote, not the least of which is I'm wondering what play it is I'm watching. Is it Shakespeare? Hamlet, maybe. Interesting play. And I was watching Miss Westover thinking, what is this, Ophelia? Poor woman. Whatever happened, that was not a very pleasant evening for her. But what struck me as I wonder about the municipal attorney's budget was what didn't happen. Mr. Chairman, as one of the assembly members commented about the number of attorneys here, I was wondering, aren't we missing one? Where was Mr. Wheeler? Not there. I watched, I wondered, not there. At the time, during the debate on the items about the $193 and all the ethics and all the legalities, I kept wondering, why is she there by herself? There's two name tags. I don't see Mr. Wheeler over there.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
I'm talking,
I'm sorry. The budget?
Yes, indeed. I don't think we're getting our money's worth because I don't think he was earning his pay, but I do think he came back to cash a little bit of that check because the show was Monty Python. And now for something completely different. The instant the topic left that and went to the very next item, bang, just like that, Mr. Wheeler returned. Coincidence? Maybe. But as I wonder about the budget and how many extra appropriations periodically get made for more lawyers, my question on this operating budget is, you really getting your money's worth out of the city legal department?
Thank you very much.
I would have been much happier, by the way, if we'd had more time. It would have been a little bit more funnier how I would have said that during audience participation.
Mr. Rogers, I think Ms. Ostiander has a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Advocated for libraries in their schools a number of years when I was on the school board, sir.
Outstanding, and I'm sure they had nothing to do with advocating to people that come in, homeless people, to use the computers coming into their schools to use them. Through the chair, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rogers. I see no further questions for you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay.
Second.
Discuss the first quarter budget amendments. Mr. Braun, yes, we have 1 minute.
I'll try to be brief.
Please do.
Richard Brown again. First thing, I want to thank the mayor. The operating budget is sweeping silt and gravel Thank God for the road department. I'm getting my money's worth. First sign I've seen. Continue, please. As a payer of the taxes that produce all this appropriated budget, I appreciate the efforts to keep it to a minimum. That's what we should be doing. I want to remind everyone.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I show it's 11 o'clock. Without a motion to extend, we can't go past this.
We have another minute according to the clock in the back of the room. So
I'll
go ahead
be-
and wrap up, Mr.
I
Rowe.
got like 2 more sentences.
Okay.
Let me find where I was. I want to remind everyone that the tax cap is a limitation, not a goal to shoot for. There's no reason to keep trying to press it up there just because we want to spend it, and I don't know. And I hope the future assemblies continue in that effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Braun. May I please have a motion to continue the public hearing?
So move.
With that motion to continue the public hearing to April 27th, is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take this up on the 27th. Now I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Hearing no objection, see you next week, folks.